We are back. The Field of Dreams in Dyersville, Iowa. What a night. Weather is perfect, and the scene, the setting, it's magical here in fields and fields of corn. 159 acres of it, as a matter of fact. You've got corn mazes. You've got the original movie site from the Field of Dreams, an iconic movie in the 80s. You see the fans and the kids playing ball over there. Then you come across the cornfield, keep on going. That's where they built this Major League field, where we play the second ever Field of Dreams game with the Reds and the Cubs, and it comes your way next.
There's something magical about this feeling, about this place, about this game. It's the sense of possibility, the hope and belief that anything is possible.
If you build it, he will come.
It's why they come here, to this glorious spot, where the beauty and promise of America's game grow like the corn, as far as the eye can see. It renews us. It takes us back to what matters most.
Dad, you want to have a catch?
Back to the carefree days when we had all the time in the world to spend together. An open field, a ball, and endless promise. It takes us back to a place where we can be young forever. To a place where dreams come true.
Is this heaven?
No, it's Iowa.
Well, there's Drew Smiley, who gets a start for the Cubs today. How's he feeling? Just taking it all in like so many of these players are. Get the cell phone cameras out. Get the real cameras out, because you'll never see anything like it again. You'll never play.
Don't put them in your back pocket.
No, you don't want it to fall out while you're sliding, Poppy. We saw that the other day. But this is such a great setting for families to come out, and the fans streaming in, the long line of cars down the road in Dyersville and streaming down in Iowa to get to this magical place. The site of the original Field of Dreams movie, and then just across the way in the middle of this majestic cornfield. A Major League ballpark popped up last year, and we're back for year number 2 as we welcome you to the Field of Dreams pregame show on Fox, presented by Geico. And here we are. Great to be with you again here in left field of this field that just pops up in the middle of the corn. That's right. We've got the Hall of Famer, Big Papi, David Ortiz, A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. And so it is exciting to be back. It's so cool. You know, you don't really fully grasp it till you drive up and you walk in and you smell it and you feel it. What's it like for you to be back again?
KB is awesome, and you know, it has the perfect game, Field of Dreams, because that's exactly what it is, Poppy. I know we were here last year, but I think I even enjoy it more coming back this year. You see the families walking around. You see the smiles, how happy they are. And you see the father-son, father-daughters, moms, is everybody included. And it's pretty awesome. You know, Poppy, you and I have done some pretty incredible things in our careers. We've had the chance to play in All-Star games and World Series, big playoff games. I have one regret. I wish that I had an opportunity to play on this field and bring my daughters.
I totally agree with you. I wish I could play in this field while we were players. But the most important thing, Kevin, is the family. You know, you see the family coming around, drive around, you see the father and son and all the kids. You know, it's something that is magical. And the way they built the stadium right here in the middle of nowhere, it made it more special.
You brought your son David on this trip. What's that experience been like, just bonding with him and getting a chance to kind of show him what you saw last year?
Man, Kevin, I'm telling you, I'm still catching up on things. But one thing I decided to do before I came over was bringing one of my kids, because I mean, my kids, they're all busy, you know, growing up and this and that, but David, my little son, he went like that. I mean, I'm coming with you, because you know what? My dad was my guy. My dad was the guy who guided me, who introduced me to baseball, the guy who teach me everything I know. I know, Pop, you're watching right now. I love you. I got your grandson here with me, and he's enjoying everything. I mean, he's loving everything that he sees, you know, the cornfield, the players, you know, how everything is going down here. He's having so much fun right now, Kevin.
Why is it magical for you, Alex? I mean, everyone grew up a different way playing this game, starting this game, but there is a feel here. It feels right, right?
It feels perfect, Kevin. And, you know, a lot of fans at home don't know. Poppy and I were teammates in Seattle when we were 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and I saw how close you were to your father. And Caballo Ortiz. He's the greatest. He was your biggest supporter. For me, I didn't have dad growing up, but one of the things I always think about as being a father today to my two beautiful girls is the opportunity to play catch with them, and I cannot wait, Kevin, to bring them to Field of Dreams.
We're excited to be back, but as we said, this is year 2. Last year, the first ever Major League game in Iowa was the Yankees and the White Sox here in Dyersville. The star of the blockbuster film Field of Dreams, Kevin Costner, so awesome. He led both teams to the corn when it was time to play, and when they were playing, boy, 5 homers in the first 6 innings. White Sox grabbed a 7-4 lead, but then in the 9th, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton with homers put the Yankees in front, but that didn't last. Bottom of the 9th, Tim Anderson, walk-off winner. Fireworks go off. What a way to cap off a magical day and evening as the White Sox, maybe the most memorable regular season game in Major League Baseball history. And you think about all the action. Forget about the majestic place where the game was played. 17 runs combined, 13 of them scored with 2 outs, 16 total hits, 8 homers, 4 lead changes. Now we wonder if we see that kind of offense tonight, but we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. So the Cubs and Reds will play here tonight. How did they get here? Cubs, pretty easy. They were home for the last 6 days. They hopped on a plane to Dubuque. Short drive over here, 27 miles, and they're here ready to go in Dyersville. Meanwhile, the Reds a little bit harder of a travel schedule, rougher week for them. 3 games set in Miami, and then they had a series in Milwaukee. Bounced over to the East Coast, take on the Mets and Queens, and then this morning kind of made their way back here to the Midwest. Wednesday, yeah. 2,900 miles for the Redlegs, but they made it here in plenty of time, and they are ready to go for this game. And so, of course, is our insider, Ken Rosenthal, who joins us on the field as we take a look at the beauty and a perfect Iowa evening. And Ken, the big theme of the movie and, of course, of today, you just feel that father-son bond, right? But maybe today is also about the father-daughter bond, as A-Rod was talking about.
Absolutely, Kevin. Cubs starting pitcher Drew Smyly, it's his daughter Parker's 5th birthday. She's the oldest of 3. She is here tonight to celebrate. Now, different players have different reactions to this event, but Kyle Farmer, the Reds' third baseman, told me he has seen the movie more times than he can count. He did a report on Shoeless Joe Jackson when he was a sophomore in high school, said he didn't know anything but baseball. Now, other Reds weren't exactly sure what to think, but on the bus ride in from the airport, they saw people lined up on the streets waving to them, standing outside their parked cars in the streets of Farley, sitting in picnic chairs. They started to get the positive vibe, the energy, and then once they got here, guys, look at the beauty of this place. How can you not get fired up?
That's pretty great stuff, Ken. Yeah, you feel it. You're right. Just driving in here, walking in here, it's like an old school parade. Everyone out with the signs and welcoming you. And Ray Liotta played the part of Shoeless Joe Jackson, the Field of Dreams movie. With his passing a few months ago, Kevin Costner reflects on his friend and co-star when we return. Plus, Tom Rinaldi tells an amazing story of the only man to have a Purple Heart, a perfect lifetime batting average, and a World Series ring. You won't believe this story with Tom as the pregame show rolls on, taking you up to the Cubs and the Reds. And Nico Hoerner, good young shortstop for the Cubs, really had a chance to be an all-star this year. He's had a fine year. Cubs and Reds, Field of Dreams in the middle of the corn. That's right. If you build it, he will come. They're all coming tonight. We're happy to bring it to you on Fox.
Everything is disappearing!
Our outpost on Earth, Epcot, is in danger!
Hey, Quill, this thing is so broken.
I'm Groot.
Help the galaxy!
Quill, you seeing this? Quill! Well, you heard the lady. Get to Epcot. It's Save the Galaxy time. Again.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas, T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Beautiful day in Baltimore, where most people probably know that Geico could save them money on car insurance, right? But you see, the thing is, Geico, well, could help them save on boat insurance too. Hey! Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello?
I'm trying my best.
Seriously, I'm serious. Request to come ashore.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Subway's dropping 12 new subs for the all-new Subway series menu.
The new monster has juicy steak and crispy bacon.
But what about the new boss? It looks so good. It makes me hangry.
Settle down there, big guy.
The new Subway series. What's your pick?
The Geico Field of Dreams pregame show presented by Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance. As we look at the three-bedroom Kinsella family farmhouse, one of the memorable scenes in the movie, of course, involving a question asked by Ray Liotta's character, Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Can I come back again?
Yeah, anytime.
Hey! Is this heaven?
No. It's Iowa.
Well, an iconic scene from the Field of Dreams movie, and that's where we are here tonight. We'll play a Major League Baseball game. Of course, the farmhouse is here, and we are just across the way in the middle of that corn. And what a scene, what a setting where baseball should be played. And, of course, that movie, Ray Liotta, a huge part of it. He sadly passed away at the age of 67 this past May. But he became a household name with his role as Shoeless Joe Jackson in, of course, Field of Dreams. His co-star, Kevin Costner. And he took time to reflect on a magical moment in time that they spent together.
Field of Dreams is about belief and those rare moments when magic becomes real. And it doesn't work unless Shoeless Joe is worth the wait, unless he's special. And Ray Liotta was special.
Man, I just love this game. I'd have played for food money. It was a game. The sounds, the smells.
When Ray died back in May, I reminisced about how our batting practice moment together was not a stunt. It was real, and it happened as you saw it.
Yeah, you can hit the curveball.
I said that God gave us that stunt that night, and now God has Ray. And though he may be gone, that's the beauty of a game like baseball and a movie like Field of Dreams. He gets to live forever in our hearts whenever he steps out of that cornfield. He's become eternal. Long live Shoeless Joe, and long live Ray, who helped show us that when dreams come from the heart, they really can come true.
All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8 Eastern on Fox.
This is an OurQuadCities.com update.
More clouds around the Quad Cities today and a few scattered showers around parts of the area. I'll let you know when the rain chances go away later tonight.
Every farmer has that one field that they're super proud of, and that's the same for us.
I remember going to watch the movie being filmed. Little did we know what it was going to be for our community.
People tell us that coming to the field is one of their lifelong dreams. You know, we get it.
Farming it for us is a dream, too.
a winning performance season after season. That's why the Ray brothers plant DeKalb corn, the official corn seed of MLB at Field of Dreams.
Here at Kimberly Car City, we're the Quad City's exclusive certified pre-owned dealer for Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. All of our certified pre-owned vehicles have been inspected from nose to tail, have roadside assistance, carry a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and more. Plus, get added protection with 3-month, 3,000-mile maximum care. It's not just used, it's Chrysler certified pre-owned, only at Kimberly Car City in Davenport, 1 block west of North Park Mall.
Malware and bots and worms, oh my. The wild, wild web can be a scary and complex place. And as our digital world expands, so too are the threats. Watch out, Trojan horse. That's why at Mediacom, we take security very seriously and monitor our networks around the clock to stop threats before they can affect you. Not today, rude kid. Not all internet is created equal. We build ours to keep you connected and protected.
Here's a high school hoops success story. Almost didn't happen.
My favorite move is an in and out and a crossover.
Camden's always loved playing basketball. Her feet, not so much.
I would get a lot of shin splints, cramps. My feet were betraying me.
So her mom took her in for a fitting at the Good Feet store. Now she's got 2 rings and 2 clutch arch supports.
They're my secret weapon. I use them every single day.
Stop by for your free fitting at the Good Feet store.
Ace Waterproofing for all your foundation repair needs. Call today.
What a day in Iowa. The weather is perfect, and we have a magical place to watch a baseball game. And you know what? You never know what's going to happen when you come to Dyersville.
Hey, Kevin, we are lost. Pull over. We're supposed to be in heaven.
This ain't heaven. We're in Iowa.
We're gonna be late. Let's just turn around.
Where'd he come from?
Hey, KB, is that Johnny Bench?
What is Johnny Bench doing in the middle of nowhere?
Pick him up. We need all the karma we can get right now.
Thanks, you're the first car by. I'm Johnny, I play baseball. I'm looking for a place to watch a game.
Well, this is your lucky day, Johnny, because we're going to a place just like that.
I heard in some places they pay you a lot of money to talk about baseball.
Not at Fox. Hey, KB, is that? No. Pull over!
Hey, man. Hall of Famer ain't supposed to walk.
Poppy, we're lost. Do you know how to get to the Field of Dreams?
Come on, Kevin. You can't say Poppy without GPS. Let's go. Johnny Bench, my dog, el mejor. What's happening? Yeah! I got a bench. Come on, Danny. Let's go, baby. Yeah! Oh, that was awesome.
I know one thing. If Poppy was driving, we would have never made it to Field of Dreams.
Hey, that's why we're here, man.
That's a guarantee. The Hall of Famer, the great Johnny Bench is here. Johnny, I'm glad we could pick you up and find our way here.
Thank
How
you,
are
guys.
you?
All right, got my Terrance Mann spinners on. I'm ready to go. That was so much fun. That was where PT was doing that, and he was total pain. But after a couple of additions to him and working with him, he's still got his stuff together. But you guys were outstanding. And driving that thing, you'd never driven a stick before, had you?
It was an adventure, Johnny. PT Navarro, who put that piece together, Aaron Hoskins, so many great talents. They asked me, have you ever driven a stick? I said, no. Well, they said, guess what? You're going to drive it anyway. So I only dropped the transmission on the ground 3 or 4 times. It was fine. Johnny got a concussion, but we're okay.
Yeah, but we're in Iowa.
How special is this to you? You've seen it and done it all in your baseball career.
Well, I've done it before, but not with this magnitude, I don't think. I think the fact that we had, first of all, Hall of Famers, we've got greatest players ever in positions, and we've got folks that are driving from everywhere to see it and build it, and they will come. This is such a magical moment. It's such a constant thing about baseball. And the fact that I was just over at the Cubs tent, I was over at the Reds tent and with the Commissioners tent, And these people are so enamored. And I got to meet Ray Kinsella. Oh, wow. I almost had a catch with him, too, because, my dad was a catcher. He served in the war, never got the opportunity to fulfill his dream. And so the end of that movie was just tearjerker every time. I mean, you can imagine, Alex, having a catch with your dad.
It's incredible. And, Johnny, you and I were talking with KB yesterday, and I've been such a huge fan of yours. You are the GOAT, and I was thrilled to be speaking to you. But you told me a story about almost a second father. In your third year, you were 22 years old, kid from Oklahoma, and Sparky Anderson brought you aside in spring training and said, Johnny, what do you think about the hitters here, the fielders here, and the bunters there, and what did you feel, and what does Sparky mean to you?
It was the first time I ever felt like a professional, because I always thought management was up here and the player was down here, and all of a sudden, it was like this scarecrow. He thinks I have a brain, and it was just so exciting and so much fun, and we bonded, and he was a father figure. He was a mentor. He was one of the greatest manager ever, because he went to the Reds, we won, and then he went to Detroit and won. Yeah. And he was just a tremendous individual.
Johnny, first of all, I want to thank you very much for the huge welcome that you guys, the veteran, Cooperstown, welcomed me, man. That was amazing. I feel like a kid in the candy store, man. It was awesome. And I got my son here, David. You got your son here.
I do.
Talk to me about the connection.
Well, the fact is, we didn't know a whole lot about you. We were worried to death about what you were. Here you are wearing all this glitz and stuff and everything else. You had more of this stuff on. I didn't even make that much money in my first 3 years playing baseball. And you come in, and you were a charm. I mean, you were absolute charm. And I captured him at the end of the Baseball Hall of Fame dinner on Sunday night. I called my 12-year-old son, who somehow bought a chain with 34 on it. Yeah. Son, I thought I've taught you better than this. But it turned out he met him down at the bottom of the steps, and here David, and he takes his plaque and says, "You hold it." And Josh held it and took the picture, and it was a magical moment. I love you. Oh man, whatever that means. I don't know what the hell it means. What does it mean? Never mind. It's PG rated.
That'll be after the show on the online stream. Johnny's going to run that. Well, look, Johnny Bench has done it all. Obviously, one of the greatest players our game's ever seen. He's a TV veteran, you name it, baseball bunch, done World Series. He's done everything. But of course, one of the famous things, the photos, and we've seen Johnny do it. He able to hold 7 baseballs at once in his hands, which is insane. So we figured, Johnny, you've done that many times. It's been documented. Why don't we see how our stellar greats can do with how many baseballs they get in their hands? Okay, so 7 is a number.
Well, now it's down to 5.
Yeah, Alex just dropped a few of them.
Here, let me hold the bucket for you. Yeah. All right, let me give you. I'll fuel you right now.
Bobby recovering the baseballs.
Yeah. Bobby's doing it. See,
that's not holding. You got to hold it up.
No, you got to hold it like that.
Bobby.
Well, out the pine tar, okay?
All right, so yeah. Alex. All right, Poppy, you got 7.
That's it.
Well, if I could still do this,
that's not even 4.
I'd be making $20 million a year. I thought about making a comeback, but I pulled a muscle vacuuming the other day, and it really has set me back. I don't know what's going to happen and everything else. That's the idea. Yeah.
Into the court.
My hero.
Johnny,
my hero.
We had a lot of fun with you. Thanks for coming by and hanging with us.
My pleasure. Thanks for allowing me to be here, and thanks to all the baseball fans out there. Thanks for bringing everybody to Iowa.
Oh, so great. The Hall of Famer, 17-year Red, Johnny Bench. So why don't we stay with the catching theme, right? David Ross, former catcher, World Series champion, now in his 3rd season managing the Cubs, and he's with our Tom Verducci.
Love you, Johnny.
Thanks, Kevin. David, you pull off the vintage look really well, and maybe a little more Wilford Brimley from the Nationals, but
I'm trying to keep up with you, buddy. You guys got the digs out here. It looks really good.
Now that you have the uni on, you see the corn, you see the field. What are your first impressions being here?
I walked down the field, I felt like I wanted to run around. I mean, I think it turns you into a kid, right? You go back to the moment you watched Field of Dreams, the moment you got to see the movie. You're in the middle of this amazing cornfield and this venue they've created here in the middle of nowhere. It's just, I don't know, it's like such a break from the norm, which already is amazing. I don't know, I just felt like a kid wanting to run around out here. It's a really good setup. I can't wait for the atmosphere to get going.
Well, you're someone, you've watched the movie with your kids, with your family. You helped run a father-son camp back near home in Tallahassee, Florida. The meaning of the movie and being here today as a Major League Baseball manager, what does it mean to you?
Well, that's it, right? It's like just the authenticity of what baseball is. Like at the heart of everything, it's growing up playing catch with your dad. I grew up with my dad played softball on the weekends and late nights on the weekdays. And I remember carrying the bag of softballs with him, going to and from the park and hanging out afterwards with all the guys and playing catch and just getting to be, it's just. It's just so authentic. It just reminds you of childhood. And I think like the one regret, my kid started back school this week, so I couldn't steal my son away. But I think a lot of people here, some of our front office guys, some of the coaches, they were able to bring their kids, and they're going to be playing catch out here real soon. So that's fun.
Thanks, David. Enjoy the night.
Thanks, Tom.
Back to you, Kevin.
David, Tom, you're looking stellar. I love the outfit. Well, Joey Votto, he had some really interesting things to say on Twitter about how important this game was to him. We'll hear from him coming up next when we return on the pregame show, The Field of Dreams. And hey, it was one of the more memorable home runs in regular season history. White Sox all-star shortstop Tim Anderson reliving that magical moment from last year when we return to Iowa. Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa, but it is perfect for a baseball game. We've got the Cubs and the Reds coming your way on Fox. Glad you're with us.
How you doing?
Andy Pettitte is one of America's greatest pitchers that has played for the New York Yankees. He has never forgotten what happened on September 11th.
The grief I know that you and your family had to go through, but what you've turned that tragedy into really a triumph.
What we do for catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star families, giving them mortgage-free homes.
The 100-home village that you are going to build down in Tampa, it's just amazing.
They go protect us overseas. They give their lives. We better take care of their families that are left behind.
I just kept seeing those commercials over and over, and it gets to you, right? I mean, if you're an American, I really just felt, in my heart, just like, man, this is something I wanted to find out more about and look into, and then, of course, just be involved.
The Bible tells us that when we restore others, that ourselves will be restored.
Join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It only takes $11 a month.
Go to T2T.org.
This game can't be contained by a stadium or boxed in by a flat screen. The spirit of baseball is all around us. And wherever it's being celebrated, MasterCard is there. When the game belongs to all of us, priceless.
We buy and book online at DiscountTire.com, which gives us more time for things like...
Come on, Mom.
Thank you. Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at DiscountTire.com.
We changed our fries to make them hot and crispy every single time.
High five.
And every single time, Toby insists we high five.
High five? High five. High five. It'll catch on, right?
Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries, preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's.
What a scene here in Dyersville. And almost like a painting, who could paint a picture any better than the late Vin Scully? Let's listen to the legend himself reciting a famous scene from the Field of Dreams movie.
People will come, Ray. The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It has been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us of all that once was good and could be good again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
Well, the great Vin Scully passing away 8 days ago at the age of 94 and reciting that famous sequence from the Field of Dreams moment. I mean, everything he touched, everything he read was beautiful. And you know he would have loved this place, loved to be here today. And I know you guys have had experience being around Vin, and he's always so generous with his time. Poppy, you know, the Red Sox didn't play the Dodgers very often. So what was your experience when you finally got to meet Vin Scully?
I got to go a couple of times to play at Dodger Stadium. You know, I'm an American League guy. Dodgers are National League.
Yep.
But I got the opportunity to meet up with Mr. Vin Scully. And, man, it was an amazing experience. We shot for a minute. I went to the box to talk to him. In my last year, during my retirement, when I heard him mention my name, I mean, I got goosebumps, to be honest with you. It was an extremely honor to get to meet him, man. And rest in peace, my man. I love you.
Yeah, you know, Magic Johnson recently said he's the sweetest, nicest man you've ever met, and I feel the same way. Like Poppy, I had an opportunity in the early 2000s when I was in Texas. I asked permission to go up and see him up in the booth, and I wanted a picture, and I wanted just to spend some time with him and just talk to him. And watching him, I was in awe. He was such a gentleman. He asked a lot of questions, made eye contact. He was such a warm man, and unfortunately, I had a BlackBerry, not an iPhone, so I couldn't take a picture. But I remember rushing home and watching the replay, and I wanted to hear his stories about our team and how he would talk about me, and he kept mentioning, Alex, the whopper of a contract. He said it every at bat. And it was just a thrill to be a small part of just getting to know him a little bit.
That's a great, he always had the perfect word, didn't he? And just to put a cherry on top of the sundae, you saw the picture with Poppy. You'll never see anyone else where players go up in uniform to see an announcer. But that's the kind of guy and the impact that Vin Scully made. Well, as you know, or maybe you don't know, this is our second year here in Dyersville at the Field of Dreams. And as we ramp up for the Cubs and Reds, we can't help but remember what an amazing game it was a year ago. Almost like it was written for a Hollywood movie with Tim Anderson as the star.
There's never been a game in the corn, so I thought it was very cool, you know, to be the first ones to take a game to Iowa.
The Field of Dreams, a magical night. It is beautiful.
August 12th, 2021, we arrived at the field. It's super hot, and we get there and, you know, we get dressed. We're wearing the old school uniforms. You know, walking through the corn for introductions, seeing the fans in front of us, definitely gave you some chills.
That is smoked. Oh, get up, oh! It is into the corn.
We went back and forth the whole game. It felt like a boxing match, you know, just continue to go punch for punch all the way to the end.
This ball is way out of here. One-run game.
But when Judge hit the homer, we were still up. You know, I knew we had a chance to still win.
Here's Stanton. There it goes! Yankees on top here in the ninth.
You know, that definitely was a tough blow. But then again, you know, we still had 3 outs to work with. The game not over until it's really over.
Tim Anderson digging in.
I faced Britton a lot throughout my career, and I knew every pitch that he had. You know, he threw me the first pitch sinker, and no, I didn't miss it.
Back at the wall, and the White Sox win it!
I didn't know where I was going to hit it. I was trying to hit it as hard as I could somewhere. You know, it just happened to, you know, go over right field fence.
As soon as he made contact, he knew it was gone.
For me to be able to hit a walk-off in the first Field of Dreams game, that's going to be remembered forever.
Yeah, it will. And we wish, by the way, Tim Anderson, our buddy, a speedy recovery. Hand injury lands him on the IL. That's where we are. Field of Dreams in Dyersville, Iowa. So great to be back here again. We've got the Cubs and we've got the Reds here tonight for part 2. Who do you have your eye on tonight? Tim Anderson, the star last year. Who's going to be the star tonight, Alex?
I think the guy that's mic'd, Ian Happ, I think he's going to have a good game tonight. I think there's a good ballpark for him. Ball flies, and I think tonight he'll hit a home run.
First-time All-Star for the Cubs this year for Ian Happ. How about for you on the Reds, Poppy? Who should we watch?
I got to go with my man, Joe Votto, man. I mean, he's putting it together once again. This is a guy that he's the veteran of the ball club. He's having a good season. I mean, he's pick and choose the way he want to go, the way he want to get things done. And I'm going to stick with him tonight.
Yeah, Joey Votto probably a good bet. We'll see how it all unfolds tonight. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys saw this, but check this out. It was a dramatic scene this week during a Little League Southwest Regional Playoff. Caden Shelton had a pitch get away from him. You see it hit Isaiah Jarvis in the helmet. Eventually, Jarvis would get up, walk to first, and then Shelton stared at the ground. He was in tears. So before Jarvis came to the mound to embrace him for a hug, how about that? Standing ovation. Shelton's Pearland, Texas team went on to beat Tulsa and advance to the Little League World Series. But what a moment of sportsmanship and really just of general empathy from kids.
KB, that almost brings me to tears. I mean, the world needs so much more of that. Good for you, young man. Great job.
I cried when I saw that. I'm going to leave it up to that. That was wonderful.
It's going to be a lot of crying tonight. There was crying when you watch this movie. There's emotions tonight with family and fathers and sons and fathers and daughters. That bond, what this is all about, and that's what this will be all about. You may know their famous fathers, including our own Big Papi, but see how these sons of Major League legends are building their own baseball legacies when we return. Alex said he's got his eye on Ian Happ. So do we. First-time All-Star for the Cubs. He was on the trading block, but now he's relieved to be settled in. And one of the stars for the Cubs, who are playing well off a nice series over the Nationals. What a great night here in Iowa, eastern part of the state. So many great things planned for you tonight. Wait till you see what we have planned for the 7th inning stretch. You won't want to miss it. Come back with us. Field of Dreams.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
Our passion for protecting vehicles started in 1934. And we've been pushing the limits of performance ever since. We innovate with the times and have the trusted filters to fit your needs. Yeah, we've been around the block, but our journey is just beginning. Fram for the road ahead. Look for us at these retailers.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. Like number 9, the Champ. Rotisserie-style chicken. Double Monterey cheddar. The Champ is truly made for a champ.
Gee, thanks, Chuck.
Who said anything about you? It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
We are the first family of country music. Protecting the legacy, no matter what happens.
This family's hanging on to a lot of secrets.
Never dull moment.
Rainbow grave can hold my body down.
Welcome back to the Field of Dreams pregame show on Fox, presented by Geico, as we take a look at the fans playing catch, taking photos on the field from the movie. Now we know how challenging baseball can be, but how long does it really take to shuck 2 ears of corn? Let's find out.
And last thing, the corn shucking contest.
All right.
Have you ever shucked corn before?
No. I grew up in a restaurant, yeah. As fast as I can. I wouldn't even know where to start. All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, God. It's harder than I thought.
Oh, shoot!
Oh, man, there's so many layers to this.
Let's go!
All right.
So let's
23 seconds.
Damn.
8 seconds.
Oh no. Done.
Wow, 5.5 seconds.
Oh yeah.
That's very impressive.
Harder than you thought, right?
That is definitely hard.
Wow, David Ross was a beast as we look at the cornfields here. By the way, the corn here is field corn. That's not like corn on the cob that you throw on a grill. Field corn is used for a lot of different things. Animal feed processed into different sugars and starches. So, Poppy, no biting the corn on the way back to the trailer later, okay? Look, the dads are all baseball royalty. Gary Sheffield, Pedro Martinez, Manny Ramirez, and, of course, our guy, David Ortiz. But this summer in Brockton, Massachusetts, their sons all played on the same collegiate summer league team called the Brockton Rocks, building their own baseball journeys while carrying on the legacies of their famous fathers.
The Brockton Rocks are ready to rock and roll here at Camp and LA Stadium. There you see D'Angelo Ortiz.
You know, the big leaguer sons that were playing with Manny, Pedro, Bo, Chev. The fans just want to have that experience to see both generations.
D'Angelo Ortiz, like his father, in the clutch.
You know that these other guys are going to have your back and they're going to be able to share the same experiences that you have. We gave each other advice. We helped work through some stuff, hitting wise, defensively. We just kind of rallied together.
And Sheffield rockets this one.
Sheffield hyped up.
It's something that's never really happened before, and to be a part of it's very cool, especially when, you know, some of the other guys' dads come out and talk to us.
We're speaking the same language, you know, we're kind of in the same position. It's just nice to have somebody at your side that has kind of the same perspective as you. Playing at Brockton was like playing in the Field of Dreams, because playing on that field, you felt comfortable. You felt like this is where you're supposed to play baseball.
Swinging a ground ball, stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands the first, and the Boston Red Sox are the world champions.
By the time my dad's career was over, I was just turning maybe 5, 6. So I never really got to experience him being in the big leagues. But since I've been here, he's been here pretty much every other week. It means everything to me.
Get it out and let's get it inside.
When I was younger, I didn't quite appreciate it. Never really understood like the magnitude of some of the stuff that he did. It's been cool to relive some of those experiences that I had and just be like, wow, like I was really there.
He had an amazing career that I was able to keep up with and be there for not every second, but every other second.
Ortiz into deep right field.
I think that legacies are more whatever it stands for after. Hopefully I can, you know, add to that. I'm so proud of you and thank you for everything that you taught me, and I'm proud to be your son.
Wow. That he home.
You didn't know that was coming.
No, I don't. that got me.
It got me.
You know that. I mean, you know, the relationship that you have with your kids, Kevin, it goes beyond everything, you know, and being able to guide them and teach them, you know, how to do things is something that is very special. I wish you were here, man.
That's pretty neat. You've got David here. Your other son is here too. We love you, Poppy. You know,
Love you too.
Just love the true emotion you guys are showing about being here. And that's what tonight is about, right? It's about the bonds and relationships, having that one last catch, and hopefully you could feel that tonight through the TV screen. Meanwhile, one guy who felt that, I can guarantee you that, is former NL MVP Joey Votto. He's played all 16 of his seasons with the Reds, and he spoke with our Ken Rosenthal a little while ago about just that.
Thanks, Kevin. Joey, you tweeted that tonight, playing at the Field of Dreams will be an exceptional moment in your life. Why?
The field, to me, connects my childhood to my major league present. I've always wanted to be a major league player. I was raised on this movie. The connection in the movie between the ghost of Ray's father, my father passed away 14 years ago, the catch connection between how common this movie is watched in my house, how much it impacted my decision to move towards baseball, and then being able to share that moment with my father on a consistent basis, and not being able to have that now is, to me, a little poignant, but you know, being here at the Field of Dreams, I think makes it more happy than sad.
You mentioned your father.
Yeah.
Passed away in 2008. He was only 52.
Mm-hmm.
Joey, what would he think of this place?
I think I wish he was here to actually play catch, have a catch with me. He would be, you know, smitten by it. It's so charming. It's exactly what I think baseball was about between us. It was very quiet. It was a shared moment. It was love between father and son, and I feel that here. So I think he would feel the very same thing.
Joey, thanks a lot. Have fun tonight.
I will.
Kevin, back to you.
Thanks.
Ken, thanks. And Joey, appreciate the honesty and the openness. I tell you, Alex, if you just turn on the TV, didn't know where we were, figured out we're in Dyersville, Iowa, the home of the famous movie site Field of Dreams, and then you saw Poppy and D'Angelo surprising with the father-son, and Poppy's still a little emotional. And then you see Joey Votto. I mean, about what this means to him, the emotions tagged with today. I hope you're feeling it at home.
You know, Kevin, baseball is so important. You know, Poppy and I come from Dominican backgrounds, and is everything in our country, in our small little strong island. But I look at Votto, and you can feel how close he is. Obviously, I've seen Poppy with his father, and now seeing D'Angelo. I mean, it brought us both to tears. I think about my life and having the void of not having my father around, and I never played catch with my father, something I wish I would have done. But now as a father, I get to do that with my daughters, and yeah, baseball is important to us in more ways than one.
And who knows, maybe after you're watching this pregame show, we have a game to play tonight, but if you're watching this pregame show, maybe this will be time just to pick up the phone and send a text or a call if you haven't done so in a while, right, Pop?
Oh, you got that right. I love you, Pop.
Yeah, there you go. Poppy into the Hall of Fame. What a couple weeks it's been for him. Alex sharing, and we continue to tell stories as we will. We come back like the one that Tom Rinaldi will tell us. An incredible tale of the Dodgers version of Moonlight Graham. Roy Gleason, an American hero who had one at-bat and a World Series ring to go along with a Purple Heart. Wait till you hear this one from Tom when we return. The Field of Dreams game in Iowa. So happy to be back. Glad you're with us. Reds and Cubs getting set to play some ball on a fantastic Iowa night.
Right now, it could seem like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard. But we've got 182,000 people. And they're building big things, new things, things that will change the way we do things. And you might not know their names, but these people get up every day, working together to move us all forward.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Because grilled to order makes a sub above.
This is an SOS from Nova Corps.
Everything is disappearing.
Our outpost on Earth, Epcot, is in danger.
Hey, Quill, this thing is so broken. I'm Groot.
Help the galaxy!
Quill, you seeing this? Quill! Well, you heard the lady. Get to Epcot. It's Save the Galaxy time. Again.
It's a home run.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
Dreams game, part 2 on Fox, and one of the great scenes in the movie Field of Dreams when Terrance Mann made an outstanding revelation, or I should say an astounding revelation, to Ray Kinsella. Let's go back and watch.
Moonlight Graham.
You saw it.
So what?
You saw it. New York Giants, 1922. He played one game, never got to bat. You saw it.
What did I see, Ray?
Chisholm, Minnesota. God damn it, man, we were the only ones who saw it. Did you hear the voice, too? It's all right to admit it. It's what told me to find you. Did you hear it?
Go the distance.
Yes.
And so Moonlight Graham was introduced to the world in the Field of Dreams. One major league game, no major league at-bats as we look at the scene where we are here tonight. The thing is, there are other Moonlight Grahams with similar stories, but none quite with the tale that Tom Rinaldi has for us next. Tom is right over yonder on the set of the Field of Dreams. And Tom, this one's a doozy.
Kevin, that storyline involving Moonlight Graham made us wonder about the number of players, position players in Major League Baseball history who got just one plate appearance, what Moonlight wanted, got a hit, and never had another opportunity. The total number in the modern era is 16. The number still alive is 5. This is the story of one of those players. It's a story about the value of an opportunity, the burden of duty, and the enduring magic of this game.
My dream was to play in the majors. My Field of Dreams.
A Southern California pitching and hitting phenom, Roy Gleason was signed out of high school by the Dodgers in 1960. Just 3 years later, he was called up to the big club and into a pennant race.
We had a good team. Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Maury Wills. We were fighting St. Louis. We were about neck and neck at the time I arrived.
After several pinch running appearances, Gleason finally got his chance. September 28, 1963, against the Phillies.
I'm walking up to the plate, just went blank.
Checks the runner at third and then fires.
All I wanted to do was focus on that ball.
Looks like it's headed for left
I hit a
field.
line drive between the left fielder and the foul line, and I just kept going around first and slid into second for a double. It was a dream that I knew now I could reach.
That Dodgers team would win the '63 World Series.
The Dodgers win 2-1 and sweep the series in 4 straight. All Bedlam.
Gleason got a ring, but was sent back to the minors for the next 3 seasons. In 1967, he thought he'd get called back up. He got drafted instead and sent to Vietnam.
Realized I was going into hell's way, and I better start thinking about surviving. Am I going to be coming home? You know, is this my last stop? I was 24.
In July 1968, Gleason, already a sergeant, was walking point for his unit in the Mekong Delta when an enemy IED exploded.
And it blew me about 10 feet into the air into a moat. In the meantime, they've wounded about 7 of my men, and one of them was killed instantly.
The unit's machine gunner, Anthony Sevo, was killed in the attack.
It was my man, one of my men, and it was my fault. His life was over, and mine goes on. Why?
With shrapnel wounds to his left leg and wrist, Gleason was transported to Saigon, where he received a Purple Heart, and where he realized he'd lost the World Series ring he carried with him to war.
I didn't wear it. I left it in base camp in my footlocker. It gave me hope that I would be able to go back and play again, and I wanted it close to me.
Incredibly, in 1969, Gleason made it all the way back to Dodgers spring training. But his career ended a few years later, and he never made the big club again. Until they invited him back in 2003.
Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome to Dodger Stadium. May I ask you, please, for a warm Dodger Stadium welcome to former Dodger Roy Gleason, an American hero, as he throws out the first ball.
I went, oh man, I bounced it. And I'm walking up the mound, and Vinny, I hear him say, hold it, Roy.
Hold it, Roy. There's one other thing for you.
I'm going, what's this about? He wants me to throw the ball again.
We know that World Series ring was lost in Vietnam.
I went, holy cow, there it is.
It meant a lot to him. I saw him, misting up a little bit on the mound there. He won't admit it, but I know he was.
I get to see it, and then I get to see him wear it. He doesn't take it off his hand. He absolutely loves that ring. Wears it like a wedding band.
My 1963 championship World Series ring.
One dream, one hit, one remarkable life.
I am the only person on earth that has a World Series ring, a Purple Heart, and a perfect lifetime Major League batting average. What more could I ask for?
We thank Roy for sharing his story with us. And as you guys saw, remarkably, he does have the bat still from the one hit he got in 1963. But Kevin, it hasn't just collected dust. Not too long ago, he took it to a local batting cage, cranked up the machine to 90 miles an hour, and took his cuts. It was only after his son saw the scuffs on the bat that he said, Dad, let's not do that again. It's too precious to risk. What a story, Roy Gleason.
And thanks for telling it, Tom. That was incredible. Roy giving us his time. And look, he's an American hero. And I think it also, when you watch that piece, Alex, on this desk, two of the all-time greats is well over 1,200 home runs, right? 1,200 home runs. But just how hard it is to succeed in the game of baseball, to get one at bat, let alone all the time that you guys had.
KB, this is so much bigger than baseball. I mean, Vince said it best. He is an American hero. And to get one opportunity, just one opportunity, and make the absolute best from that, it's really inspiring. But then to go serve our country and come back with a Purple Heart, that's even more impressive, Poppy. I'm just glad the Dodgers figured out exactly he belonged in the stadium.
I definitely love seeing stories like this, especially with the combination of baseball and going to war, man. I'm telling you, this is something that I really enjoy watching it. God bless you.
Well, we've spent enough of the show making you cry. So we're going to transition and give you a chance to win $10,000 of Big Poppy's money playing Fox Bet Super 6. You just have to scan the code to download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and then enter the 6 outcomes you think will happen during tonight's game for your free chance at $10,000.
Come and get my paper.
I'll
make it rain in Iowa.
No rain, hopefully, tonight, except for the dollars. So here's a question tonight for you, Alex. How many total home runs in the game tonight?
I think you're going to have 8 home runs. The first 3 innings are going to be lights out pitching. Fourth on is going to be home run derby.
I got 4 right here, man. That's all I got tonight.
8 and 4. Those are the numbers. Try and win Big Poppy's money and enjoy the game. Field of Dreams Part 2. It is the Reds and the Cubs with Nick Lodolo, the former first-round draft pick. The rookie's been really good. Only 4 runs allowed the last 3 starts. A couple of lefties on the mound tonight with he and Smiley. And that's Seiya Suzuki, another rookie. He was a star in Japan. Wonder what he's thinking about playing in the middle of a cornfield. He's going to get a chance to do it tonight. Starting lineups you won't want to miss with a couple special twists when we return. The Field of Dreams on Fox. Back after this.
Rachel Ray, weekdays at 11, starting September 12th on Fox 18.
Here in the heartland, at the heart of everything cool, Greater Des Moines is more than its features. It's a feeling. A feeling of discovery, wonder everywhere you turn. Catch what you've been missing. Des Moines, the S's are silent, our city is booming.
The Bandits have these great new shirts and caps celebrating our Latino community. But since I don't speak Spanish, I brought with me my friend Maria Ontiveros here to translate.
Las gorras se ven muy bien si no tienes orejas grandes que se salgan de los lados.
Last year we won the championship.
Dice nosotros, como si él estuviera jugando.
Now we're celebrating every Wednesday with half-price cervezas and free Ferris wheel rides.
¿Paseos gratis? Creo que Dave lleva demasiadas cervezas de mitad de precio.
The River Bandits at Modern Woodman Park.
Every farmer has that one field that they're super proud of, and that's the same for us.
I remember going to watch the movie being filmed. Little did we know what it was going to be for our community.
People tell us that coming to the field is one of their lifelong dreams. You know, we get it.
Farming it for us is a dream, too.
A winning performance season after season. That's why the Ray brothers plant DeKalb corn, the official corn seed of MLB at Field of Dreams.
School's starting. Is your internet fast enough? Gear up during Extreme's end of the summer sale. Get fast internet as low as $19.99 a month for 1 year. Extreme's fiber-powered internet gets an A+ for performance, with speeds from 100 meg up to 1 gig, powerful in-home Wi-Fi, and 99.99% network reliability. Hurry and get Extreme internet for as low as $19.99 a month for a year. Dial 844-EXTREME2. It's the smart call.
Sell to smart.com, the Quad City's newest, easiest way to sell or trade your vehicle. As the largest used car dealer in the area, we need cars. So no matter if it's a current loan, lease, or completely paid off, we want to buy it today. And we've made it easy. Just go to selltosmart.com, enter your year, make, model, and mileage, and you're on your way to a top dollar cash offer for a vehicle. Then bring your vehicle to the checkered lane at any of our 8 Smart Automotive Group locations and get paid the same day. Selltosmart.com.
Welcome to a place where time stands still. From Dyersville, Iowa, 1 year after that most memorable night, it's a return to the Field of Dreams.
Ready, one, take one. Bottom of the ninth. Everybody be ready. Four, take four.
Anderson hits it in the air, right. Back at the wall. Right side to it.
Ready, two, take two. Ready, 50. Take 50. Stand by commercial in 5, 4, take 20, 2, 1.
I got it! I got it!
A kid with nothing but imagination.
But it's important, son, when you're practicing pitching. Take these 2 fingers.
A game with nothing but possibilities.
All right, Ace, you can put it right here in the leather.
It's a match made in heaven. You can't help but gravitate towards the wonder of it all. Baseball can be anything to a kid.
What is it?
What? You tell me. What do you think it is?
It's a new glove! Thank you!
A gift. A teacher. A storyteller.
That's Andre the Hawk Dawson.
His nickname was the Hawk?
The greater the nickname, the greater the player.
It is a lifetime of memories. Moments that keep pulling you in until eventually it becomes your whole world. And someday you'll find that it comes full circle. You'll be back where it all started.
Well, we finally made it.
Hurry up, Slowpoke!
Just got here.
And you'll dare to dream once more.
Imagine the lineups, the teams you could dream up.
What do you mean, Dad?
If the magic of this place truly existed. If the legends of the game were somehow out there. Bob Gibson, iron batters on the hill. Honus Wagner and Jackie. The Babe, standing right in the box, calling his shot. And Hammer and Hank waiting on deck. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, Dad. I can.
You've been playing like a champ lately.
Thanks, Dad.
I think you're ready for the heater.
Right in here.
Here it comes. Well, go get it. That's the kid.
If you build it, he will come.
Not yet. Hey, Dad. You want to have a catch?
I'd like that.
to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome singer-songwriter with over 100 million streams, fashion designer, and two-time New York Times best-selling author, Jesse James Decker.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang alert, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the
All across America, men and women are joining the effort to fight the Second World War. While the boys are away, the girls will play ball.
The peaches have arrived.
I'm all for you having a dream. I just want you to pick one that's possible.
You can sign a copy for you if you want.
We are here to bring these people baseball and 8 to 10 inches of calf.
A bad bed makes for a bad back, which makes for a bad performance. Bravo, junk sleep. During Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sales, save up to $600 on top brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. You can't put a price on good sleep, but it's better on sale. Mattress Firm.
Finding the perfect project manager isn't easy. But at Upwork, we found him. He's in Adelaide, between his color-coordinated sticky note collection and the cutest boxed lunch we have ever seen. And you can find him right now on Upwork.com. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or whomever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.com.
Get a dozen shrimp for only $1 with any steak entree. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Hey! Is this heaven? No. It's Iowa.
Simple, stunning beauty. Is this heaven?
Flip your cards over to phase 2 now.
I could have sworn it was heaven. MLB at Field of Dreams is presented by Geico. Dyersville, Iowa, to be exact. This wonderful place. The Chicago Cubs and the Cincinnati Reds this year get together at the Field of Dreams. Welcome inside with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. I'm Joe Davis. You watch the movie, you hear about the magic at this place, then you get here, you feel the magic. And it's one of 162, and that's part of what makes it special, but it is as special of a one of those 162 as you could have.
You know, in a season that's so busy, a long season, this is a moment in time that stands still for these players. Maybe you're not having the best year, maybe your team's not where you want it to be, but I guarantee you're going to remember this day. This game for these players brings everything full circle, their stories and everything that comes with it. I can't wait to get here. We're here. We get to experience magic again, and hopefully it lives up to like it did last year.
Yeah, you were here last year. This is my first trip here. We got to take in a Little League game on the original field yesterday, and you really do. You feel it. Like the hair on your arm stands up. There's an aura when you're around here.
There's no doubt. And the pictures, hopefully, are such beauty in your TV, because when you stare out at this field, you don't ever see anything like this, and it's a cathedral for many players to remember forever.
Well, you're talking about how, you know, obviously neither one of these teams having a good year, having the kind of year that they wanted to have, but we talked with both these managers, and I thought the way David Bell put it was perfect. He said, we look at this as kind of a gift, right? They woke up feeling like this was a playoff environment, and the nerves in their stomachs.
There's no doubt. It's a little out of order. Getting here is not easy, but when you get here, it's phenomenal.
All right, so this is about baseball. This is about family as well, and we have one of the great baseball families, one of the great Reds families involved. Gus Bell, who was a Reds all-star outfielder in the 1950s. His son Buddy, six-time Gold Glove third baseman and a longtime manager. The late Mike Bell had a brief big league tenure, played 19 games at the Reds in 2000, hit 2 home runs in those 19 games. And of course, David, a 12-year playing career, and now the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and he's with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. David, your family has produced 3 generations of major leaguers. How much does being here tonight bring you back to your childhood, to stories about your grandpa, Gus, to being at the ballpark with your father, Buddy?
It does. It really reminds you what this game is all about, what our family has talked about, just the simplicity of this field and being here, the excitement, the energy. People all over that love this game are watching tonight, and it means a lot to us. It means a lot to our family.
Now, a little over a year ago, you lost your younger brother, Mike. He was a former major leaguer, the Twins bench coach, someone beloved by your family and throughout baseball. David, how much is he on your mind tonight?
He's always on our mind. He's definitely on my mind today. Really feel his presence here. It's just it reminds me of all the time that we spent together through this great game, and it's been such a connection for our entire family, and definitely my brothers, my sisters, we all connected through this game. So he's definitely with us tonight, and really feel his presence here.
David, thank you. Have a great night. Now over to Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Ken. Well, how much would you pay for a slice of heaven? About 8,000 tickets were first made available via lottery. On the secondary market, about $960. Now, we're 506 miles from Cincinnati. Yes, this is a Reds home game where the average ticket price is about $39. So for the cost of about 25 games in Cincinnati, you can see one game in Iowa, and all the dreams you can dream are included. Joe?
All right, Tom, and you could not ask for a better day of weather. 77 degrees, a little bit of humidity, light breeze. Another way that it's perfect. Getting ready for the ceremonial first pitch here. Saw some of the legends come in, and Fergie Jenkins, Johnny Bench. So 2 of the legends that came in through the cornfield and right. All the fans made their way to the stadium through there as well. And we're going to get a chance to visit with those 2 guys later tonight. All right, so here come the Cincinnati Reds. Will be the home team for this, what will be a 3-game series. They head to Cincinnati after this one. And Joey Votto, who tweeted his thoughts of how special this is going to be for him playing on this field, playing in this environment. We talked to him a little bit later on as well. How about first, though, the starting lineup for the Cubs in this game. Nick Madrigal will lead it off, and then it's Wilson Contreras, who, yes, is still with the Chicago Cubs. Patrick Wisdom at third base, hitting third. Seiya Suzuki's in right, then it's Nico Horner out of the 5 spot, having a great season as their shortstop for the first time in a full-time role. Ian Happ, an all-star. Nelson Velasquez bats 7th, then it's P.J. Higgins at first base, and the exciting Christopher Morel out of the 9 spot in center field. On the mound for the Reds is Nick Lodolo, who is the 7th overall pick in 2019. And as they try to build for the future, John, this is one of their most important pieces.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, if the Cincinnati Reds, when they get back to relevance, it'll start with their pitching staff, and he's a big part of it. A lot of people think maybe he reminds you a little bit of Chris Sale, some of the same mannerisms, maybe doesn't throw quite as hard, but big, tall, lanky, and he's going to try to mix and match his velocity with breaking balls and try to upset the tempo of the opposing hitters.
Only his 10th start in the major leagues, and it comes on this mound. Umpiring crew for this one, John Tumpane will call balls and strikes. The crew chief is Marvin Hudson. Down the lines, Adrian Johnson and Ryan Blakeney. Well, neither team having a good season. Both playing decently well lately. The Cubs have won 4 of their last 6 games. 11-8 since the All-Star break. The Reds have won 6 of their last 9 series. And time to bring you the best coverage in the game from our drone cam, powered by T-Mobile's 5G network. Well, anything can take the Cubs and the Reds this year and make a must-watch television. It is this backdrop, this scene, as Nick Madrigal makes his way up there to begin things.
He really is, and to overstate it again, you play so many games, it's hard for each individual game to match the previous. Well, nothing will match this one for these two teams as they made their way here unconventionally to a field that now that they're grasping. And look, last year, this was a hitter's paradise. The ball kind of flies here, and we'll see what the hitters and pitchers are able to do, although be it a lot less hot.
Yeah. Off we go. Lodolo comes home and misses away. Ball 1 on Madrigal. His team, of course, wearing the old uniforms. Madrigal could have passed in that era, right? Back to ball guy, high average guy when he's right. Spent a lot of this season injured, but it's been a lot better since coming back over the last week.
Yeah, and that's really what this point of the season is. And we talked to David Ross, and he said, look, my guys we're trying to win as many games as we can. We're not where we want to be. And even David Bell said the same thing. So they're trying to find out a lot about the future of a lot of players in these organizations.
That's cracked on the ground to short. Backhand Jose Barrero. Strong throw for the first out of the day. Barrero's part of this Reds defense. Elmore, the former Cub, is in left field. Senzel and Aquino left to right across that outfield. Farmer and Votto are at the corners. Barrero has India, the reigning Rookie of the Year, at second as a double play partner, and Austin Romine in his first week with the team does the catching. Joey Votto, who we're going to talk to in the early innings at first base, and was so excited to have a chance to soak this whole thing in. 1 gone in the first inning. Wilson Contreras, only organization he's ever known. 14 years in the Cubs organization, and John, it looked like the surest thing leading up to the deadline is that was going to come to an end, but the Cubs choose to keep him.
Yeah, they did, and so a lot of people are wondering, will they re-sign him? And you know, as a catcher goes, offensively, he's one of the better offensive catchers in the game. Plays with a lot of energy, plays with a lot of flair, and certainly time will tell whether he continues to be with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, that emotional goodbye at Wrigley Field, yeah. Right? And then it's like, this is awkward, I'm back. But then he shows up his first game back at Wrigley and blasts a game-winning home run. Bounces this one back to Lodolo. 2 up, 2 down.
So early on, the pitchers are going to have a little bit of an advantage here with the shadows just creeping over the batter's box and just to the crest of the grass. So you can see they're having a hard time just picking up the ball a little bit. As time goes on, that shadow will move and give the hitters an equal chance.
2 away in this first inning. Patrick Wisdom, who Was in Iowa to begin last year. That was at the Cubs AAA affiliate, though. Came up in late May. He set a Cubs record for home runs for a rookie. And he's hit for power again this season. Still a lot of strikeouts, but a power bat in a lineup that doesn't have too many of them. And an 0-1 pitch. He swings and misses. 0-2.
Yeah, his approach with 2 strikes won't change at all. He's looking to run into a mistake, and can he hit with power? I mean, batting practice in this stadium, there's a bunch of baseballs to look for in those cornfields because they were flying out of here.
Lodolo looking for 1-2-3 first inning. That's fouled back. And okay, batting practice for a lot of guys usually is about putting on a little show. I would think you come here and it's especially about finding that corn.
Oh, it just disappears over the fence. Normally in our, you know, traditional stadium, it's disappearing in somebody's glove, or, you know, they're sitting in the outfield waiting to catch a ball. This one's going right and disappearing.
On another 0-2, Wisdom. It's hit with that back foot breaker. They had to check down to first to make sure he didn't offer a literal back foot breaking ball to give the Cubs their first base run.
Speaking of putting on a show in the batting practice, the one I did lock in on is the man at the plate right now for the Cubs.
Yeah.
There's a replay. Didn't go and caught him in the back foot.
That would be Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah.
Unlikely candidate to be the guy launching the most impressive BP.
I know. He was in a nice groove. I mean, left field, making left field look short.
Seiya's in his first season in the big leagues. Signed a record deal for a Japanese position player. And anytime a position player comes over from a different league, you wonder about how they're going to perform right away, especially against velocity. What was interesting is that in the first month, he was on fire and won Rookie of the Month in the National League. But injuries and some struggles since then as he acclimates in his first season. Off the end of the bat to left center field. Into the gap. It's down. Senzel backhands it shy of the track. Here comes Wisdom. Relay to the plate. Cut off. And the Cubs strike first. Well, he shows some of that power, going out and getting that and yanking it into the gap to make it 1-0.
Yeah, that's what he was doing in batting practice. He had a simple approach, simple swing. Now, again, it's batting practice. So you get in the game, and he got one over the plate that he liked, and he did a nice job of just squaring it up and catching the gap. And with 2 outs, that's the key that allows the Cubs to score a run, because you're off with the crack of the bat. And even though the Reds made a nice relay situation, wasn't able to gut them down at home.
Suzuki drives home Wisdom. 1-0 Cubs. And up comes Nico Horner. For a year that is largely about finding out what you've got. If you're the Cubs, they've learned a lot about Nico Horner, and they like what they've learned.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, he's getting an opportunity now, and look, he's definitely making the most of it. He has .287 average against left-handers, so he does not mind facing either right or left-handed hitter. And when a guy gets the confidence from his organization, you check a box that, okay, I'm here, I belong, and I'm here to stay. And when you're up and down and you don't know if you're going to get that opportunity, it's much harder to have confidence in yourself.
Nico was a first-round pick, 2018, made it to the majors at the end of the next year. He lifts this one into left. That's going to dunk in for a hit in front of Almora. His throw to the plate is not in time, and the Cubs with a 2-out burst to make it 2-0.
Well, the Cubs coming into this game as a team were not very good with runners in scoring position. And in this first inning with 2 outs, they've gotten 2 big hits to continue that little trend that you were talking about in playing good baseball. And 2-out runs are just backbreakers for the club and for the pitcher, because you get the first 2 and you think, here we go, get a nice little inning, and a big hit and a big hit, and it's 2-0.
And especially, John, from the pitcher's perspective, you're Lodolo, you get those first 2 easy outs, and then you go 0-2 on Wisdom and hit him.
Yeah, those are the little things that as a young pitcher you look back and you learn okay, whether or not that bothered him, it's those kind of things that you look back and go, all right, if this happens next time I'm in this situation, here's how I'll approach it differently.
Ian Happ. In a place that stirs up all kinds of emotions. You get a guy here in Happ who a year ago was in tears in David Ross's office after Ross benched him and told him, you're probably not going to play much anymore. A year later, he's an all-star. What a year it's been for Ian Happ. He serves one up the middle for a base hit. Third in a row for the Cubs with 2 gone. Tries to turn it into a double. Senzel's throws late. 3-0.
Well, I said advantage pitchers early with the shadow. Check that.
Yeah, early. They get the first 2 outs, and then yeah.
It's been 2-out lightning here for the Chicago Cubs, and at this point, you don't care if a line drive, a screamer gets hit at somebody. You got to reset the inning because your inning started so perfectly, and then now you can't believe you've given up 3 runs in the first inning.
Now the 7-hitter, Nelson Velasquez, taking strike 1. Velasquez, 23 years old, out of Puerto Rico. Got an opportunity early this year. Caught up in late May with some of the injury issues the Cubs are dealing with, and he's performed pretty well. Ground ball, Barrero. That's the inning. For the Cubs with 4 consecutive 2-out base runners to plate 3 runs. After a half inning, in baseball heaven, the Cubs 3, the Reds coming up.
If you have Graves' disease, your eye symptoms could be something more. The itchiness may just be scratching the surface. That gritty feeling may not be so cut and dry. And you need to put the pain behind your eyes front and center. Up to 50% of people with Graves' disease will develop a different condition called thyroid eye disease, which needs a different treatment. To learn more, find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
About to get down, living it up. Never touch ground, never enough. About to get down, living it up. Never touch ground, never enough. Got me feeling good. Vibes. Got me feeling good. Vibes. Everything's alright.
Get a free storage upgrade and case when you pre-order at AT&T.
Breathe, slow down.
Is it still out there? Dad, you see it?
This is no regular line.
Dad, please!
I'm on tight though. I've got to get my girls out of here. We're in his territory now.
Please, Dad, you have to be careful.
I need you to trust me right now.
I love you, Dad.
Come and get me! Let's go!
Beast, rated R, only in theaters August 19th. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
Cubs get 3 runs in the top of the first inning. The Reds coming to bat here in the bottom of the first against Drew Smiley of the Cubs, whose normal pre-start routine, John, is to get there as late as he can because he doesn't like to think. But he said he was going to get there early today and soak in everything about the scene.
Yeah, I can understand that part, and certainly he's a guy that works pretty quick, tries to throw strikes and get on the corners. Not an overpowering pitcher, but a nice comeback for him here with the Chicago Cubs. And again, each team's trying to find out what they got in their rotation.
It's the reigning Rookie of the Year in the National League to greet him, Jonathan India. Smiley's first pitch is a little high, ball 1. India has dealt with a hamstring injury for a lot of this season, so he's had a hard time duplicating that fantastic debut season. but a very exciting player that the Reds plan to build around as they move forward.
It's rare you see the first batter, the high target, but that's where they got to get him out. He loves the ball middle to middle down in the zone, so they're trying to elevate the fastball up with a high target. And it's just unusual. You don't see that to lead off the game. You normally want to think down in the zone and power the ball, but they're pitching to the scouting report.
And Drew Smiley's coming off his best start as a Cub. 6 2/3 shutout innings against the Marlins, and he plunks India. Ouch.
Tell you what, if you're sitting at home, this is painful. I mean, there's no protection for that. You really can't brace for it. It's just below the knee, and you know they say don't let them see you. Oh, don't let them see you hurt. But that's hard to let them not see you hurt. You get a little limp, and you get to first base, and you're trying your best to get that thing's going to tighten up as the game goes on.
Man, oh man, you got that shin guard, but it only covers few inches, and missed that by a few inches.
Yeah.
Well, both teams with hit by pitch in the first inning. Cubs were able to take advantage of theirs. Reds will look to do the same with Nick Senzel coming up. He has a home run against Drew Smiley. Strike one.
Well, both these teams can score some runs. I mean, they're definitely offensively capable, even though they've lost some pieces as the year has gone on. They're going to make some pitchers, if they're not on their game, feel it.
This guy here in Senzel, second overall pick of the draft, but a lifetime of injuries and bad luck since then. Still trying to find his footing. India's at first as the 1-1 comes home, and Senzel hooks one down the line. Foul.
Tell you what, India's trying to do everything he can to get that thing loose.
Boy, you worry about that as the night goes on for him. Somebody's already dealt with lower half issues throughout his career. On a 1-2 pitch. It's low, and it's 2-2.
If there wasn't a man on first, they'd really have the shift against Senzel. He does not hit many balls to the right side of the field.
Out in front, one gone. Runner at first, one away as this Reds offense continues to come to the plate. Kyle Farmer will come up next, third baseman. Then it's Joey Votto. Donovan Solano's been great in his first season with the Reds. Alberto Mora, the former Cub, is in left field with Aquino, Barrero, and Romine at the bottom third of the order. Kyle Farmer, meant for Field of Dreams, huh? A farmer who has a movie credit. He was the practice quarterback in the movie The Blind Side. Well, I had to be here.
Yeah, I'm big on like the all-name team.
Yeah.
So I should have been prepared and came here with an all-farm team, and he's definitely on the all-farm team.
First teamer.
No, there'll be. That will be in the play. I'll make sure I'm prepared the next time. But
so the highlight of that whole thing was you got to meet Sandra Bullock. I mean, she told him, "You're too big to be a quarterback, though." 0-2 pitch to him is low. Kyle's having a great season. Really, this is back-to-back excellent seasons for a guy who got to the Reds as a catcher, and then he transitioned to utility guy, went back to doing what he had done in college, and that is play some shortstop. Went into David Bell and said, look, I want a chance to be the guy. Let me play shortstop every day. And for most of the last 2 years, he has. Now, he slid over to third base lately with Barrero coming up. But a nice piece for Cincinnati here. That's foul. And it stays 1-2.
Yeah, and he's having a great year against left-handed pitching, which, you know, this lineup maybe not their traditional everyday lineup. They got all right-handed hitters in against a left-handed pitcher.
Smiley's 1-2 is high. Now Drew has 3 young kids. His wife and his 3 kids are here today, including his daughter Parker, who's celebrating her 5th birthday. Happy birthday, Parker. What a special way to spend it. Dad's 33 out of Little Rock, Arkansas. This is jammed into right, and Farmer's got himself a base hit here in the corn. They still have a free chance to win 10 grand of Big Papi's money. So scan the QR code now to download the Fox Bet Super 6 app. Enter your 6 picks from tonight's game for a free chance of the $10,000 jackpot.
Now the most interesting man in baseball, Joey Votto. We'll get a chance, like you said, to talk to him. His mind and the way that he hits, one of the elite hitters in his generation. Of course, the last couple years just struggled with some injuries, and this year maybe not where he wants to be, but what a mind and what a hitter.
Joey called this an exceptional moment in my life.
Yep.
He said you combine the chance to play at a place that he said helped sow the seeds of hope for a major league career. He wore out the VHS of Field of Dreams as a kid. Combine that with the memories he has of his father Joseph, who passed away 14 years ago, but who Joey played catch with every day most of his childhood, and he is just feeling all kinds of feelings in this trip here to Dyersville. I'm going to talk to him in the top of the 3rd today. He's got 2 on with 1 out, and he lifts a fly ball to left center field that Hap goes back on, measures it up shy of the track, and scrambles to make the catch. That high Iowa sky made things difficult on Hap, who was able to find it. 2 out.
Yeah, this truly was not your can of corn, right?
Yeah.
A little more difficult than a routine fly ball, the route he took. Couldn't help myself. I had to get the can of corn in early.
Hey, I mean, I waited till the 2nd inning of the Little League game yesterday, but you at least waited till the bottom of the 1st. Plenty more where that came from, folks. Donovan Solano, strike 1. Solano signed a 1-year contract with the Reds and missed the first couple months with an injury, but since coming back, leading the team in average and leading the team. One of the reasons they kept him around, didn't trade him at the deadline, is because he's become such a good mentor for some of their younger players. Flies this one into center. Morrell having a hard time finding it. Suzuki comes over and helps him out. And ends this inning. When we come back, the Hall of Famer Johnny Bench going to join us. 3-0 Cubs after an inning.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
If you shop at Walmart, you get it. You save on what you need without skimping on the things you love. You know how to spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better.
Truly Hard Seltzer. Now made with real fruit juice. It's real refreshing. Because real fruit juice tastes better. Truly.
We changed our fries to make them hot and crispy every single time.
High five.
And every single time, Toby insists we high five.
High five. High five. High five. It'll catch on, right? Try Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance. And sponsored by Google Pixel. These are the Ghost Players. 1990, the year after the movie came out, some folks from in the area put together this team, seeing all the visitors that were coming to town, and said, we got to entertain these folks. And so fully clad in the 1919 White Sox uniform, they put on shows over there in the original field. Here in the big league field, the Cubs have a 3-0 lead as we go to the second inning. As promised, joined by the Hall of Famer Johnny Bench. Caught the ceremonial first pitch after walking through the corn and making a whole trip out of this thing, I hear, Johnny, huh?
We came out Tuesday. We learned about it in October, and we started putting it all together. 19 of us, 17 of us showed up. We've got a barn house. We stayed there. We've been treated with royalty, driven through all of these fields. And I'm telling you, I've never seen anything so beautiful. Oh, you know, growing up in Oklahoma in the cotton and the peanut fields, it's gorgeous. But the way these people treat these, it is just a magnificent situation.
It's P.J. Higgins leading off this inning for the Cubs. He fouls it at the plate. You had your fair share of big league home runs, but correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny, your first home runs went into the corn.
I did. I was 3 years old. We lived in a little area, Aaron Springs at the time, Oklahoma. We had a cornfield behind it. We had an old baseball and a tacked up bat, and my dad hit a ball. He would hit the ball into the cornfield. We'd have to go look for it every time. And it was just, you know, we had the bat. We had tacked up with electrical tape. We did all the stuff and everything else. I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Then we moved to Binger, and then we moved. We were in the farming community anyway, so to meet all these great people are unbelievable.
Yeah, it's inside 2-2 on Higgins.
So obviously you've been part of so many great moments, but what was it like walking out on that field? It had to be surreal.
Well, I'd been to the other field, and I'd been through the house. I even got to do a 20-year anniversary thing with Kevin and talk about that, and also Brett Saberhagen. It's still emotional, you know, and I think the one thing that I've really enjoyed the most is the people around me who are saying, you know, I didn't know this was on my bucket list. And it is so special the way, you know, people feel about baseball. And this is us taking us back to our roots, John. You know, you know that. Right. I mean, it's back to our little league days. And Joe, I mean, this is your first broadcast on the Field of Dreams?
Yeah, first one here.
Were nervous?
I mean, I told John, it's like you see the movie and people tell you about the magic of the place, but until you get here, it's impossible to really appreciate it. And our production crew does such a wonderful job showing it, but man, you feel something when you're here.
Well, and the great thing about what, you know, happened in pregame, I guess you saw some of the pregame stuff and everything else, how I really helped the ratings on this stuff.
That's what it's about, Johnny.
We had such a ball rolling. You know, here's Big Poppy out there on the side of the road. I'm on the side of the road with a suitcase.
Yeah.
And PT did such a great job of the whole staff, but it was just, and after we did it, it was like everybody was giving everybody high fives because it took them back to that one time in their life where it was special. And I just left the commissioner's tent just before we came over, and John was there. Yeah. I mean, John Kinsella, the catcher. He was only in this movie 5 minutes, but he's renowned because, you know, my dad was a catcher. He wanted to play Major League Baseball, and the war came along. He served 2 hitches, meaning 8 years. So when he came out, he was too old to play, and so one of his kids would follow in his footsteps. And I was always known as a catcher, although I was a pitcher. I was 84 and 3 lifetime.
I knew.
Oh,
I knew
man.
You had a gift.
Dude, I challenged you. That hard slider and everything else. And I'm not to blow smoke and everything else. John Smoltz, of course, is a Hall of Fame pitcher, but I wouldn't be surprised in the next 20 years, and hopefully I'm there to be there, but he'll go in as an announcer.
appreciate that.
You are on top of it. I mean, you understand the game. We're not going through all this analytics and all this stuff all the time. We're actually talking about really what people are doing and how they are at the plate, what their hands are doing, how their eyes are up and down, what their front knees doing. You see pitchers, do they separate before they start forward? Is the arm going to trail? And that's what people really look for.
I've always wanted to ask you this, since we're obviously doing a baseball game. When there's shadows, and when you were catching and you played in a game where there were shadows, how did that change the way you called the game based on what you saw at the plate? And I always said, if you can't see it at the plate, that means the hitter can't see it at the plate.
Great question, great story. In the All-Star game, and nice little inside fastball for a strikeout. And it was like, I'm catching in the 1970 All-Star game in Cincinnati, Joe, and Seaver is the starting pitcher. And I call a fastball, he throws a fastball. I call a curveball, and he's called time. Said, come out here. Come out. They can't see it. They can't see it. I'm not throwing curveballs, because you didn't want any longer time to look at the ball. And he threw it 95 through those shadows, and I guess it was 95 because back then the Jug's gun, was in front of home plate. Now it's 10 feet from the pitcher's mouth.
Higgins and Morrell didn't see it, both down looking. 2 gone in the second inning. Back to the top of Nick Madrigal.
That was a great segue, Joe.
Thanks.
This is good. This is good. But look around this ballpark. Every seat is filled. There's standing room only. Gosh, this really takes me back, especially with the 2 teams that are struggling today.
Yeah, I mean, and they mentioned, what's amazing about, we're creatures of habit when we play. The schedule was our mantra, like we just, another city, another city, another city. They said they couldn't believe the amount of people that were on the side of the road camping out waiting to get into this park as they drove by. And that's when it hit them that this is going to be something different than just a regular season game.
Well, we see it a little bit at the Hall of Fame when people get there early and they want to be there and they want to see it. And they just want to go back for just a little bit, just grab a little bit of that past and the history and what they did and how they did it and how their father did it and how all of their things and their fans to begin with. But these are families, and their parents are talking to their kids like, this was the way it was.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to point out here, this is Terrance Mann look.
It is. Yes, I had the whole thing. I had it during the thing, and I hope people will realize, it wasn't wardrobe either. I did it myself. As Alex was talking about, you don't make a lot of money with Fox, except for you guys. But it was like, where's the wardrobe? And I'm trying to call my agent. I'm trying to call SAG. I'm trying to get something out of it, and they just kept on going.
Jeez.
It's so much fun, and that's the great thing about today is these teams aren't going to contend obviously this year. They're going to rebuild, they're going to do things. We've seen some young people and do this, but it's the idea that 2 people can, 2 of the oldest teams and actually played the most games ever in baseball. In fact, I think Chicago has actually played more games, because even though the Reds are the oldest team, they were a German town and they had like 37 breweries, and they made a rule you couldn't sell beer on Sunday. And so they strike. They were on strike, and they didn't want to play. And the Cubs went by them in games. So we're seeing 2 of the greatest things. And to walk out on this field with the Hall of Famers and think about my buddy Ron Santo. He was one of my favorite people in life. And to think about the battles we had with the Cubs, and to think about Ron, to think about Glenn Beckert and Tom Kissinger and Ernie. Ernie, of course, here's Fergie. And he thought hard slider. You go over to first base, and Ernie would say, "How about that hard slider today? You're gonna have trouble with that hard slider." Let's play 2. And finally, we're gonna have a scoreless inning.
Hey, I think it was a really well caught inning.
Sure was.
Good thinking.
That was perfect.
I caught that.
Johnny, thank you, man.
Enjoyed it, man.
We'd like to dedicate the next 5 seconds to fresh portobellos. And all the other seconds to peppers, onions, and Swiss. Because fresh ingredients make a sub above.
As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning. And now we're providing $88 billion to support underserved communities, helping us all move forward financially. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you.
I think I'm ready to leave the city. Find a job where I can work from home. Move somewhere where I can get a little house. Know my neighbors. Maybe get a dog. Even have a garden. That would be nice.
All right, Ozzy, it's movie night.
Today.
Are you ready for some fun? You bet.
Sonic Speed's home on Blu-ray.
Down low. Too slow.
Ooh, I felt that.
Thank you very much. Please hold your applause.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Buy it on Blu-ray and digital now.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The biggest sporting event on the planet returns to Fox Sports, and for the first time ever, it's taken over the holiday season. The FIFA World Cup, starting November 21st on Fox and FS1. Keep up with the show wherever you are. Follow @MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you don't miss a thing in 2022. Fans making the pilgrimage from all over. A lot of Cubs fans, a lot of Reds fans, of course, a lot of baseball fans. As Albert Almora comes to the plate to lead off this second for the Cubs, or for the Reds.
He used to be with the Cubs.
That's where I was going. This guy has a significant place in Cubs history. Debuted in 2016 and scored the winning run in Game 7 of the World Series that year. First one from Drew Smiley. All one.
Well, that previous inning, what a game of adjustments that Nick made in striking out the side after that first inning. You know, we didn't get a chance to really, we had such a great conversation with Johnny Bench, but that's a huge inning for that young man in a big comeback way, because, you know, you leave with a sour taste and now at least you feel like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Two and one on Almora. Spent 5 years with the Cubs. Last year with the Mets. First season with the Reds. On a 2-1 pitch. He watches ball 3.
Well, the shadows are gone, so now it's all about recognizing the pitch and hitting mistakes and trying to stay off of pitches out of the zone.
Full count. There's corn everywhere you look. Fouls the ball into the corn. We go in our production truck, walk out down the steps, corn.
It's amazing. I mean, truly amazing what you take for granted until you see something can be built in the middle of it. And it was, I'm telling you, it was as if this was always here. That's the weird part about how they constructed the stadium. It will come down after the game, and there's plans for this place to kind of expand, and there's going to be the cornfields in between every field that is built here.
Check swing, no swing, leadoff walk. No, when the movie's writer and executive producer were out checking out potential sites, doing, you know, scouts, they pulled up here to this site, and the writer said, stop the car. This is where we need to make this movie. They went about putting the field together. A little more than a long weekend to make that field there that you see to the right. The original house still there, the original field there.
Well, this young man at the plate, I always feel kind of bad for guys who come in and set the world on fire. And boy, did he set the world on fire in a historic home run stretch. And really, he's been trying to find it since, right? And the reason I say I feel bad, because the expectation is so unmatched. There's no way to duplicate that. And then you, as every big leaguer does, they have to find a way to adjust to the next level of what pitchers are doing to him. And right now, that's the mode he's in. And Cincinnati is hoping that he finds that again.
You know, the stretch you're talking about, Johnny, is August of 2019. Aristides Aquino hit 14 home runs in his first month in the major leagues. 3 years since then, he's hit 18.
It's just amazing on how quickly this game can swallow you up. And that's why when if you're sitting at home, and I know it's easier said than done, when you make comments at home, you're like, oh, I could hit 210 or I could do this. The game is a very humbling game. It's a game of failure. And as players find out, it's easier to make it than it is to stay, if that makes sense to people who are at home.
Fights it off, short right. Suzuki was deep. It'll drop in for a base hit. Aquino will take it any way you can get it. A bloop base hit. First two reads for the Reds here in the second. We're talking about the great film that this whole thing's based off of. The movie was based off a book called Shoeless Joe, and that was going to be the name of the movie initially. They didn't like that at first. Then they said, how about Dreamfield? And they said, no. Field of Dreams has the right ring to it. Did you know that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were, they were in the scene at Fenway Park? And that final scene, they put an ad in the paper a few days before and said, folks, drive your cars out to the farm and be part of this movie. So that iconic scene at the end of the movie, we have all those headlights coming in. If you build it, they will come. 2 on, nobody out. And strike one of the rookie, Jose Barrero. 24 years old, former top prospect. I say former, really as recently as the start of this season, he was still considered their top guy by some sources. He struggled in the minors. Brought him up recently, and they're going to give him a chance to play every day here over the final couple months.
Well, when you think of the big red machine, obviously there's so many iconic players, but when you think about shortstops, you think about Barry Larkin. And Barry Larkin, part of the Cincinnati Reds organization, and what better person than to kind of pick the brain of one of the all-time greats.
0-2 pitch. Down swinging. That's been the biggest issue for Barrero. Swing and miss. He's the first out of the second. We go down to Tom Verducci.
Yeah, Joe, that name, Field of Dreams, it's just so ingrained now in American culture. But as you mentioned, the original working title of the movie was Shoeless Joe. But test audiences thought the movie sounded like it was about a vagrant, not about baseball. And that's why they switched to Field of Dreams. Now, the original short story turned into a novel by the writer W.B. Kinsella was called Shoeless Joe. He wanted that book to be titled Dreamfield, but the publisher changed that to Shoeless Joe.
And Shoeless Joe, of course, was Joe Jackson, who was called Shoeless one time coming up. His shoes didn't fit right, so he said, I'll play without them. No. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the 9-hitter and catcher, Austin Romine. Shoeless Joe on the 1919 White Sox team, of course, famously remembered as the Black Sox for throwing the World Series, losing. And it was Cincinnati Reds that benefited from that. In a 9-game series, a best of 9 in 1919. The Reds, wearing these uniforms that they're sporting tonight, came out on top.
Didn't he have an awesome series?
He did, and that's the thing that the movie makes the case of. That Ray's dad always talked about. How can you accuse him of throwing the series when he hit 375, had a couple homers, played great defense? But those guys were banned from baseball after those accusations. A 1-2 to Romine. No. In the dirt, it's 2-2.
Smiley's done a nice job here, kind of pushing the gas and taking the foot off the gas. And what that means is he'll throw his two-seam, his fourth fastball, and then he'll spin it, he'll change it, and he'll make his pitch look even faster than it is when he slows the hitter down with that breaking ball. I'm trying to wiggle out of a jam here.
2-2 from Smiley is taken high. Count goes full. Both these guys have been around. Drew Smiley's in his 9th year with his 7th team. Romine's on his 3rd team this year alone.
Well, if you think he's going to swing, you throw an off-speed pitch here on a 3-2 count.
He did it. It was right down the middle to get him looking.
That's a great pitch selection. And the reason that pitch works, even though it ended up as a strike, when hitters are struggling and you know they're willing to swing, you're more apt to throw that pitch and get them to swing outside the strike zone. But that late break was so good that it froze him. And once you freeze a hitter, he can't pull the trigger of that bat and swing at that same time.
Drew Smiley, great start to his career. Remember back with Detroit and Tampa Bay, he was the key component in the David Price deal. Jonathan India takes a strike on slow stuff, but then he missed almost 2 full years following Tommy John surgery and has bounced all over trying to find it again since. Did get a ring last year, pitching for the Atlanta Braves, and then signed a 1-year contract with the Cubs. His 0-1 to Jonathan India. Swing and a miss, sticking with a soft stuff.
I've always said his arm swing kind of fools the hitter. He hides the ball, not that he short arms it, but that the hitters don't see the ball very well. He reminded me and a lot of my former teammate and Steve Avery, not quite the same over the top delivery that Steve had, but kind of the similar mannerisms.
Barely stayed alive there.
And that's why you see it in the game when some guys throw 100 and they're getting hit hard. The hitter's actually seeing the ball come out of his hand a lot easier. Even though the ball's coming in at 100 miles an hour, the hitter can track it. And so the pitchers who don't have the high velocity but have that funkiness of the release point, those are the hitters that tell you, man, just don't pick it up out of his hand.
This time he gets the swing and the miss, and after the first 2 each for the Reds, 3 consecutive strikeouts. That man there, Joey Votto, the most interesting conversation in baseball, will join us back after a word from your local Fox station.
More stars than ever. The Masked Singer returns September 21st on Fox.
Another rock and roll weekend.
Burgers, better with Pepsi.
Every farmer has that one field that they're super proud of, and that's the same for us.
I remember going to watch the movie being filmed. Little did we know what it was going to be for our community.
People tell us that coming to the field is one of their lifelong dreams. You know, we get it.
Farming it for us is a dream, too.
A winning performance season after season. That's why the Ray brothers plant DeKalb corn, the official corn seed of MLB at Field of Dreams.
Malware and bots and worms, oh my. The wild, wild web can be a scary and complex place. And as our digital world expands, so too are the threats. Watch out, Trojan horse. That's why at Mediacom, we take security very seriously and monitor our networks around the clock to stop threats before they can affect you. Not today, rude kid. Not all internet is created equal. We build ours to keep you connected and protected.
When your back pain is your foot's fault. This is Dean's story.
I had back pain, and I honestly didn't know where to go.
Until a friend suggested the Good Feet store.
She had to explain to me the feet are connected to the back.
And get this.
As soon as I put on those Good Feet arch supports, the pressure lifted off my back. It's like finding that missing puzzle piece. Like, yes, this is it.
Stop by for your free fitting at the Good Feet store.
Nachos, better with Pepsi.
Ace Waterproofing, for all your foundation repair needs. Call today.
Hey, Dad, you want to have a catch?
I'd like that.
3-0 game, top three as promised. Joey Votto is joining us. Joey, I don't know if you could hear that there, but we just showed the scene of Ray having a catch with Dad. And you tweeted yesterday that getting the chance to play in this game is an exceptional moment in your life, and you detailed some of why. Can you just tell our audience why this is such a special, meaningful day for you?
I actually Google searched synonyms for special, and exceptional came up, so I thought it was an appropriate word. I used to play catch with my father from 8, 9 years old, and it was a daily thing. He wanted me to be a pitcher like John Smoltz, and we threw every day. He'd catch me. We'd share that moment together, and you know, he passed away about 14 years ago, and here I am at the Field of Dreams, you know, longing for a catch with my father, but still basking in this with a smile, knowing that you know, if he was here, he would have loved it, and we would have shared it together. So it's very much a full circle moment for me.
That's foul, and it's 2-2, so you were looking forward to it. You guys come here today, you pull up, you walk through the corn. What has the experience been like for you?
You know, we're right in the middle of the regular season, and we're in this daily routine of competing and performing, staying in the same city. So it's very much a shock to our schedule. We're not used to you know, flying in the day of a game, performing, and then flying out. But you know, for this particular game, for this day, for this moment, it is absolutely worth it, and it's, I think, one of the most special days of my major league career.
It's a walk for Contreras. Yeah, let him know. Don't say anything that you shouldn't. Right? Joey, they say that you're one of the best conversations down there at first base. Who are some of your favorite conversations down there?
There's too many. There's too many. Usually it's let me tell you something. Whenever Wilson's here, he is so grumpy. He is so grumpy. He won't talk to me. And so I usually have to tell him how good of a swing it was, how much I like his game, how happy I am for him and his brother. Congratulations. No, but he's in the middle of competing, as am I, and you know, we'll catch up. There's lots of good guys. You know, Rizzo, former Cub, now Yankee. Freddie Freeman. There's too many. Pete Alonso, we had in New York, who, you know, I is as positive as it gets. You know, I mishit a ball and I got an RBI, and he said, "Hey, RBI," and I'm fuming. I'm fuming over hitting a ball, and he's like, "You got to look at the bright side."
Patrick Wisdom bangs one through the left side. And Contreras spills as he turns second and in some pain.
Hey. We're going to sit you down so you can take a look. Okay. What's going on your butt? On your butt. Yeah. Let's take a look at you. Thank you.
Doing his best to walk it off. One tough fella right there.
You never want to see anybody do that. And certainly he's doing his best to try to walk off that moment that grabs you so quickly in our game of bursts.
So Contreras is going to leave the game.
I might try now. Oh, yeah. No, you're just letting me know. Yeah, of course.
Good to see him doing it under his own power. Scary fall there around second.
Number 27, Seiya Suzuki.
And I guess it could be because he was
right
tagged
there.
out. Hopefully he...
Yeah, right there he rolled his
All
ankle.
right.
And so you're hoping that's all he did, is just rolled it. And the worst part is the last thing he's thinking about is getting tagged out. He's just worried about his ankle.
So hopefully that becomes the worst part of it. But, he's out number 1. Seiya Suzuki comes up. And takes a ball from the rookie, Nick Lodolo, who, Joey, we've been impressed with. I imagine you guys have too, watching this guy blossom in the majors.
Yeah, he's, in my opinion, I think he's got as much potential as anybody, any of the young starters of ours. And run out!
Stolen base for Wisdom.
But it's, as you know, John, it's that first 2-3 years of your career, you see what this league is really about. It's funny, I always say that the major leagues is the easiest place to play, but you have to be equipped for it. So I found when I got called up to the major leagues that it was like the balls were better, stadiums were better, everything, the scouting, everything about the game is built to, everything about the behind the scenes and the game on the field is built for the player to succeed, but it will absolutely swallow you. It will gobble you up if you don't have the skill, if you don't have the talent to be able to handle the rigors of the dailiness of this game, because you know, an 0 for 4 turns into an 0 for 24. And with Nick, he's in that phase where he gets to find out what he's really about, you know, and he gets to learn, adapt to the league, change his game, because that's inevitable. You're going to have to make small and major adjustments in this game, and he's in that window. I'll tell you a story, because, you know, I'm out here at first base in the middle of a major league game, and I've got nothing to do right now, so I might as well tell a story.
Go for it.
I faced John in I believe my rookie year.
That's right.
And John was playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. And I didn't know I was playing, your first ballot, right?
Yes.
I didn't know I was playing against, I knew I was facing a Hall of Fame pitcher. I didn't know he was first ballot. And that's extra special. That's you know, the inner circle type of stuff. He didn't have to do much waiting. And so I'm a young player, and I'm angry and competitive, and John's pitching. And he did not like the way we rubbed up the balls.
That's
and
right.
He was screaming at me and the umpire and our bench. And I gotta be ready over here. He'll hit the ball this way. Gotta turn it over play.
Let's take a corner.
Yeah, like I said. And John's screaming, and I'm in the frame of mind like, you got an option. You can either be intimidated by this you know, superstar, all-time great, Hall of Fame, you know, kind of guy, or you can match it. And so I think I walked.
Well, I was worried about hitting somebody because I couldn't feel the baseball.
I remember thinking, boy, good slider. He has a good slider. At that time, your fastball wasn't quite at its peak. I think you were more 91, 92.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling like, you know what I remember from, you know, I faced Randy Johnson, I faced Maddox, I faced Mariano Yu, I faced Schilling, Mussina, and Glavin. Those are pretty much the marquee guys I faced at the very beginning of my career. And I remember something very distinct about all you guys. Every single one of you guys had exceptional command, fantastic command. And I didn't expect that.
Fly to left center field. Now Moore is there.
You know, I thought of you guys as power guys. Power arms, power sliders. And the command that all of you had shocked me. And you know, I get to brag about that with the younger players that get to face Max Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw, and you know, I'm missing future Hall of Famers, but all the guys now that are the guys that get to face them. I had that moment, those moments with the era before. So
Well, the
group of four.
The uniqueness for me and you is that you've transcended kind of 2 generations of the way the game's played. You've played that long and you've adjusted in a unique way to where it was all about command and throwing the ball where we needed to throw it, and now the velocity is at such an unbelievable level, and you've survived that and really thrived through changing your game throughout your career.
I like how you slipped in your old comment in a roundabout way. Good for you, John. 1 point. 1 point.
What about an 8.5?
It's tough now. If you, this is what I say. If you can time a fastball and if you can lay off a breaking ball, you can command the zone, you stand a chance. But if you cannot time a fastball, this is not the league for you.
Yeah.
You cannot play in this league without being able to time the very best fastball. And, you know, the best arm, left-handed arm I faced when I was younger was Billy Wagner, who threw 95 at the time. And the best right-handed arm, you know, I can't even remember, but it was more like 95.
Yep.
And now, you know, occasionally you'll look up and you'll see a 102. You know, and that's not a big deal. So.
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. How different is 102 from 95?
It depends. It's all about there's the deception, the spin.
Right.
Some of them, you know, I judge a fastball based on how often guys are making contact, less the numbers. And usually when I do my scouting, I see guys timing balls immediately. That tells me the fastball's, you know, hittable. You can't miss certain fastballs. Whereas others, no matter how hard you try, it's really difficult to time them. So, you know, there's no hard and fast rule with that.
Joey, your 16th year. Can we get you to 20?
I was talking to Griffey Sr. before the game, and I said, I feel good. And he said, you look good, keep going. And I said, how long did you play till? And he said, 41. And I said, how'd you feel? He goes, well, I thought I could have played till I was 43. And I said, you have any advice? He said, have fun. And I'm having a great time. I want to keep playing. Thanks for the time, guys. I got to go hit maybe a homer.
That way. Do it, Joey.
Go get him.
You're a great representative of this game. Thank you for doing this.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything you need to gear up so you can show up. With the widest selection from the hottest brands, like Nike, Jordan, Hoka, The North Face, and more. The looks you want, the backpacks you need, all under one roof. When you're running short on time, 1 hour pickup is always an option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With looks this good, it's never been easier to sport your style.
It's a home run.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas, T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Bullet Train is the #1 movie in the world. Hey, this is nice. It's got a ticket to ride.
Stop with the sound effects.
The Chicago Sun-Times calls it one of the funniest films of the year.
See what I'm doing? You're really proud of yourself, aren't you?
Bullet Train, now playing. Rated R.
They know. They know Chipotle buys over 30 million pounds of local produce a year to support local farmers. And that these fajita veggies were cut, seasoned, and grilled fresh today. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
Back here in Dyersville, Iowa, taking you on a tour of this Field of Dreams site. We got the pre and post game guys having a good time. Watch out for Big Poppy. Kevin Burkhardt. The best coverage in the game from our drone cam, powered by T-Mobile's 5G network. Come on back inside. Cubs and the Reds move along to the bottom of the third. How about this? Wilson Contreras is staying in the game.
Yeah, he initially, you know, that reaction you get sometimes. First of all, you can't believe you rolled your ankle when you're going around the bag, and you could tell his sense was just, let me walk it off. He's telling the trainers, let me walk it off, and he walked it off, and now he's still catching.
2, 3, and 4 for the Reds. Nick Senzel attacks the first pitch on a bounce. It's Madrigal. 1 pitch, 1 out. And Wilson Contreras was a third baseman to begin. He didn't start catching until a decade ago, and it happened one day during instructional league. He had the day off at third base and was bored, and he saw the catcher's gear laying there on the floor, decided to put it on, lumbered into the bullpen just for fun. The scouting director saw him and said, seriously, do you want to try it? And Wilson said, all right, sure, let's do it. So in the 6th inning of that day, hours after he'd put catcher's gear on for the first time, they put him in the game, and it went about how you would expect it to go. No. But very quickly, he learned to love the position, and it keyed his rise.
Well, it's a premium position. It's one of the hardest positions in all of sports to play. And the reason is the wear and tear on your body and the combination of trying to be. Now, we just had Johnny Bench, was the all-time great, right, up here, and combination of hitting and catching and eliminating the throwing game. That's just a rare commodity. And so every organization is looking for 1 or 2, and if they get 2, boy, they've got a bonus. And if you can eliminate and play defense, you can sacrifice your hitting, or vice versa. And I think with the Cubs, you know, with his electricity and his personality, who knows? Maybe he gets a chance to stay. But as we got treated to, again, the most interesting man in all of baseball.
Oh my goodness,
Joey
wasn't he great?
I've never seen a guy be talked about by so-called experts or people of the game on what he should or shouldn't be based on he's an on-base machine, right?
Strikeout of Farmer, 2 gone in the third. All right, hold that thought for just a second. Above and Beyond, sponsored by Jersey Mike's. Joey Votto, Reds ranks, one of the all-timers, 38 years old in his 16th season. And before he hits a home run, I want you to finish your thought.
And that's the reason, what we just showed. He has the rare combination of power and getting on base. And, you know, his eye to the strike zone for the most part of his career. And so the reason he's the most interesting man is some people say, oh, he's got to hit more for power or drive the runners in. And all he did for the longest time is get on base and get on base. And it's an interesting discussion. And when you talk to him, you can see his brain and the way he thinks, and that he savors the game, he savors the moment, and he wants to be the best version of himself every single day he can, especially at the plate.
And you're so right. He's been so many different versions and elite versions of those things. He's been an elite power hitter, or he's been an elite on-base guy. At times he's been both those things, and he's been among the leaders in MVP voting, won an MVP. But the way he's oscillated between different types of players, he's been like 5 players in one over the course of his years in the majors.
He really has. And, you know, again, the teams that he's been on sometimes determine the kind of hitter he was trying to be. And there's some really good offensive teams that he's played on over the years. And just be interesting to see how he finishes out his career in the talk of the Hall of Fame for him personally. Because I think you can make a really strong case.
I'm with you. One of the top 20 on-base percentages in baseball history.
Yeah.
Another 2-2 to Joey. He lays off, and he's worked
and to finish the point, this is the argument that people were making in the game of baseball. 3-1, man on third, 1 out. His discipline took the base and he passed the baton on to the next guy. Some people would say hit that ground ball or drive that 3-1 pitch and drive the run in. His numbers don't lie, and that's that kind of ability right there to lay off of tough pitches and pass it on to his teammate.
Second walk issued by Smiley. That one really earned by Votto. Watch it just miss.
And in a game that obviously has become more of, you hear the words 3 true outcomes, right? You hear walk, homer, strikeout. And in 2 of those 3 true outcomes, he's about as good as he gets, to your point, getting on base, hitting for power.
Vado's aboard for Donnie Barrels, as they call him. Just 5'8". Donovan Solano made it to the major leagues with the Miami Marlins, and then a few games with the Yankees, and then 2 years where he was exclusively back in AAA before finding himself with the San Francisco Giants and getting a reputation for one of the best line drive hitters in the sport.
It was an unbelievable year he had. I mean, I don't know that a lot of people, he became a household name after that year, that's for sure. Yeah. Every time he looked up, barrel and everything. I believe he got a Silver Slugger.
He did.
20.
He drops this one into left center field. Base hit Solano.
Well, interestingly enough, even though the year has not gone the way the Reds would like, their runners and scoring percentage, batting average is pretty darn good.
#1 in baseball.
It doesn't match the way that the outcome of the season has been, whereas I said that the Cubs were down the road not so good in the runners and scoring position. So maybe the Reds have some 2-out lightning under their sleeve in this inning.
Oddly, lately they've not been as good as in these situations. They got swept by the Mets this week and had their chances that they a lot of times this year have come through on and didn't. And tonight they've had 2 base runners in all 3 innings against Smiley, trying to crack through as the sun makes its way down. Votto at second, Solano at first, Albert Almora out in front.
That's been the pitch for Smiley. Establish the fastball, doesn't have to throw too many of them. And then notice all the swings he's getting, it's because the height of his breaking ball is starting at the height of his fastball. And any young pitcher who's trying to develop in the big leagues, they've got to take note of that. If you're up, way up, and you bounce a pitch, it doesn't do anything to big league hitters. But if you can get out of the same lane of release point, they can't lay off of it.
Drew Smiley, 6 strikeouts over 3 scoreless innings. It's about baseball. It's about family. Impossible to be here and watch this game and not have it evoke some kind of feeling. Perfect night in Iowa. 3-0 Cubs after 3.
Hey, babe, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man.
Hey.
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior.
Open the door.
It's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
Nice truck. It was. Find new style. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
This pepperoni did not get here by accident. Oh, no, no. It was carefully placed here by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. And they didn't stop just because they hit the crust. They took all that pepperoni and hand-stuffed it inside. That signature pepperoni recipe giving every bite a little extra bite. A kick in every melty pull. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
Here's to the ones who work smarter, not harder. Because the ones who make the most of their time are the ones who are ahead of it. Cutwater, bar quality cocktails in a can.
This is more than just glass, walls, doors, and carpeted floor. It's a place to change the world. LoopNet, the most popular place to find a space.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. And by Budweiser Zero, full flavor, 0% alcohol, 100% on your game. MLB.TV is now $64.99. Watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand. Plus, MLB Big Inning. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Cubs got 3 2-out runs in the first inning. And that's where the game's still at, 3-0 as we go to the fourth. That's a new second baseman for Cincinnati. Remember, Jonathan India fouled a ball hard off his shin. Matt Reynolds has replaced him. Strike one on Nelson Velasquez.
Well, Nick has hung in there. I know, giving up those 3 runs in the first inning, he settled down and getting a little bit more inside conscious to make that breaking ball a little more effective.
No. Ball 1 strike. So Lodolo, a lefty who does just about everything else right-handed. He was even a right-handed quarterback.
Really?
Yeah. Sharp ground ball through. Leadoff base hit Nelson Velasquez. So his parents, when he was 2 or 3 years old, noticed him picking tennis balls and baseballs up with his left hand and throwing them. And they're thinking, this is interesting. We don't have any lefties in the family, and he's doing everything else with his right hand. But he kept on picking up baseball with his left hand, kept on throwing them with his left hand, doing everything else right-handed. He swings a bat left-handed, he swings a golf club left-handed, but he writes, he throws footballs. He one time was having a game of catch with his dad outside of his brother's water polo practice, and the water polo coach saw him and said, you could be good at this, get in here, and lefties are particularly good at water polo. And he gets in the water, and they throw him the ball, and he throws it with his right hand. Like, okay, what are we doing? So we're not a lefty, we're in the water, just on the mound, and yeah. They even tried to get him to throw left-handed as a quarterback because he wasn't throwing real well with his right hand. He threw a complete duck. How is that possible?
Well, the release point, 2 totally different things, but I can tell you that this young man's got pretty good balance then, because most pitchers do not have the equilibrium on the other side. They have a dominant one side, and it seems like that gives him a leg up for being totally balanced, even from an injury prevention standpoint. No. And let's face it, being left-handed in this game is a huge advantage on the mound.
Being left-handed, being 6'6", he's drawn a lot of comparisons from guys that have faced him to Chris Sale.
Yeah, same kind of release point. I mean, Chris Sale can go a little bit lower with his release point and fling his whole body and kind of give everything he's got every single time. But I like what Joey Votto said, and just the realization, this is a huge year for guys, even when they're not competing for playoff spots, because this is when you learn the most as a big league pitcher. This is the best on-the-job training you can get, and we all had to go through it.
Velasquez runs, hit and run, throwback game, first and third for the Cubs. Kind of play that fits beautifully on this field.
Yeah, you don't see this very often, but it's the run first, hit second. Trust your hitter's going to put it in play. It's really not stealing, it's running and hitting, and then thus the hit and run. And I think the perfect scenario there for the count and the batter and the runner. First and third, nobody out.
So the Cubs in business, already up 3-0. Monarch is television's most anticipated new drama. The first family of country music will do anything to protect their legacy. Starring Susan Sarandon, Trace Atkins, Anna Friel. Don't miss the unforgettable series premiere of Monarch, Sunday, September 11th on Fox. The Cubs are wearing the uniforms of the 1920s Cubs team that would love watching that play. Worn by guys like the Hall of Famer Hack Wilson. Christopher Morel cracks his bat on a flare to third that Farmer grabs. Back of the bag is Velasquez, one away.
Well, that's what they call in your kitchen. And I believe he got in the kitchen with a breaking ball that broke the bat, and it's the perfect remedy other than a strikeout. With first and third, nobody out. Now you know if you throw a quality sinker or a good pitch down, there's the in the kitchen. I mean, that's just above the hands. You get a chance to get out of this inning and get a double play ball right here.
Top of the order, Nick Madrigal, who's 0 for 2.
I would be off speed first pitch and see if Nick's going to be really aggressive on the first pitch and try to ground one to the infielder, roll over the top of it. That's the way you're thinking if you're going to be the pitcher. Now, if you're the hitter, you're thinking completely different. I'm looking for a ball up that I can drive, and I'm trying my best to not hit the ball on the ground.
Velasquez at third, Higgins at first. First one to Madrigal is on the corner, strike one.
Good pitch and good discipline. If he's aggressive and he swings at that pitch, there's not a lot of good things that are going to happen for him. So hitters that are patient with runners in scoring position can win out over the aggressiveness, unless there's a mistake thrown, over the aggressive hitter that wants it to happen so fast that he actually grounds into that double play.
There's a bunt down foul.
So what that was, we're getting a chance to see it all right here. What that was is a safety squeeze. And what a safety squeeze is, first of all, it's indefensible. You square around, the runner reads the bunt, which is going to be anywhere between the pitcher's mound and first base. You get it out and you get a run every time. But we don't see it that often, and it's rarely practiced. That was another perfect opportunity. If he squares around, puts it in play, RBI, and the old safety squeeze.
They used to call that scientific baseball. Around in the 1890s, the old Baltimore Orioles. Madrigal lines the ball to center field. Senzel plays it on a bounce. And the Cubs lead 4-0 as Velasquez comes in to score. That kind of swing will work in any era.
Yes, he got a breaking ball up over the plate. And again, the young man for the Reds, Nick, is going to learn that these kind of pitches with 2 strikes can't be in the middle of the strike zone. And he'll get there because he's got all the quality stuff. And a good job by the hitter to take advantage of it. And another RBI with a runner in scoring position for the Cubs.
Still just one gone. They're first and second for Contreras.
And the reason I was saying, you know, this is a great learning opportunity. Maddox, myself, and Glavin, we all got beat up. I mean, everyone kind of remembers the end of the career where it ended up in the Hall of Fame. That wasn't the case early on. There was no projection that was putting us on a Hall of Fame trajectory. It was what we had to learn and what the painful lessons of losing a lot of games before we learned how to win. You know, Glavin almost lost 20. Maddox almost lost 20. In my first year, I got 2 wins and 11 losses in my first full season, or 2-7 in my first call-up opportunity. So these are all part of good things if you allow them to be, as an organization's looking to develop these young men into, you know, frontline starters.
Bill to Contreras for the 1-1. That's on the inside corner. The old cliche that you know, you win or you learn, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's only a failure. It's only a loss if you don't learn from it. If you don't grow from it.
No doubt. And some can handle it, but then we're also in a fast-paced society that in the big leagues they either have it or you don't. If you don't, you go to the bullpen. You're not given that length of time, especially on teams that are asked to win right away or the pressure to win right away.
Contreras swats this one to right. Aquino will make the grab. Third. Here's a great throw to get him.
That man, I think that's 6 putouts, but 5 putouts at home plate. He has a cannon.
Wow, Aristides Aquino. Winning over.
disappearing!
Our outpost on Earth, Zepcot, is in danger!
Hey, Quill, this thing is so broken.
Help the galaxy!
Quill, you seeing this? Quill! Well, you heard the lady. Get to Epcot. It's Save the Galaxy time. Again.
Bravo!
For buying a treadmill?
You use the Quicksilver card from Capital One. It's simple, with no annual fee and unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. That makes you the hero of every purchase.
Yeah.
And heroes don't take the stairs.
Is this a parachute?
Ah! Ah! What's in your wallet?
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
We got the house! Did!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sale has exclusive summer deals you can't miss. For a limited time, save up to $600 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. Or shop Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America. And get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Plus, get 0 interest for 60 months. With our Love Your Mattress guarantee, get the lowest price and 120 nights to sleep on it. Only at Mattress Firm.
T-Mobile keeps you in the game whether you're down here or up here. Because T-Mobile lets you stream games in the air with free Wi-Fi all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data on us. T-Mobile, coverage beyond the expected.
Geico is donating tickets to honor military members and their families in Major League stadiums around the country through the Geico Seats for Service program. Today we welcome the USA Patriots, America's amputee softball team, comprised of athletic veterans who have lost limbs defending our nation. They travel the country playing competitive and exhibition softball games. And they are here at Heaven on Earth, Dyersville, Iowa. We are joined by the Cubs left fielder Ian Happ. Hi, Ian.
Hey, fellas, how are we?
Doing all right. Hey, happy early birthday, first of all.
Thank you very much. Off day on the birthday is pretty rare.
Not that. You get to spend the day before playing a baseball game in the middle of a cornfield.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful out here, huh?
How is it compared to what you were expecting?
I wasn't expecting it to be so close to the original set. I think that's pretty awesome to be able to walk through the corn and right over there, and perfect night for it, huh?
Yeah, you were right about that. Aristides Aquino leading this inning off, fouls it off.
What's the biggest adjustment you had to make just from the ball off the bat? I know the shadows and early on, but how's the aesthetics from your eyes out in left field?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a high sky, actually, which I don't know if we've had one of those since Arizona in spring training. And it's, did he go? Yes, he did. It's a little different. And then the way the sun was in the first couple innings, it was like looking back. I had a really nice route on that Votto ball, didn't I?
Had it all along.
Yeah. I think if you just take more steps and run around, StatCast likes you more, so I'm going to do that.
You got that right. Yeah. 4-0 game, bottom of the fourth. Aquino down on strikes. Jose Barrero to the plate. Strike one. What kind of, because it seems like everybody we talk to, and we feel it ourselves too, but what kind of emotions does it stir up for you being here?
Yeah, it's so cool. It honestly, coming in from the airport, brought me back to summer ball. And you know, Midwest, I grew up in Pittsburgh, so we would drive to Ohio, to Indiana, to Illinois, to Michigan, and play summer ball tournaments. And so, you know, pulling up through the cornfields into a place like this and being able to play baseball brings back a lot of those memories.
They're actually, I don't know if you heard this, Ian, but there's discussions about expanding this site and turning it into this giant complex where they can hold tournaments for Little League players.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, just such a beautiful place. And you know, I got to play in Des Moines for a while, and the baseball fans in Iowa, how much they love the game. It's awesome. It's a really great baseball state.
2 up, 2 down. Drew Smiley really rolling. 4-0 game here in the fourth.
Hey, I want to ask you. I mean, I obviously played with Chipper Jones, but what's your biggest take when you're switch hitting? What I mean, you focus on both sides of the plate, but what is the biggest takeaway when you're a player that's able to switch hit?
Yeah, for me, it's all about kind of treating myself as 2 different hitters. I think a lot about, not trying to blur the lines, because it's so easy for one thing to be working from one side of the plate and try to carry that over and mess up the other one. And so I try to really separate them, and it's taken time to learn that at this level for sure.
No. Is that the biggest thing we've seen this year, Ian? Your numbers against left-handers have taken off. Has it been just kind of figuring out how to handle doing it?
Yeah, kind of a change second half of last year in approach and confidence. I actually went from a 34 from the right side to a 33.5, and that made a big difference for me, just in back control from the right side.
Well, we appreciate you spending some time with us. Enjoy tonight, okay?
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight.
When you wish upon a star.
Disney's Pinocchio, rated PG, streaming soon on Disney+.
Right now, it could seem like the only people who matter are the loudest. Those who want to tear things down and then fly away on their own personal spaceships when things get hard. But we've got 182,000 people, and they're building big things, new things, things that will change the way we do things. And you might not know their names, but these people get up every day, working together to move us all forward.
After talking and texting for years, we got married for the family plan.
And then we really expanded our family for the wireless savings.
It seemed like the responsible thing to do.
And then, just yesterday, my sister told me about Visible.
Yeah, get unlimited data for as low as $25 a month. No family needed.
Family plan savings without the family. Get Visible. Single line wireless with unlimited data for as low as $25 a month.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
A little sweet, a little spicy. All new. Planters, a nut above.
Subway's dropping 12 new subs for the all-new Subway Series menu.
Let's hear about this number 7 pick from a former number 7 pick.
Juicy rotisserie style chicken? You should have been number 1.
This isn't about the sandwich, is it, Chuck? It's not.
The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
Welcome back to MLB at Field of Dreams, presented by Geico. All Cubs so far. They got 3 in the first, they got 1 in the fourth. And here we go to the top of the 5th. The rookie Nick Lodolo to face the heart of the Cubs lineup here. It's Wisdom to lead off. No. Takes ball 1.
Done a good job, for the most part, getting ahead of the hitters, the Cub hitters, but he's had a much more difficult time putting them away in what would be pitcher counts. And that just comes with it. Like, I remember I got tagged with the 0-2-3-2 guy, meaning I got 0-2, but then it was 3-2 before action happened. And I learned to make that happen a little bit sooner, because you can be too fine. You get caught up sometimes when you're young. Like, don't make an 0-2 mistake. Don't give up a hit with 2 strikes. You hear all these different terms. And Maddox was the best at saying, I can get outs in 3 pitches. They don't even have to be strikeouts. And he was the best at attacking the zone and attacking the weakness of the hitter.
No. That's how you get a complete game type named after you. Maddox, complete game under 100 pitches.
No doubt.
0-2-3-2 guy, huh?
I was. And I want to just apologize to all my veteran catchers early on because I led the league in wild pitches too. So I'm apologizing for all the beating up that I used to do.
Well, the 0-2-3-2 guy became a first ballot Hall of Famer, so I think they'll forgive you.
I'm going to learn how to fly a drone. I'm convinced after today, I'm going to learn.
Be a little hobby next to golf.
Yeah.
Strike 3 called. Doyle's gotten 4 of those looking today for the 5 total.
And I keep learning things when I get to Iowa. I just do. I learn different things that I didn't know before.
What else you got?
Well, I told you about the corn experience. I was naive to think that corn out in the outfield was edible. It's not. It's for feed.
Okay.
I learned those drones are amazing. They can fly through a window the size of a car.
Strike on Suzuki. Okay, so we got the corn thing, we got the drone thing. Suzuki, I feel like there's more.
Oh, there is more.
Okay.
There is more.
All right. How about after Suzuki hits, you take me?
Let's break it down after Suzuki hits. I think America needs to know these things about the great place of Iowa.
I
did my research.
No. You know he's working along at bat. We're just going to sit here, just be on the edge of the cliff.
It's going to surprise you.
I hope, with all this buildup.
It is going to surprise you. It surprised me.
No, that's right. Did he go? No. 2-2. I got one for you while we wait.
Okay.
Do you know Iowa's the home of the first computer?
Did not know that.
There you go. Put that in your file. In the 1930s at Iowa State University, it was 750 pounds. Not exactly low profile. Full count. We learned yesterday that the Hogs outnumber the people. There are 3 million people, 4 times as many Hogs.
And no pun intended, I am trying to digest that one because that just doesn't seem possible.
3-2 to Suzuki is fouled off. And we do this all tongue-in-cheek, but this is an amazing place. It really is just a beautiful, beautiful place with the nicest people you're going to find. Suzuki's made us wait. 3-2 is ball 4. What else do you got about Iowa?
All right, so here we go. I mean, this is My America Iowa edition. And look, the largest popcorn ball is here. The largest. Okay. Davenport, birthplace of sliced bread. Who doesn't like bread? Right? Lamar's, the town, produces 150 million gallons of ice cream. Now that's my love.
Yeah.
And then here's what blows me away. Read that. More golf courses per capita than any state in the nation.
Man.
So you wouldn't know that.
No, I do now. So in addition to this beautiful complex, these wonderful people, you got another reason to love it with the golf.
Oh, sure do.
Nico Horner takes a ball. Horner's 1 for 2, knocked in a run in the first inning and flied to left. Well, you're a big food guy. I got one more for you.
Okay.
How about this new item? You ready?
I have a feeling I'm going to want to crush this. Are we bringing it in?
I think so. I think so. No?
No, we're going to show them.
Show a picture?
We're going to show them, yeah. We bring it in, we got no chance.
Yeah, we had some Dairy Queen earlier. It's called the Finisher. So I think it's going to be the last thing you eat. That's a ball, and it's 3-0. Boom! At the Iowa State Fair, it's a potato with brisket, pork, bacon mac and cheese, barbecue sour cream, and just to give it a little flavor, some garlic rub butter.
Oof, man, I'm telling you. $10, that's a steal.
Right? Several meals.
Ball four.
Ball four. I'm looking around the booth like, where's the finisher? Bringing in a finisher. It's a couple hours away at the Iowa State Fair. You can go here and grab it. Got all kinds of spots to grab food. We went and got ice cream last night, and I thought the lady wasn't going to serve us when I brought up the idea we might get some Dairy Queen. We just found out we were having soft serve. You couldn't decide what to have, so you got 3 scoops.
I did.
3 different kinds.
I'm telling you, the ice cream's my go-to.
Yeah.
I need to stop going to it at this point in my life, but it's the go-to, and what young kid doesn't like good ice cream?
Young kid, old kid, we all like it. You scream, I scream, right?
That's right. Well, right now, Nick has lost his release point. First time in the game, really, he's struggled to command any one of his 3 pitches, and he's got to get back in the strike zone.
Strike on Hap. Joel will get close to 100 pitches as he faces the all-star left fielder who took the time to visit with us last inning. Suzuki at second, Horner at first.
No.
1 ball, 1 strike. Dolo making his 10th major league start after just 21 minor league starts. Seventh overall pick out of TCU. Pitched in 8 games in his first year as a pro. The next year, none of the minor leaguers had a season. That was 2020. So he comes back in 2021, but he misses a lot of the year with injuries. And then debuts in April. Missed a couple months this year with a back injury, but since coming back, really outside of one rough start against the Cardinals, has been exceptional.
Yeah, tough home park for him to pitch, so the elevated ERA, you're never going to worry about it there because that's a hitter's paradise. See if he elevates a pitch here where Hap has struggled, and most of his strikeouts have been in the upper part of the zone, up above the zone. It's right in there. And that's what you do following the scouting report, right? You just get that pitch. When you learn how to get that pitch over the middle of the plate, but get it above the strike zone, almost above the belt, and see if that particular hitter can stay off the pitch that the scouting report tells you he hasn't been able to for the most part during the year.
Back foot's the breaker to get him. 2 gone in the 5th.
Well, this one had real tight late spin that he was able to strike him out on, and this may be the last batter he faces, and he comes out. If he's going to come out, he's going to come out with a strikeout and really battled to keep the score where it was.
He will finish his night with his 6th strikeout. Back in a moment.
I have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, so I'm taking Zeposia, a once-daily pill, because I won't let UC stop me from being me.
Zeposia can help people with UC achieve and maintain remission, and it's the first and only S1P receptor modulator approved for UC. Don't take Zeposia if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat not corrected by a pacemaker, if you have untreated severe breathing problems during your sleep, or if you take medicines called MAOIs. Zeposia may cause serious side effects, including infections that can be life-threatening and cause death, slow heart rate, liver or breathing problems, increased blood pressure, macular edema, and swelling and narrowing of the brain's blood vessels. Though unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, medications, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. If you can become pregnant, use birth control during treatment and for 3 months after you stop taking Zeposia. Don't let UC stop you from doing you. Ask your doctor about once daily Zeposia.
This game can't be contained by a stadium. or boxed in by a flat screen. The spirit of baseball is all around us. And wherever it's being celebrated, MasterCard is there. When the game belongs to all of us, priceless.
This is a charged lemonade from Panera, and it's a force of nature. A delicious boost of plant-based caffeine from guarana and green coffee extract. Enjoy these and more when you join Panera's Unlimited Sip Club.
We are the first family of country music. Protect the legacy, no matter what happens.
This family's hanging on to a lot of secrets.
Never dull moment.
Can hold my body down.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
MLB's RBI program is designed to provide youth in underserved communities with low-cost opportunities to play baseball and softball. You can get more information at MLB.com/RBI. These are the winners from yesterday's game that we got to watch, John. The Chicago RBI program beat the Reds RBI team 12-7. 14 and under division. Ball one from Buck Farmer.
And another perfect name for a game like this. He's going to throw his fastball around 95 miles an hour, and he's going to have his curveball and changeup for his two off-speed pitches.
It's 1-0 to Nelson Velasquez. A little bit outside, ball two. Farmer in his 9th season. First one with the Reds, spent the first 8 years with the Detroit Tigers. Bouncing ball to third. Picked up by the other Farmer, Kyle, across the diamond to end the inning. Well, on May 26, we lost renowned actor Ray Liotta, who played Shoeless Joe, of course, in Field of Dreams, and who better than Kevin Costner to pay tribute to him.
When Ray died back in May, I reminisced about how our batting practice moment together was not a stunt. It was real, and it happened as you saw it. I said that God gave us that stunt that night, and now God has Ray.
Yeah, you can hit the curveball.
Long live Shoeless Joe, and long live Ray.
It's a home run.
If you shop at Walmart, you know that a little can go a long way. And with thousands of new rollbacks, you can make it go way further. So you could spend even less to get even more, to make life even better.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight, fix your photos with Magic Eraser, photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone, and last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
We found the boys. They're alive.
Based on the incredible true story.
How do you think we're gonna get those kids out?
From Academy Award winner Ron Howard.
We could use a couple more divers.
Witness the most daring rescue.
The whole thing is insane. We're desperate.
That brought the world together.
It's our only chance.
13 Lives. Rated PG-13. Now streaming.
We are the first family of country music. Protecting the legacy, no matter what happens.
This family's hanging on to a lot of secrets.
Never dull moment.
No grave can hold my body down.
Commissioner Rob Manfred in attendance here in Dyersville, Iowa. Another beautiful night for this beautiful display of this sport. 4-0, Cubs ahead. They got 3 in the first, 1 in the fourth. Drew Smiley, meanwhile, has been rolling.
He's been unbelievable. A ton of swing and misses, 15 to be exact, and that's a season high. And that's the one thing the Reds in their offense, you know, they are very susceptible to swing and miss, strike out, and you would understand that with some young, you know, batters as they develop and continue to progress.
Matt Reynolds, first stab out of the game for him. He's in there for Jonathan India, who left after fouling a ball off his shin. Quickly 0-2. 8 strikeouts, season high for Drew. This is back-to-back. Excellent start. 6 2/3 against Miami on Saturday. David Ross said he pitched like a different guy.
Well, the key, again, like any other pitcher, if you throw enough strikes with your fastball, you can get them eaten out of your hand on your off-speed pitches. Just make them look like strikes, make them end up as a ball. And he's been doing that just every time we look up. He gets the 2 strikes, and more than likely he puts the hitter away.
His 1-2 is poked right side, and it finds its way through. Madrigal had a long way to go, couldn't get there. Leadoff base hit for Matt Reynolds. For more on Drew Smiley, here's Ken.
Well, Joe, as John well knows, starting pitchers are not normally talkative on the days they pitch, certainly not to reporters. But Drew Smiley was downright chatty today. He was loose, he was excited to pitch. And guys, guess how he got ready to pitch this game last night? By rewatching Field of Dreams.
Man, coming here with his family today.
That's pretty cool. And Kenny's right. Most of us really good athletes that pitched. All pitchers are good athletes, so in case
that's right.
In case you're wondering. No, it's the stored up energy that you have for that day. And based on your personality, I've played with so many, can't talk to them the day they pitch, and then they're goofballs for 4 days. And it's nice to see every once in a while when you can have fun and do the game you love and grew up trying to play, you know, as a little tyke.
Nick Senzel takes high 1-1. Did you ease up at all as your career went on?
I didn't mind talking to anybody.
You were good.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I wanted guys talking to me during the game as a regular game. Like, I didn't have many opportunities at a no-hitter, but you know what happens with a no-hitter. Everyone avoids you, and they don't get near you. They don't switch seats. And I would create conversations because that made me feel like I didn't want to be on an island. And so the hardest part for being a professional pitcher in the big leagues is the time that leads up to the game.
Swing and a miss. 9th strikeout for Smiley. Up to second goes Reynolds.
Right there. And it's up to the individual and how they want to bypass that time. And, you know, you really think about, you wake up and then you wait the entire day to get ready to pitch.
The runner at second, 1 gone. His road to Iowa. 28 different catchers that he's had in his career. We talked about him bouncing around after there's some stability early on. Broke in with the Tigers, was one of the best young starters in the American League. Strike 1 on Farmer. And then traded to Tampa Bay. And from the time he had his Tommy John surgery moving forward, the Phillies, the Rangers, the Giants, the Braves, and actually this is his technically second time around with the Cubs. When he was rehabbing from Tommy John in 2018, he was technically a Cub, pitched in 1 game in the minors for them, and was always bummed that he didn't get a chance to actually pitch for the Cubs. When he had the opportunity to sign with them this winter, so yeah, kind of comes full circle. Jumped at that chance.
Well, this is the role I'm sure he loves more, the starting role versus the come out of the bullpen role.
That's what he did in the postseason for the Braves last year.
Yeah, when you have a starter mentality, I mean, certainly to pitch in the big leagues, you'll do whatever you can, but you want to find a spot where you can lock in and once every 5 days be able to perform your craft. There's nothing better than that and the structure of it, because you know everything that you have to do. There's no surprises as a starting pitcher. Quite the opposite when you're a reliever.
Yeah.
Everything's a surprise. There are no structures and no thing, 1, 2, or 3 things that are the same.
Some guys feed off that.
Yeah, it's an adrenaline rush. It's unique to their personality, and you got to have a bad memory. There's a lot of things that could qualify you that would make you a good reliever, but
scrapes that one off of the deck, rolls it to Wisdom. 2 out.
How old? 10 months. Yeah.
Reds trying to get on the board. They trail 4-0 as Joey Votto comes to the plate, and we check in with Tom.
Well, Joe, earlier you were talking about Joey's ability to get on base. If you look at his career on base percentage and slugging percentage, the hitter he most resembles is Shoeless Joe Jackson. Their numbers are almost identical. Joey's a student of history. I brought that to his attention today. 2 guys named Joe, and he said also left-handed hitters. And he pointed out, and you might have noticed in that clip with Ray Liotta, the late Ray Liotta batting right-handed. Well, he had tried for a month to develop a passable left-handed stroke, and it just wasn't convincing enough. The director, Phil Alden Robinson, told him, don't worry about the historical accuracy, swing it from the right side. I told Joey that story, and he said, if you give me a month, I can do anything except act like Ray Liotta. We lost a great one.
That's funny, you know, there were critics about that. Wait a minute, Shoeless Joe was left-handed. What's the character hitting right-handed for? And the comeback from the writer and the producer was always, well, yeah, you know, he's also dead at this point. So, like, you're suspending some belief on this, right? If it's a guy, it's a ghost coming out of a cornfield playing baseball, he didn't have to be accurate in his handedness. One ball, 2 strikes on Votto.
No.
Takes high, 2-2.
Joey, when he was perfectly healthy, strong lower body, hits in that semi-squat where he would just crush a baseball. He's had some lower leg injuries, and I'm sure adjusting to age and time.
Lifts this ball in the air to center field for Christopher Morel, and that ends the inning.
Rhaenyra Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne.
I will not be a tyrant and rule through terror.
You see her for what she is.
We are a family! This fighting must cease!
Finding the perfect developer isn't easy, but at Upwork, we found her. She's in Prague, between the ideal cup of coffee and a truly impressive synthesizer collection. And you can find her right now on Upwork.com. When the world is your workforce, finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or whomever you may need tends to fall right into place. Find top-rated talent who can start today on Upwork.com.
That big old TV with just a little lean. You deserve a delicious Dr. Pepper.
I do?
Oh, yeah, and you're not the only one. Maybe you got the kids to school.
But I was 20 minutes late.
Oh, mama, parenting is hard.
And your sweet things are doing great.
I just passed this test that proves I'm not a bot.
Not a bot, so hot.
He knows. He knows Chipotle's chicken is responsibly raised without antibiotics. And that Carlos here grills it fresh all day long. But you don't need to know all that to know that real food just tastes better. Chipotle, for real.
Back here in Iowa, where it's been all Cubs so far. They got 3 runs in the first inning, 1 run in the 4th. Everybody having fun, though. 4-0. Return to Field of Dreams after the memorable 2021 matchup. 4-0 in this one as we take a look at our Budweiser game summary. Drew Smyly's been fantastic. 9 strikeouts, season high for him. Most in 2 years for him over just 5 innings. And we move along to the 6th. P.J. Higgins leads it off. Swings at the first pitch, launches it up into the darkening sky. Nick Senzel waits for it to come down, makes the catch. Speaking of good Cubs pitching, that's the understatement of the night. The Hall of Famer, Fergie Jenkins. Appreciate you taking the time to visit on what is visit number 4 for you here to Dyersville, huh?
Yeah. I was here right after the movie with Mudcat Grant and a few players. Then a year later, Reggie and Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Pepitone. There was a bunch of, I think it was a group of people that wanted to put it on again and they're against the Ghosts.
What does this place do for you when you're here? What do you feel?
You know, it's really nice. This would be a great minor league park. You know, I played in some ballparks where there's rocks in the infield. I mean, this is a great manicured park. But I just think the teams that come here and want to play, I mean, there's so much history here, especially they made a movie out of the basically the first diamond where I played. Yeah. I mean, there was balls hit into the corner. They're probably still out there.
Right. We were talking about that earlier, especially in like BP today. You'd be finding balls in that corn for decades. It's 2-1 on Christopher Morel.
When you were pitching, and obviously you pitched in a ton of parks, what was the best feature on the mound? Did you like the close backstop? Like, I always felt like, especially at Wrigley Field, I felt like I was right on top of the hitter when the backstop and the dugouts were so close. Yeah. What was it for you?
That's an important thing for a pitcher. Crosley Field was like that. The old ballpark, or the ballpark, Jerry in Montreal, Parc Jarry. But I felt comfortable just getting on the mound, taking those warm-up pitches, and having Randy Hundley set up. Yeah. You know, so many times I tell people the catcher is so important to a pitcher.
How did Johnny Bench receive that first pitch? Did he catch that pretty nice?
No, it bounced a little bit. I haven't thrown. Yeah. I stopped fantasy camps years ago, and I don't throw as much anymore. Yeah. I'm glad he was able to catch the one hop.
Yeah. These Cubs and these Reds have faced off for a long, long time. What was it like facing some of those big red machine lineups he was part of?
You know, when I came back to the National League, the red machine was still popular. Mm-hmm. But earlier than that, you know, Ken Griffey Sr. was a leadoff hitter. Yeah. And then Rose hit third. Then came May, and then Perez, and Tommy Helms. I just think that, and Bench was in there too, maybe 5th or 6th. But, you know, when you face good ball clubs, you got to have your act together. So Cincinnati was one of those teams. You can't give up runs early. Pitching against Maloney or whoever McCool or whoever the pitcher was. Hey, I got to stay in the game to make sure our ball club's got a chance to win.
Yeah. What's it like these days, Fergie, going to Wrigley Field and you see these statues lined up of the Cubs? Great, and then there you are.
Well, you know, I was hired by the Cubs like 8-9 years ago with Tom Ricketts, and he phoned me a year ago and said, "We're going to do a statue. Can I get your pitch?" And I said, "Go right ahead."
Your opinion, I love it.
Go right ahead. Yeah. And they had about half a dozen shots of me pitching. And I said, you know, the best shot of me is the Sports Illustrated cover, because you can see the uniform logo and the hat. Because I used to keep my glove up, getting ready to field balls if they were hit up the middle. But that shot there of me throwing a changeup, and I can't even recall what team it was, but I was throwing quite a few changeups that particular day. And I'm not sure if I even won the ball game, but that's a change of grip in the statue.
Base hit for Nick Madrigal. And here's Wilson Contreras. Tough guy here. I don't know if you saw his tumble earlier in the game. Really bad, but stays in.
When he rounded the bat, he lost footing and turned his ankle. Oh, man, that's all he needs to get hurt. He's the backbone of this team. I mean, he's a good young catcher, and he knows the pitchers. I mean, I always thought the catcher is my backbone. We go over the hitters prior to the game or prior to of a new series. He's calling everything. If I don't like it, I just shake it off, but I come back maybe the same pitch. But he knows these young guys. I mean, you got to have a smart catcher. You know that yourself.
No doubt. You know, as a visiting player, I mean, we fell into the allure. You got a chance to pitch many games, of course, at Wrigley Field. Did you find yourself checking that flagpole every time you had to start?
When I came off the outer drive, I could tell which way the wind. When I got into Belmont, I could tell which way the wind's blowing.
Did it change the way you went about? Okay.
I used to tell myself I got to jam right-hand hitters, just hard in, and then pitch away. And I was very successful. I had good control away with that slider and the cutter or the sinker. But I mean, Randy Hundley, as I said, would call certain pitches. We'd come in on guys that we knew were going to challenge me away. And I had some success.
There were games when I took BP because I thought it'd be fun with the wind blowing out. And then I realized this is not fun. If I'm hitting homers, right, that means the real hitters are going to have a field day.
But you got any ballpark that the wind blows out. You know, even Fenway, they have a wind factor late in the game in there. And then when I pitched to Turnpike Stadium in Arlington, holy smokes, you couldn't tell the wind. The different times the wind would like gust the first 2 innings, and then it would be gusting in the 9th inning. So you say, oh man, I can't make a mistake. And I had a lot of complete ball games, but you just got to keep telling yourself, one pitch at a time, one hitter at a time, one out at a time.
The place I had the most problems was Candlestick because it could change every 3 innings.
Then the dust devils going around.
It's a delayed steal. Magical's going to get second.
You know, that ballpark there taught me the best lesson ever. You know, there's only 3 teams in the Valley in the Cactus League with San Francisco, Oakland, and the Cubs. And Willie McCovey was a different hitter in spring training compared to on the road and in Candlestick Park. When we got in there, and you say to yourself, God, I can't afford to make mistakes to right field. The wind blows out that way. He hit a ball off me that was just a little left of the flagpole. It went over the player parking lot into the fan parking lot. And I said, I cannot pitch down and away again. Pitch hard in.
It's what Buck Farmer did right there. Fouled off by Contreras. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You were an intimidating presence, right? Like, I would think guys would get into that box and be like, oh boy, oh no. Did you know that, and did you feed off of that?
A lot of times. I never left the mound. You know, I didn't walk around the mound and do a whole lot of kicking dirt and all that stuff. I stayed right on the rubber, and Randy and I had that rapport. Take the sign and pitch. Take the sign and pitch. And I tell young pitchers all the time, I never had anybody steal my signs. A lot of times men on base, you couldn't see the rosin bag. Nobody on base, the rosin bag was right at the top. Now you can't do that anymore. They don't want the rosin bag. It says it confuses the hitter. And then when I had Pat Corrales in Philly, we had 3 signs. Shin guard, chest protector, face mask.
You're a legend, Fergie. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Good.
Thanks, man.
All right, good enough.
It's Baseball Night in America, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
When it comes to having the best back-to-school vehicles, Smart Automotive Group scores an A+. Hurry to our back-to-school sales event where you shop hundreds of new and pre-owned vehicles and add real zero deals. That's 0% APR financing, 0 down, 0 cost maintenance, 0 payments for 90 days. Plus, click sell to smart.com and we'll multiply your money by giving you more for your trade-in. Don't be late. Rush to Smart Automotive Group of Davenport, 53rd and Eastern and on Welcome Way, south of North Park Mall.
Every farmer has that one field that they're super proud of, and that's the same for us.
I remember going to watch the movie being filmed. Little did we know what it was going to be for our community.
People tell us that coming to the field is one of their lifelong dreams. You know, we get it.
Farming it for us is a dream, too.
A winning performance season after season. That's why the Ray brothers plant DeKalb corn, the official corn seed of MLB at Field of Dreams.
School's starting. Is your internet fast enough? Gear up during Extreme's end of the summer sale. Get fast internet as low as $19.99 a month for 1 year. Extreme's fiber-powered internet gets an A+ for performance, with speeds from 100 meg up to 1 gig, powerful in-home Wi-Fi, and 99.99% network reliability. Hurry and get Extreme internet for as low as $19.99 a month for a year. Dial 844-EXTREME2. It's the smart call.
Ace Waterproofing for all your foundation repair needs. Call today.
The #1 most watched regular season window in all of college football is Big Noon Saturday, and it doesn't get bigger than #1 Alabama and Texas. September 10th. Start every Saturday with Big Noon kickoff, followed by the day's best matchup all season long, only on Fox. Bottom of the 6th inning, we're getting closer to a special 7th inning stretch you're not going to want to miss.
No, you are not.
Only could happen in a place like this, a magical place at the Field of Dreams. Michael Rucker on the pitch for the Cubs. Drew Smiley was awesome tonight. Over his last 2 outings, 11 2/3 scoreless innings. That is ball 1 on Donovan Solano from Rucker. Spent some time in AAA, spent some time on the injured list. 4 games in August at the big league level, though. Hasn't given anything up. Spins one in for a strike, and it's 1-1.
If they're working with PitchCom, they need a lot of numbers because Mr. Rucker's got it all. Fastball, cutter, slider, curveball, and a changeup.
You know, Yu Darvish, one of the reasons he was reluctant to use it was they couldn't get enough buttons out there for his number of pitches.
He literally throws a combination of upwards to 11 different pitches. Now, some of those are variations of the same pitch, but it's amazing when I watched a podcast of him going through and explaining the evolution of what he tries to do with each pitch, and he can make one look like 3. So there's how you get all those different pitches.
Yeah. Solano fouls it off, and it's 2-2. 5, 6, and 7 coming up for the Reds here. Almora and Aquino to follow. The Reds offense has struggled lately. A pretty nice spurt around the All-Star game, but 2.5 runs since the break per game.
There's some guys, and he's one of them. I mean, every hitter eventually is going to get off balance, but he looks so in balance and in charge of the batter's box. And obviously, I can't get a hit every single time he comes up, but his presence impresses me.
On a payoff pitch, pokes on the right center field, his second knock of the night.
And see, that's a perfect example, if we get a chance to see that replay, of how he stays inside the ball. And by staying inside the ball, that means your approach is center to right center. And if the ball leaks in the inner half, you're going to pull your hands and pull the ball. But what he was able to do on a 3-2 pitch is watch how he waits and then gets the barrel of the bat, thinks the other way. And that is perfect textbook hitting. In a day and age where everyone's trying to hit homers, this guy looks like he could be a hit machine for some years to come.
Strike 1 on Albert Almora. Yeah, conspicuously missing from this game. Home runs. There were 8 of them last year.
Yeah, temperature has something to do with it. I learned something from going on the Weather Channel about heat, humidity, and corn stalks.
Okay.
And when it's hot and humid, the corn stalks emit or send off more humidity and heat in the ball. Last year, I'm telling you, was jumping so much that it almost felt like there was a wind tunnel, but the ball and the humidity and the heat of Iowa contributed to that last year, not to mention some gigantic human beings.
Those help too. They send the ball away. Swatted the second, could be 2, 4, 6, 3, double play.
It's funny when, you know, pitchers are no longer going to hit anymore, right? So we've got the universal DH, but there was some value of being at the plate and taking batting practice and realizing from the opposite set of view how hard it is actually to hit. When you know things are coming, you can't get a hit every single time. And so that perspective is going to get lost a little bit. And the tendency is to always give the hitter way too much credit as a pitcher. And until you step in the box and try to hit, you lose that perspective of just how hard it is to hit in the big leagues.
Marquee Aquino is 1 for 2 with a defensive play of the game, an outfield assist to third. The twin killing up the middle there, Madrigal and Horner, guys that have been doing that for a long time. Fly ball into center field. Christopher Morel makes the grab, ends the bottom of the 6th, and now a message from the presenting sponsor of Fox's coverage of the upcoming 7th inning, Mattress Firm.
Welcome to the land of junk sleep. A world set up for us to stay up, where there's always one more deadline to meet.
Red sheets over bed sheets.
Episode to watch, or meme to share. LOL. The world may not want you to sleep, but we do.
Come with me. But I'm watching my stories.
Only our sleep experts know a better sleep means a better you. Unjunk your sleep at Mattress Firm.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas. T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Here's to the ones who work smarter, not harder. Because the ones who make the most of their time are the ones who are ahead of it. Cutwater, bar quality cocktails in a can.
We buy and book online at discounttire.com, which gives us more time for things like...
Come on, Mom.
Thank you.
Get 30% shorter average wait time when you buy and book online at discounttire.com.
Coverage of the 7th inning is presented by Mattress Firm. 4-0, Cubs ahead. And is that real? Wow. To the 7th inning we go. A perfect night here in Iowa. Joe Kuno is on the pitch for the Reds. 27 years old out of North Carolina. Patrick Wisdom leads off for the Cubs. Rip and a miss. Wisdom 1 for 2. Got hit by a pitch in the first inning and came in to score. Singled in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th. Cubs looking for their 5th win out of their last 7 games. 11-8 since the day before the All-Star break. Actually been pitching particularly well, even though the moves that they made at the deadline all had to do with the bullpen. Lineups remained intact. They've got a couple pieces back to that group from the injured list. To ground to 3rd, checking on Kyle Farmer. Wisdom, the first out. Oh, we take a look at a player who has been having a season of dreams, sponsored by Mattress Firm. Aaron Judge just keeps on going, John. 45 home runs. And first in just about everything.
Yeah, everyone was waiting to see what he would do when he stays healthy. So far, so good. He's been healthy, and he is leading that charge.
Yeah, we're going to see him on Saturday at Baseball Night in America on Fox. Judge and the Yankees going to Fenway to take on the Red Sox. Or the Mariners continuing their hunt for a wild card spot against the Rangers, all starting Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. The Yankees have faded a little bit lately. Red Sox have faded a lot of bit lately. All the way to the bottom of the division.
Yeah, there's they don't hand out like manuals to each member when the Red Sox and Yankees play. They just know that they don't like each other, and it's a battle, and it's one of the best rivalries in sports.
Broken bat, Herrera, 2 up. You are going to want to stick around for their 7th inning stretch. Place that so simply captures the beauty of this sport, beauty of this country. Impossible to look at this scene and not feel something.
That's for sure.
Another magical moment coming up after the 3rd out in this inning. That's a strike on soft stuff to Nico Horner. Chopper to 3rd. Tough bounce, but Farmer gets it. Yeah, that's a 1-2-3 7th inning. We're 60 seconds away from a special rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, which can only happen here at Field of Dreams.
Whoa. Your dad's a superhero. No, my dad can't handle hot wings.
Check this out. Step into the spotlight.
Playtime's over, kids.
Prepare for war.
Hold it! These things are warm.
You got the winter suit.
Rated PG.
Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen Zach. Zen Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a mellow drum circle.
It's cool, right?
The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean.
The ocean?
And Zen Zach rides with Geico, because saving money and getting great coverage is totally chill. Geico. Savings and service for both your sides.
All right! Let me hear you! Good and loud! On 1, on 2, on 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it's room for me. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out of the old ball game. Hey! Boy, you never sang better in your life.
Nothing like the hometown charm of a county fair.
So charming.
You say so.
What was that?
Nothing. Wow.
Next.
Do you have anything that's healthy?
That was actually fun.
When can we go back?
We have to wait a whole year, darn it.
When it comes to comfort, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Palisade. It's your journey.
Get a dozen shrimp for only $1 with any steak entree, only at Applebee's.
May the right company turn any lake into a great lake. May the toughest part of your day be deciding which arm to carry the cooler with. And may high noon not just be a time of day, but the perfect way to enjoy it. High noon, sun's up.
I got the mic today. Mom, I'm sorry if you hear anything that is said tonight.
We've got a huge game here. Real. Touchdown, Texas.
Coverage of the 7th inning is presented by Mattress Firm. 4-0 to the bottom of the 7th after Harry's rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game here in Iowa. Reds trying to get the offense going. 8-9-1 coming up here. It's Jose Barrero to lead the inning off. Somebody they're ready to grow with over these next couple months, see what he can do in an everyday role. First pitch breaking balls ripped down the line into the left field corner. Leadoff extra base hit. It's a double for Barrero.
Reds needed that to get something going here, still within striking distance. And they've got to do a better job with runners in scoring position. Now, man on second, nobody out. They've got to get that run in. Obviously, they've got to get more than that run in, but it's a start to a game that Cubs have pretty much dominated them from the mound.
Well, Barrero with the first extra base hit of the game for Cincinnati. He's at second against Rucker. Okay. There's a visit from David Bell to home plate umpire John Tumpain. Jake Fraley's going to come up to pinch hit. So Fraley to pinch hit for the catcher Romine out of the 9th spot. And tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Hyundai. It's your journey. And by Applebee's. Help us crush childhood cancer. So that was what the trip out there from David Bell was for, was to let him know that Jake Fraley's headed up to hit for Austin Romine. And Fraley, who's missed a lot of this season with an injury, since coming back, 375 in 9 games.
Yeah, the left-hander on the mound starting today, put him probably on the bench, swinging a hot bat. Now he gets to face a right-hander.
Strike one on a breaking ball. Fraley was part of the return in the Winker and Suarez deal in March. As the Reds continue to turn this thing over. Obviously continued that at the deadline with Castillo and Malley both dealt. Drury, Pham, Naquin, who they just had to watch hurt him in New York this week. They got 10 minor leaguers in those trades, though, including 3 top 100 prospects. So look to build for the future. Barrero at second, nobody out. Ball 2 on Fraley.
I'm always reminded when you're down and the ball like that could have hit the hitter, your teammates go, "We got ice."
Yeah.
Lean into it.
Right.
Like anyone really wants to lean into a pitch.
Three balls, 1 strike. Top of the order after Fraley. Trying to give these Reds fans something to get excited about. No runs in their last 11 innings. That's a walk. First 2 reach for the Reds here in the 7th. Well, Rested and Ready is sponsored by Mattress Firm. You know about Edwin Diaz, one of the top closers in baseball, maybe the top closer in baseball this season. His brother Alexis is doing big things for the Cincinnati Reds as a rookie. And those two teams just played in New York. It's a big day, big series for the family. A bunch of family flew in to take that one in. Matt Reynolds at the top of the order. Singled in his first at bat when he came into the game for an injured Jonathan India. He takes ball one. "31 years old. Waiver claim from the Mets earlier this season. He's in the game for the same reason he's on the team. That is a Jonathan India injury. It happened earlier this year. And then again tonight. Shot to right center field. That'll get the job done for the Reds. It scoots its way all the way to the edge of the track. It'll score two. It's a 4-2 game. Matt Reynolds off of the bench tonight, 2 for 2, and he's cut the Reds' deficit in half.
You just never know when your number's going to be called. Come to the park, get prepared, be ready, and certainly that theme kind of fits Matt Reynolds because he has come up huge and brought the Reds right back into it. Good piece of hitting again, going the other way. And that ball splits the outfielders. Easily going to score one and look like two, and it did. And now the Reds are one batter in the box from tying up the game.
Got the two-hitter Nick Senzel coming up against a new reliever as David Ross calls to the bullpen.
Let me down easy. Let me down. Let me down easy. Oh, oh, oh.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
It's the all-new Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible new subs. The most epic sandwich roster ever created. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
So you're good at hitting home runs, right?
I've never hit a home run in my life, but I've gotten close.
Oh, let's go. Let's try it out.
We're not leaving until I get a home run.
Oh! Jojo, you're so good. You're so young and you've done so much. What's your secret?
I think I just really love life, so I just pick my right foot up and then keep going.
Come on! Ah! That went over, right? It went over! Freaking love baseball.
Reds get a couple against Michael Rucker. 4-2 game. The lefty Hughes on the pitch to Nick Senzel. That's ball one.
Basically two-pitch pitcher for Brandon Hughes. See the numbers on the year. Fastball, slider, occasional changeup. He'll mix in there.
David Robertson, one of the pieces that moved to the deadline out of the Cubs bullpen, and Hughes has seen his role go up. A pecking order in the bullpen here in his rookie season. Sharing the high leverage duties for David Ross. On a 2-0 pitch. Senzel pulls it sharply to third. Wisdom knocks it down, sticks with it, throws him out.
Cannon over there at third base does Wisdom. Well, David Ross is trying to win as many games as he can. As we watch the replay, that's how you get in front of it, knock it down, throw a seed over to first. And he's also trying to find out in these situations where he's making moves to see what these guys and how they react, so that as they mature and as they build this ball club, they're going to find out which guys thrive in situations and which guys maybe don't.
One away, Kyle Farmer to the plate, representing the tying run. Strike one from Hughes. Fly to right. Suzuki's there. 2 out.
So far, so good. Came in with man on second, nobody out, 2-run game. And now he's Joey Votto away from getting on this inning.
Joey's 0 for 2 tonight. Does have a walk. A huge resurgence last year. 36 home runs for him. Just 11 this year. Tie though with one swing. Strike one from Hughes. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Second best chase rate in the majors. Only Juan Soto chases fewer pitches out of the strike zone than Joey Votto.
Come on, Joe.
Here's a toss to second. It gets into center field, but no budging from Reynolds.
You know, it's amazing how many times in spring training you practice these plays, and how rare it gets used in the season. But you practice those plays so that the timing and everything about it. But what's different in spring training is it's not under the gun. And when you practice it enough, you get comfortable to where some teams are really good at executing those plays.
Joey told us earlier tonight what a special experience this is for him playing here. On a 1-1 pitch, he takes in the dirt. He's ahead 2-1. There's nothing he'd love more than having a memorable swing to an already special day for him. Off his foot, and it's 2-2.
You know, I really didn't lock into the helmets till just now, and I'm digging them.
Sweet, aren't they?
I'm digging the helmets.
It's Reds uniforms based off the 1919 World Series champion team. They didn't have the helmets, though.
Yeah.
Ed Roush, Heine Groh, stars on offense of that 1919 Reds team. A great pitching staff. Dutch Ruther, Hot Eller, Slim Sallee won 21 games for the 1919 Reds. Votto takes strike 3. Heck of a job by Brandon Hughes coming on and keeping the damage to 2.
Another long night of crime and violence.
I know you're him.
I pick up garbage for a living. Samaritan's dead.
I don't believe you!
Oh, cool.
He's hiding something.
I want him dead.
How strong are you? Why did you disappear?
Samaritan, rated PG-13.
Are you ready? Let's go. You're going out tonight.
Get a free storage upgrade and case with S Pen when you pre-order.
Hey, babe, meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man. Hey!
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior.
Open the door.
It's easy to forget it's a truck.
Thanks.
Nice truck.
It was.
Find new style. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
The 10th pick is in, the new All-American Club. That's a club I want to join. Let's hear from Simone.
Chuck, that's a club I want to join.
I literally just said that. I like her better than you. The new Subway series. What's your pick?
Wait, you're a night manager and mom and birthday cake baker? So adding and student might feel daunting. National University is here to support all your ands. National University, supporting the whole you.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
If you build it, he will come.
The one constant through all the years, Ray,
Has been baseball.
is this heaven?
Is this heaven? No. It's Iowa.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will definitely come.
They certainly came tonight. Packed this 8,000-seat stadium on this 193-acre farm. 8th inning, 4-2. Cubs ahead. You'd have to lead it off for the Cubs. We were talking about Alexis Diaz a moment ago, and we get to watch him pitch here.
Yeah, you're going to see some similarities to his brother. The way he picks up his leg. The way that he throws, not quite as hard, but has late life on that fastball. Primarily fastball slider pitcher. Let's say he looks like him. Yeah. His 0-1 is right there for a strike. 0-2. Some defensive changes. Jake Fraley after pinch hitting in left field. Almora moves left to center. And Michael Papierski is now in the game catching. 0-2 to Happ. Fouled off. Another 0-2. The foul ball. Well, we're talking about the reunion of the Diaz brothers in New York this week. Their parents, aunts, uncles, cousins all flew up for the occasion. Dozens there to watch the Diaz's, and mom and dad very proud. The whole big family had come to watch Edwin, but that's the first time a lot of them had gotten to watch Alexis do his thing. Happ on a 2-strike pitch, singles into center field. Leadoff man on for the Cubs here in the 8th. We've been taking in these wonderful sights. You've been giving us your corn facts. Kenny's got some more on how this all gets to look so good.
Well, guys, the corn surrounding the field this year is a completely different hybrid, a different type than the crop we saw last year. The leaves are dark green. It makes it a little showier. It's also about a foot shorter. Now, Adam Ray, who farms the site with his brother Andy, he says it's routine to plant different hybrids of corn. It's a way to manage risk, protect against disease. Now, the Ray brothers, they're sort of the MVPs of this project. During growing season, they'll assemble a team of 5 that sometimes works on this site as early as 5 a.m. and other times after dark. And guys, that's in addition to their regular jobs. That's how much care they put into this. While working, their team will talk about baseball and other topics. They tell their wives it's their version of a book club.
You know, when they filmed the movie, once they committed to this as the site, they obviously wanted to make sure that the crops grew and the corn was looking good for the movie, and they overcorrected a little bit. They irrigated it so well that the corn grew so high that they had to put in a platform for Kevin Costner to walk on to film those scenes in the corn because you couldn't see him, it was so tall. Strike on Velasquez, 0-2.
I can't really think of another sport you could do this with.
Yeah.
You know, as far as the stadiums we play in, and then to have this kind of look.
Slice of magic carved into a cornfield. Taking it in from the house. If you've never visited here, that could be you. Anybody can go sit on the rocker, sit on the swing. First visitor showed up a few weeks after the film premiered. It was a Giants fan who was road tripping across the country, California to New York. Swung by and said, I had to check this place out. It was the first of so many that have made the pilgrimage here. This one gets by Votto, and Happ's going to move up to second and stop there.
And like we've talked about, the scenery on the way in is unlike any other place you see, meaning it's not like there's a 4-lane road to get in here.
Yeah.
People are in line for a long time to make their way in, park way across the street, fill up another field, and then walk through the cornfields to get here.
One-two is taken high, 2-2. David Ross was telling us before the game how emotional it was for him to look at the Cubs fans lining the road as the bus came in. So, I mean, long travel day, whatever, and then you get there, and you're on the bus, and you're driving in, and there's all these people lining the road. He said, just to watch us come through in a bus. And he said it gave him a shot of perspective. Strike 3 call.
And he said that perspective was so telling because no matter where you are in your season, no matter what struggles you're going through, there are people coming to support you. And so that's why always give your best no matter what the scenarios they want to see you win. They were playing catch on the side of the road as early as when we came in. We came in at 12:30 from the hotel to here. So they made a day of it, and there's activities after the game that they're going to get to enjoy. And it's definitely a memory-packed day.
Post-game concert. They'll show the movie on the video board. Swing and a miss by P.J. Higgins. They can walk back through the cornfield. Here the buses coming in. The teams landed early afternoon and made their way here. Had a chance before it was open to the public to soak it all in and roam the complex. 0-2. Having a catch, doing what you do. Come here. Good stop. Papirski. 2-2 on P.J. Higgins. Got his first big league opportunity last year. He went 1 for 23. Got another chance this season. Came up in late May and comes into the game hitting .281. Facing Alexis Diaz. Who fires 2-2. Higgins takes strike 3 and backed up on him, but found the inside corner. 2 gone in the 8th, and now a quick word from Corona.
The redesigned Corona Slim can. Slim is one of my old nicknames. Might as well call them Snoop cans.
Back-to-back Ks after the leadoff single.
Well, this one was a slider that was supposed to go the other way, and it actually backdoored the front part of the plate to a right-hander, and he was like, no, I think that's inside. And it was supposed to break. It didn't, but he got the call.
They're not away from getting out of this inning. Pinch hitter Rafael Ortega comes up. Spins inside, but he couldn't lay off. Strike 1. Ortega made it to the major leagues when he was 21. That was in 2012, and he's got to be thinking, all right, I mean, here we go. I got this long, fruitful career ahead of me. Well, over the next 8 years, he played a total of 140 games. He got granted free agency 7 times. Finally locked in with the Cubs last year. Stayed in the majors for the first time at the age of 30 in his 14th year as a pro. Hitting for Christopher Morel. Swings through it. 1 and 2.
See, that's just tremendous spin. It looks like it might be 99, but it's not. It was only registered at 91, but he's got such great backspin. And that's what fools the hitter, right? That little cutting action. It's just hard to teach.
It's one of the things Joey Votto was talking about, right? We asked him how different is 95 from 102, and he said it totally depends. That 91 looked a lot harder than that.
I want to give a shout out to Murray Koch, who him and his team have done 2 years in a row now. This is not the only field he does. He does this for a living. He's done an incredible job. This surface, the beautiful way it looks, and there was 2 minor league games played, you know, on these fields. So it matches everything you could imagine when you get here, and just a great surface to play a baseball game on.
Ortega down on strikes, and that is the inning.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Because grilled to order makes a sub above.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
So it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you.
We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through. And I'll walk with you.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
Tonight's telecast is presented by Geico and sponsored by Verizon, the network America relies on. And by Jersey Mike Subs. Be a sub above. Bring Iowa home in an official on-field MLB jersey or cap, or commemorate the game with a new t-shirt or collectible. Shop the limited edition collection soon while supplies last at MLBshop.com. And those threads are sweet that they pull out for both these teams. You got a favorite between the two? You like the Cubs one or the Reds one more?
You know, I'm gravitating towards the Reds. There's no wrong answer. The high socks, just the combination, you know. But they're both classic.
Rafael Ortega, after pinch hitting for Morel, stays in his spot in center field. Donovan Solano's got 2 hits tonight. Leads off the bottom of the 8th. Takes a strike as Hughes stays in. Well, you saw him coming into that inning against 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup and shutting things down.
He sure did. The Reds were having some momentum, and he stopped it.
His 0-2 is outside. Strike 3 called. 1 gone in the 8th. Well, we would be remiss, and we wouldn't do this without talking to you about it first, John, but you lost your father today. And, yeah, I'm sorry, my friend.
Yeah, it's been an incredible day. It's been an emotional day. That was taken not too long ago. His passion for baseball. What a day to honor him. He lived by his faith. He loved family. And he would be so mad if I didn't do this game. And I just can't think of another day to honor him when you think about this park, this movie, and how he loved every one of us and everyone he came in contact with. So I'm the man I am because of him, and he was awesome.
Heck of a play right there. Wisdom across the diamond to get Almora. And I know you had people ask, like, how can you still do the game? Are you sure you want to do the game? But it almost became like a reason for doing the game.
Yeah,
right?
I can't explain the peace I have. That comes just from, you know, from God and the way he lived. And he lived, I call it the 4 L's. He lived, he laughed, he learned, he listened, and, you know, he gave us everything that we needed to fulfill and show up to work. And I feel like I'm showing up to work, and what a better way for my mom, my brother, and my sister, and the support we've gotten today. It started early this morning. I'm sure it'll hit when I get home, but this is the perfect day for him if he was going to leave.
Well, we're glad that you decided to spend it with us. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
I know there are some cards, some John Smoltz cards floating around the universe right now that he was handing out.
He was so proud that when I was in high school, he made my first baseball card, and everywhere he went, he just handed them out to people. And I didn't get it then. I was actually begging him to stop doing that, and I get it now because I've run into so many people who met my dad, and they go, I met your dad, and I go, stop. Did he give you a card? And they said, yeah, and here it is. And he loved it. So I'm gonna miss him, but I'm gonna live every day for him.
Well, tonight in honor of John Smoltz, John Sr.
Yeah.
Hey Frank, how you doing?
Andy Pettitte is one of America's greatest pitchers that has played for the New York Yankees. He has never forgotten what happened on September 11th.
The grief I know that you and your family had to go through, but what you've turned that tragedy into really a triumph.
what we do for catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star families, giving them mortgage-free homes.
The 100-home village that y'all are going to build down in Tampa, it's just amazing.
They go protect us overseas, they give their lives. We better take care of their families that are left behind.
I just kept seeing those commercials over and over, and it gets to you, right? I mean, if you're an American, I really just felt, in my heart, just like, man, this is something I wanted to find out more about and look into, and then, of course, just be involved.
The Bible tells us that when we restore others, that ourselves will be restored.
Join me in supporting our nation's heroes and their families. It only takes $11 a month.
Go to T2T.org.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip. So your camera can see in the dark with Night Sight. Fix your photos with Magic Eraser. Photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone. And last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
A bad bed makes for a bad back, which makes for a bad performance. Bravo, junk sleep. During Mattress Firm's Black Friday Now sales, save up to $600 on top brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying Sealy purchase. You can't put a price on good sleep, but it's better on sale. Mattress Firm.
This pepperoni was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
Not too many better storytellers out there than Tom Rinaldi. He hosts a new 8-part podcast series called Wesley, the compelling story of Lyman Wesley Bostock Jr., the only player in MLB history to be murdered in season. He's a career .311 hitter. Podcast examines who he was, circumstances surrounding his murder, what could have been had he continued his career. Listen to the series Wesley wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to Tom Rinaldi tell stories. Hunter Strickland comes on to pitch for the Cincinnati Reds. Strickland's in his 9th year with his 8th different team, and found himself in the closer's role recently, but has given up 7 runs over his last 4 innings and no longer in that spot.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a tough stretch. He's got a great arm, and when he can get that slider to turn the corner, hitters have no chance.
Past the diving farmer, Nick Madrigal, with his 3rd hit of the game. So Madrigal's continued what he was doing coming in. The first week off of the injured list, back above 300. Doing what he had done pretty much his whole baseball career before getting injured for a lot of last season. Traded to the Cubs in the Craig Kimbrell deal from the White Sox. Well, this is a guy who, coming up to the minors, well above 300. Very few strikeouts that they still have hope for. Finding it as he gets healthy. So to open this 9th inning, Wilson Contreras comes up. No. 1 ball, no strikes. Contreras, one of the last links to the Cubs' recent glory days. The only active position player left from that team. Let's count David Ross, of course. Jason Hayward, who's on the IL and has played his last game as a Cub. And then Kyle Hendricks, who's also on the injured list. But overturned that roster last year. Bryant and Baez and Rizzo all traded. And as they say around Chicago, trying to build that next great Cubs team. Will Contreras be a part of it? Fly to right center field. Long run for Almora, who gets there with a slide to make the catch.
Yeah, when you think about where the Cubs were and winning that World Series, and as we watch the break, this This lighting for the players, they can see the ball better than we can when it goes up into the air, but in the sky, he comes in, makes a nice sliding catch. You just wonder, you know, all those components are almost completely gone.
Yeah.
And they're trying to redefine their future and hopefully get back to another World Series soon.
One gone. Patrick Wisdom up. There goes Madrigal, swing and a miss, throw down is not in time. And a stolen base for Madrigal.
I think they're going to want to check and see whether there was contact on the throw down to second. Now a hitter can't make any contact in the throwing path of the catcher, get him down to second base.
No, I disagree.
And David Bell, they're talking to John Tumpane about that, to no avail.
The follow through just catches him. You see the follow through and catches him on the shoulder.
So Madrigal gets second. Wisdom still up there. Looking for some insurance here in the ninth against Strickland. It's 1-1. You're talking about them seeing the ball better in those lights. The very first lights used in baseball were generator powered. Kansas City Monarchs, the Negro Leagues, the great Negro League team, bought this set of lights that they could travel around on the beds of trucks. They weren't that tall though, and so, you know, first of all, you'd have this humming all game as the generators ran them, and then the fly balls and the pop-ups, they would go into the darkness because they'd get above the lights, and it was amazing being able to play games under the lights, but it was an adventure a lot of times trying to field those balls up there. On 1-2, Wisdom takes ball 2.
That's the pitch. The fastball from time to time, you know, as Joey Votto said earlier in the game, you can time up a missile if you see it come out of the hand. That pitch right there, if it starts over the middle of the plate and disappears left against a right-handed hitter, that's where Strickland's going to have his success. The key to throwing that pitch is throwing it off your front leg. If you try to throw it with just your arm and from the backside and you try to snap that pitch across your body, you end up throwing it all arm and you pull a lot of those pitches. It's the break is important, but it's the location where the break starts. When you pull it away, the hitter recognizes it too soon. That's a great pitch. And you throw more of those and you're going to get great results. That was so good that the hitter had no chance to swing at it, and it was at the mercy of the umpire. That's the slider you want. Starts over the middle, ends up, could have been a call strike, but wasn't.
So walk for Wisdom, and it gets Seiya Suzuki to the plate. With one out in the ninth inning, the Cubs up 4-2. Suzuki out of Japan, where Field of Dreams, by the way, is hugely popular. There are a lot of people that come from Japan to visit this site. Actually, a few years after the movie came out, there was a group of fans there that turned a rice paddy into a baseball field, planted a crop of corn around it to have their own Field of Dreams.
I just don't think there's ever, I mean, should never say never, but a movie to transcend time like Field of Dreams over baseball.
It's a movie about baseball, but it's a movie about life.
Yeah, for sure.
About following your dreams, about following your heart, finding happiness. It's resonated with so many people for so many different reasons for generations now. Strickland's 0-2. Get Suzuki. Nice grab there by Papirski. 2 gone in the 9th, and a quick word from Apple.
Need to focus on the game? Just tell Siri, turn on Do Not Disturb.
Well, we started to talk about it when they turned 2 earlier tonight, but Nico Horner, who's at the plate here, Nick Madrigal, who's at second base, the 2 were born 2 months apart. Horner in Oakland, Madrigal in Sacramento, and they've been playing either against each other or with each other since they were 11 years old. Wow. From Little League to Team USA to the Pac-12. Nick was at Oregon State. Nico was at Stanford. And then they were linked again in the draft. Both won in the first round in 2018. Now it all comes full circle with Madrigal getting traded from the White Sox to the Cubs, sharing a big league infield.
Safe to say that doesn't happen very often.
Right? You talk about field of dreams. These guys out there got to be pinching themselves.
You know, I find it amazing how many brothers are in our game now, and how many father-sons combination that are just being put into our game, and they're not missing a beat. It's like the footsteps they're following in, it doesn't bother them.
Two on, 2 out, 0-2. Excited for Fernando Tatis to come back. That's good for baseball.
It really is, and it's so unfortunate the last couple of years for him. And you know, I mean, this sport, the beauty of this sport, kind of like unlike others, you could stay relatively healthier in this sport, you would think, over the others. And there's always the freakish injuries, and there's always the injuries that you go, oh man, that's a fluke. But to have it back-to-back seasons, you know, or even to have what Chris Sale had happen, is just such a bad.
It's a bummer.
It is a bummer.
Rowanwick getting ready for the bottom of the 9th inning.
But on the flip side, you can miss 2 months of this season and still be a huge contributor because the year is so long, right? You missed 2 months in football.
Right.
You missed almost the majority of the year.
Down on a fastball. Strickland able to get out of the inning with no damage. To the bottom of the 9th we go on a night that's about baseball and it's about family.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couples some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
We'd like to dedicate the next 5 seconds to fresh portobellos. And all the other seconds to peppers, onions, and Swiss. Because fresh ingredients make a sub above.
You're a baseball fan here. Here, even up here. Only T-Mobile gives you free Wi-Fi to stream games in the air all flight long. And you're connected overseas with high-speed data in over 215 countries and destinations on us. Stay in the game with free Wi-Fi all flight long and high-speed data around the world. On the ground, in the air, or overseas. T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond the expected.
Unleash the freshness. Still fresh. It washes and boosters.
Downy Unstoppables.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Bottom of the 9th inning here in Dyersville, Iowa. Last chance for the Reds. They trail 4-2. Rowan Wick on to try and close things out for the Cubs, who, the only thing they did at the trade deadline was send off 4 relievers. That's the only part of the team they touched. Shockingly, since the All-Star break, which half that time's without half those guys, they're the #1 bullpen in baseball.
It's crazy how things work, right? And he has been outstanding in his last 10. He's had scoreless appearances going back to July 10th. So his four-seamer is one of those pitches that we talked about that may not light up a radar gun, but it has great backspin, and they really don't hit it very well.
Wick in his 4th season with the Cubs. Again, this was David Robertson's role before they traded him to the Phillies. David Ross saying he's going to give a few different guys chances in the 9th inning. This one belongs to Wick, who, and I think Wilson Contreras is using PitchCom, and he gave him the look like, I'm not wearing anything, and so he gave him the traditional signs, and Jose Barrero fouled it off. This is the part of the order that triggered things for the Reds in their 2-run inning. Barrero doubled on the first pitch of the 7th, and then Fraley, who's on deck, walked. They both scored on Matt Reynolds' double. Chased 0-2.
That has definitely been the pitch that he cannot lay off of tonight, and he did get a hit early on, but anything that he gets low and down and spinning, I mean, there's no reason. Really, he can do whatever he wants, 0-2, but he could throw another pitch down there and see if he goes and chases.
Instead, turns it up with a fastball, and it's fouled off.
The only problem with that pitch, if it's not perfectly located 0-2, you're feeding into a guy who loves to swing, but you could run into a mistake and that turn into a bad start to an inning. I would be shocked if he doesn't go back to the breaking ball.
Yeah, he looks so bad on it. Another 0-2. Target set up again. Oh, baby. All right.
Yeah, they got a different game plan. That's fine.
Cubs trying to make it a Chicago sweep in these 2 Field of Dreams games. White Sox over the Yankees last year. Cubs up 4-2, bottom of the 9th inning. Here's an 0-2 to Barrero from Rowan Wick. Back to the breaking ball, but he took this one. Got the chase that he was looking for and got the first out of the 9th inning.
Well, that's the pitch. Took him four pitches to get to it, but nonetheless, he got the result he wanted. Straight over the top breaking ball.
Cubs bullpen has retired 7 straight since Reynolds' 2-run double. 13th strikeout of the night for Cubs pitching. Jake Fraley, ball 1. Fraley trying to set the table for the top of the order. If he reaches, Reynolds would come up representing the tying run. Reds in danger of a 4th consecutive loss. She had it rolling a little bit prior to the sweep against the Mets this week. Started the season 4-23, just this monstrous hole, and actually close to a 500 team since then. On 1-1, Fraley takes ball 2.
Well, the old general rule is throw it right down the middle and let him hit his way on in a 2-run game. You certainly don't ever want to just give the gift of a walk. That's just closing 101.
He took it 3-2.
And now you could be a little bit more aggressive on a 3-2 count because it's considered neutral. But again, depending on who's on the plate, if he's aggressive, it's not neutral. It's pitcher favors the pitcher.
One gone, bottom of the 9th, 3-2 from Rowan Wick. Jake Fraley bounces one back to him. 2 gone in the 9th. Cubs fans coming to their feet. Up to Matt Reynolds to try and keep the Reds' hopes alive. And he's had a great night coming off of the bench for Jonathan India. When India fouled a ball off his leg, he's 2 for 2, and he's knocked in their 2 runs. First pitch curve drops in there, strike 1. Doubles up on it and gets ahead 0-2. Now you got him where you want him.
Yeah, he sure does. You're throwing that pitch for a strike, and your vertical drop over the middle of the plate, so hard to lay off of it as a hitter, and you got to respect his fastball. So hitter's really in a defensive situation right now.
Drew Smiley. What a night it was for him. In position to win this game if Wick can get one more strike. That's a little bit outside 1-2. Tries it again. Check swing, no swing. 2-2. Reds trying to stir up some of that 9th inning magic we saw from the White Sox last year. Alejo Lopez hoping for an opportunity. 2-2 pitch. Wow, he took a close one and he's worked it full.
Same thing, really. Based on those pitches, the fastball's beating him. He's flinching and realizing he can't get to it. So again, 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Make him hit his way on.
Here comes the payoff pitch. Fouls it back.
I just like how simple he throws a baseball. I mean, he's throwing it with effort, don't get me wrong, but it's just simple. Leg up, straight down at you. He's working off the planes north and south, meaning he is going to really vertically change the eye level and then to the bottom with his breaking ball.
Another 3-2. Back to the breaking ball to finish the night. The Cubs take the Field of Dreams game 4-2 over the Reds.
What a great night. And like I said, these 2 teams may not be going at the end of the year where they want to. This game will stick with their memory. It won't, you know, everyone wants to win, but they're going to remember the memory of this game more than anything. And I sure am as well.
Well, we appreciate you being here, John. We're thinking of you, thinking of your family, and remembering your father.
Yeah.
2-3 ninth inning for Rowan Wick as David Ross's bullpen retires the final 9 hitters. And Drew Smiley, back-to-back excellent performances for him. He strikes out 9 over 5 innings in this one and gets his second consecutive victory. He, by the way, is now 5-0 in his career against Cincinnati, beating them for a second time this season. And the Cubs continue to get excellent pitching. The starting perspective getting healthier and healthier as this injury-riddled season goes on. Yeah, the winning pitcher is with our Tom Verducci.
Well, thanks, Joe. Well, Drew, you've pitched in 32 Major League ballparks. This is the first time surrounded by almost 200 acres of corn. Describe the experience when you took the mound in the first inning and what carried you through 6 innings of shutout ball.
It was awesome. I mean, it's just such a cool experience. Major League Baseball did an amazing job setting this all up. To just get out here early in the day and walk amongst everybody through the cornfields with the fans and then show up, and it's a small ballpark, obviously, and it's a very intimate setting. It's fun just to be here and hear the fans. You can hear them yell in the stands. It's just a memory that is going to stick with all of us for a long time.
And Drew, you know, as a pitcher, you go over scouting reports for a start. This time you prepared by watching a movie. And you know, Field of Dreams is about connecting generations. As a father yourself, with a daughter who has a birthday today, what are the memories that you will take away from this experience?
Yeah, I mean, I'll remember it forever. She's turned 5 today, so I don't know how well she'll remember it later in her life, but it's really cool for her to be here. And my younger son Landon, and actually I have another newborn that's a month old. They're all here watching, so it's fun to have the family here with me and him to. They're used to big cities and big stadiums, so they come out here and they see cornfields everywhere. It's neat. It's neat for all of us. So we had a good night.
Congratulations on a great win and a great memory.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Back to you, Joe.
All right, Tom, and again, happy birthday to Parker Smiley. Turns 5 today. Celebrates it with a win for Daddy. 4-2. Cubs over the Reds. This game framed by this backdrop. Man, it evokes something in all of us. Another special night here in Dyersville, Iowa. The Cubs beat the Reds 4-2. In Iowa. 5th win out of their last 7 games, trying to finish the season strong. Stick with us on the other side of this break. KB, A-Rod, Big Poppy with continuing coverage from Field of Dreams.
Lego Masters is back. We are going to blow your minds.
Lego Masters premieres September 21st on Fox.
This is an OurQuadCities.com update.
Taking a look at discipline, what the Bettendorf Community School District will discuss at tonight's meeting. Find out more on OurQuadCities.com.
Here at Kimberly Car City, we're the Quad Cities' exclusive certified pre-owned dealer for Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. All of our certified pre-owned vehicles have been inspected from nose to tail, have roadside assistance, carry a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, and more. Plus, get added protection with 3-month, 3,000-mile maximum care. It's not just used, it's Chrysler certified pre-owned, only at Kimberly Car City in Davenport, 1 block west of North Park Mall.
Smart.com, the Quad Cities' newest, easiest way to sell or trade your vehicle. As the largest used car dealer in the area, we need cars. So no matter if it's a current loan, lease, or completely paid off, we want to buy it today. And we've made it easy. Just go to selltosmart.com, enter your year, make, model, and mileage, and you're on your way to a top dollar cash offer for a vehicle. Then bring your vehicle to the checkered lane at any of our 8 Smart Automotive Group locations and get paid the same day. Selltosmart.com.
We've got a huge game here.
Are we alone in the universe? The Fox Files returns with 2 exclusive must-see shows. Stream Alien Abductions with Abby Hornacek and Unsealed Alien Files now. It's all part of the Fox Files on Fox Nation. Sign up today.
LAFD, we will come to you.
I can feel it. Get off the field!
Oh my God.
911 season premiere September 19th on Fox. Watch anytime. All seasons available on Hulu.
You know, it says out of workshop for a reason.
I'm so sorry to bother you, boss, but have you ever heard of the World Cup? Well, they moved it to the holidays.
Wait, like the actual World Cup? To my holiday season? Are you kidding me?
It's a big deal. There's Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah, but that's my time to shine, right? I mean, that guy's got like 300 million followers. I mean, how am I supposed to compete with that?
I think it's like 400 million.
400 million? Okay, great. You know what? Get Blitzen on the phone. I got to get on the next flight up there. We got work to do. I gotta go.
It was another special night in the cornfields of Iowa. The Griffeys, junior and senior, some legends, Johnny Bench and Ferguson Jenkins, and then the current players, the Cubs, with a 4-2 win over the Reds, and the fireworks fly as Rowan Wick closes it out. And just the imagery of tonight's, just like last year, so special on a perfect night weather-wise, a packed house, kids enjoying every second. And a good ball game tonight as we welcome you to our set here in left field. That's right, in the field of the corn, baby, with a Hall of Famer, Big Papi, David Ortiz, A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt. What a fun evening. Again, the sequel, the Field of Dreams game. And, you know, there's a lot to take from this. It's really bigger than the one regular season game. So what do you take from it, Alex?
KB, I love what Tom Verducci said in that interview. It's about connecting generations. And that's what this game is all about. It's much bigger than just the game. And can we just give a note for Major League Baseball? Baseball is supposed to be a big event. This felt big. It felt like a postseason. It was also a good game. But to see Griffey Sr., and all the guys come out, it was very special.
I totally agree with you. I mean, baseball is a family game. And I believe that when you come here to watch a baseball game, it's like a family reunion. I mean, you guys got me crying in the pregame show, man, talking about the family. I brought my son here. I mean, you walk around, you see everybody as a family approaching this game. I mean, it was unbelievable, the feeling about this game tonight.
You know, today was all about what's right about baseball. Baseball deserves a stage like this. How about Joey Votto? His sense of humor, his graciousness, his humility. He is a national treasure, and we need to highlight more Joey Vottos out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was great. He was so, you know, and that's the thing. There was always this thing, well, you know, you don't want to disturb him during the game. Joey Votto during the interview said, well, I got nothing to do over here at first base. Let me tell you a story.
That was unbelievable.
Right?
And by the way, I'm pissed. I played so many All-Star games. I played so many World Series, and I never got the opportunity to play here.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Well, by the way, it's a little bit smaller of a ballpark with the dimensions. You guys would have gotten deep lake a lot.
I would love to.
In this.
Hey, KB, you know, we have to give a shout out to the great people of Iowa. They couldn't have been more gracious, more welcoming. I just cannot wait. We had an incredible time, and we can't wait to come back.
Yeah, it's special. Again, lucky to do it the first time last year, and the sequel, the Field of Dreams game, and this magical place in Dyersville, Iowa, lived up to it. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. We tell you now to stay tuned for your late local news, except on the West Coast. That'll do it for us. Special night. The Field of Dreams, we say so long from Iowa. Good night.
Saturday, it's Baseball Night in America on Fox. Judging the Yankees battle Bogarts and the rival Red Sox, or the Mariners face the Rangers. It's Baseball Night in America, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Tonight, we honor small-town America, and there's nothing more American than baseball. Apple pie and hot dogs.
It's fine, okay? I can Heimlich myself.
Welcome to Fletch. Season premiere September 29th on Fox.
You're watching Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Through it all. Find one of those corn stalks and fly the W, because the Cubs take the victory over the Reds in the Field of Dreams game. They got the party started right from the top. Seiya Suzuki leading the charge, and then Nico Hoerner getting in on the fun as well. It was smiles all day long for the Northsiders. Out in the middle of a cornfield, Ian Happ even sang it reminds him of travel ball back in the day. And then Nick Madrigal, stay hot. This guy right there, Matt Reynolds, played in an RBI early on in the game, but Rowan Wick just too much for him. Fireworks for the Cubs at the end of the game. 4-2 your final. Taylor McGregor, Rick Sutcliffe with you. I mean, even just watching those shots, you get goosebumps the whole night. What a cool experience for everybody involved.
I got to be honest with you. It almost put a tear in my eye thinking about, it's all about family. You see all of the parents there with their kids. You hear everybody talking to them. And I go back to when I was a kid, and I would give anything to be able to play catch with my grandpa just one more time. I was raised by my grandpa. My dad took off, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I don't have the opportunity to play catch with my grandpa anymore, but I have a grandson that I get to play catch with. And I know he was watching the game tonight. It's just one of those special things that when you look back on your life, you're going to remember that moment.
It's a movie that transcends generations, a game as well. My dad was born in Iowa, I have family in Iowa, so sort of a full circle moment for me as well. And I'm sure a lot of Cub fans able to relate to that. So super special, involving the Hall of Famers as well. So our own Cole Wright caught up with a lot of them. That's going to be our Blue Cross Blue Shield Sound Up.
To go on that field and have cameras on the old field, well, it's incredible.
I mean, how often do you drive up to a ballpark and surrounded by cornfields? This is one of a kind.
Well, I think it's educational that the kids don't know about where the game came from and the guys, what they had to go through. Shoeless, Joe, and all those guys had to go through back in the day.
They've done a tremendous job, Major League Baseball, with pulling the event off. Funny, Billy Williams asked me, how did they find this place? Yeah. The only thing I could say was via a movie.
I put the movie on when I was coming up here, and of course, I've never been here, and I see films of it. You know, it's nice coming in. It's a tough place to get to, like the Hall of Fame, but once you get here, look like you could enjoy it, because it's a thing that a lot of kids, a lot of people are going to come up here and just enjoy what is here.
For any baseball fan that loves the game of baseball and the heart of the country here, right here in Iowa, this is a must. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable is the best way to put it. Let's get you straight to the action, beginning with the Griffey family. I mean, goosebumps.
I gave up multiple home runs to both senior and junior.
Well, that's not surprising. No surprise there. And no surprise that Seiya Suzuki got the party started in the top of the first with a runner on, sends this one to deep left. And what do you know? Cubs lead 1-0.
He's going to have a monster finish. Trust me on that. And those power numbers are going to go way up.
Something you love to see. Patrick Wisdom certainly fired up. I love this camera shot too. The angles, the emotion, certainly pictured really well. And then Nico Hoerner saying, all right, we can't just get one run. We at least have to get two. So he would score Seiya Suzuki, and then the Cubs really felt like the momentum was already in their favor.
Nico's all about hitting with runners in scoring position. He has been his whole career. He should have been an all-star. I'm still mad about that.
Ian Happ was an all-star. He was the next hitter, and he would plate Nico Hoerner. So now the Cubs lead 3-0. Really good start in the top of the first.
I asked Ian, I go, what is it about you in Cincinnati? He goes, I own them.
But he doesn't want people to know, because he said, I just want them to keep doing what they're doing. Scary, though, moment in the top of the third. Wilson Contreras trying to round second, going for third, and then stops, rolls his ankle. Game has to stop. Trainers come out. David Ross comes out. He's taken out of the game, but luckily able to stay in.
I was scared to death when I saw it live. but when they slowed it down and you got a chance to see that the ankle didn't go completely over to where all the ligaments get torn, you thought he had a chance to come back. We know how tough he is.
No doubt about it, and good thing because him and Drew Smyly in an absolute rhythm here today. Drew's last outing, he went 6 2/3 scoreless, and I think this appearance here tonight even better. 9 punch-outs.
You heard me say that earlier.
Well,
You just took that right out of my mouth.
I think we all agree.
He was more dominant now. And, you know, you just think back to what happened. The spring training started late. He was a late guy to sign. Then all of a sudden, he had a finger injury. He had an oblique injury. He's back to pitching like he did last year when he helped win a World Series for the Atlanta Braves.
Makes you wonder what would have happened if this starting rotation would have stayed healthy throughout the entire year. But for now, we're going to talk about the Cubs offense because Nick Madrigal stay hot. 3 hits on the day for him, 2 stolen bases, the first time in his career he's achieved that feat.
The first time all year long he's been completely healthy after that hamstring injury that he had a year ago.
Cubs would lead 4-0 going into the 7th. Michael Rucker in here in relief, and this is going to plate 2 runs. Matt Reynolds, the former Razorback. Sorry, Sut.
Oh, that's right. Pig Suey, I got you. I'll let you throw him a little love. I'll talk about Rucker a little bit later.
And have no fear, Brandon Hughes is here. He would end the inning with a strikeout to Joey Votto. Brandon Hughes is the pitcher, Sut.
Nobody dominates Joey Votto like that.
More Hughes in the 8th. Here we go. Still 4-2. You don't want any damage to be done. And he said, don't worry about it. Michigan State alum, so go Sparty. Shout out there. And he's getting the work here. Albert Almora grounding out right there. And then the final punch out of the inning, and he walks back to the dugout. He is smiling, and Cubs hold on to that 4-2 lead. To the 9th inning we go. Rowan Wick here has sort of stepped in to the 9th inning, and he does work here, Sut.
What's his song? You like the Sandman when Mariano Rivera would come out? Hell's Bells when Trevor Hoffman would come in? Rowan Wick's getting to the point right now where he's going to earn him a song. Remember Kimball had one? I'll talk to Rowan about it when we get to Cincinnati tomorrow.
I was going to say, I think that's your duty to figure out. Maybe Firework by Katy Perry. I don't know. I just got the idea right there. Drew Smyly, though, the story here today. 9 punch-outs. Here's the final scoreboard for you here today. 10 hits to 7 for the Reds. 18 total left on base between the two teams, but you will notice no home runs. Last year, the story were all the home runs that were hit. 8 total homers a year ago, 0 here today. Doesn't matter because Drew Smyly is smiling. His offense got on the board, and then he completed it. He stands by with Cole Wright.
The first couple innings, it took me a little bit to kind of get in groove, catch my sights. Just a whole different feel than pitching, in your usual Major League Baseball stadium. But I think I've caught a little groove there at the end, and it was just a lot of fun. It just was, it's so unique and different than what we're used to. So just to be out there playing and just like a one-of-one game, it's just the one time this season, and we're all thrilled to be a part of it. It was cool to go out there and give the team a chance.
Right in front. Drew, before the game, I noticed you were kind of walking around by yourself out by the pitcher's mound. What was going through your head getting ready for an event such as this?
Just trying to take it in, I guess. Just, I went and stood on the mound just to kind of get the perspective of what it was going to be like. I knew it was going to be a lot different than a normal, Major League game. And Major League Baseball just did a great job of building this up, just walking around pregame with the fans, mingling, going to the other field where the movie was made, just being, like a tourist basically and taking it all in. It was, a game like this, you obviously want to play well, but it's like, you just feel like a kid again. You're just out there playing baseball in your middle of Iowa, playing a Major League Baseball game. It's so unique and a cool experience, and it's awesome to, like Rossi said, just to wear the Cubs uniform and get to be a part of it.
First row on your left, Tommy.
It's for all you guys, but I know London next year, and there have been a lot of other cool events by Major League Baseball, but what type of impact can games like this, trips like that, and other opportunities do for the game?
Yeah, I think
just early on in the day, going face-to-face with a lot of people from the area, people that had actually been in the movie, just fans of the game in general. Any chance there's a time to do that is awesome. Whether it's kids, people who have loved the game for a long time, and kind of had a spring training feel in that way, just kind of seeing people face-to-face, which we don't get a ton of during the season, so nice to be able to spread that.
Second row on your left, guys.
Nick, you didn't get to play in the game last year with the injury and then the trade. How did this kind of compare to your expectations, and what was it like to be out there tonight?
Yeah, all year long I was looking forward to this game. I was fortunate enough to see that the Cubs were going there, the next year. But yeah, I was bummed not to make it last year, and something I was looking forward to, and it was everything I imagined it being, and more. From start to finish, like these guys said, Major League Baseball did a great job of, just the whole setup, the game, the stadium was unbelievable. I wasn't, too sure what the, actual field was going to be, but it was incredible, and, to have the fans feel like, they're right on top of you. Overall, it's just a great day.
Drew, did I hear right that it was your daughter's birthday? You're celebrating it today, and then just what was this day like for families? A lot of you guys are dads and had kids over.
Yeah, today was her 5th birthday, so they made the drive from Chicago. It's just cool, I hope she can remember it the older she gets. I know I will, and my wife. All she knows is going to big stadiums in these big cities, so she drove out here to the cornfields and gets to watch me play baseball. It's just pretty cool and it's neat, and it's something that I know I'll remember the rest of my life.
Second row on your right, guys.
Yeah, I'm just making sure, guys. I'm just curious as to how the fans affected you, if they did at all. Once you got out there, and were actually playing the game. Did the atmosphere not necessarily overwhelm you, but did it have an effect at all?
Just packed crowd, felt like kind of college size, college atmosphere. Definitely not normal. I could visibly see a horse from shortstop pretty easily. But yeah, the crowd was there. They were present. It was definitely quieter than normal. Had to turn the pitch comm down lower than I have before, and just little things like that. But definitely still energy in the ballpark, and great experience.
The questions?
Drew,
in the back center.
Drew, you couldn't have scripted your outing any better tonight. Can you talk about what your favorite takeaway from your day was today?
I don't know, favorite takeaway. Honestly, I called myself in between every inning when I wasn't pitching, just staring out into the cornfields, just looking over the left field wall. It's just something I've never seen before, and just thinking I was sitting here in the Major League dugout trying to pitch a game for the Cubs, and it's just, all I'm looking at is endless cornfields, and that's what I'm saying. It's just it's an image that I'll always remember. It was awesome. It was a great experience.
Standing in the back right, Jay.
Hey guys, for any of you guys, I know you guys were in the cornfield when this was going on, but did you guys catch anything of the Griffies playing catch out there? And I wondered what your thoughts were on the pregame stuff.
Go ahead, Vince.
I actually gave Griff was a teammate, so I watched him walking by. I told Griff that's the first time I've seen him hit a cutoff man in my day. So he said, and his dad said he dropped it. That's why he missed him. So yeah, we definitely caught that and got to stand next to Griff and his dad out there at second base. Another icon. They were everywhere the day. It's a pretty cool moment on top of the scene, the fans. The people that both organizations brought in was pretty special, I think, from my standpoint.
Do a couple more of these groups.
With the travel you guys obviously had coming out here, what would you tell players or other teams if they asked you about this trip, if it was worth your time? And it sounds like you had a great time.
Yeah, I would say just, it's worth it. I think initially a lot of guys kind of think of the travel and, just kind of, it's a lot, but it's well worth it. These memories, will stay with us forever. I don't know if any, not too many guys get to play a Major League Baseball game in the middle of Iowa, so, extremely blessed we got to be able to be here and play the game. And I would just tell them it's incredible if they ever have the opportunity.
We'll just do a last one up front with this group, and then say it will come up.
So this year you guys play in Iowa, and next year you guys are going overseas. What about this organization to be blessed to have two incredibly special games and atmospheres, that you guys are a central part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all up here appreciate our jobs and what we get to do. We got a pretty special place at home as well. So every day we come to work, I think we understand how fortunate we are to get out there to compete, have fun. These guys never take one thing for granted. They work hard and bust their butts every day to go out there and put on a good product and try to win ball games. So tonight was more about the atmosphere surrounding us, the experience for the fans, and we got to take a part of that. It was really special. I think that's always great for our game, and especially when we get to go to overseas and to different places, it's always fun.
All right, we'll finish up with one last quick one here.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Are any of you guys big memento guys? Did anyone take anything from today, whether it was dirt, steal an ear of corn? Just curious if anyone took any physical reminders of today.
Didn't grab anything, but one of our guys got a ball signed by all the Hall of Famers here today. I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, to be out pregame out in the cornfield and see Johnny Bench to your left and Billy Williams right next to you in the cornfield is pretty incredible and not something I'll ever forget.
Jerseys and hat. The hat's the best one. I loved our hats today. It was really cool. The jerseys are pretty sick too. So hopefully it'll make me sign it and give it away to some auction or something.
Nobody grabbed an ear of corn? That's disappointing.
It's not real corn. It's something they feed. It's like they feed the cattle and the hogs or something. It's not like corn on the cob.
I'm sorry. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. I think it's real corn, and I'm going to tell somebody there to grab one, and we'll have this discussion later when we dissect the corn. But right now, we're going to dissect that first inning. 2 outs the Cubs had, able to rally. What kind of tone did this set for the ball game?
I just think that hitting with runners in scoring position has not been something the Cubs have done well for a couple of years now. I mean, I remember Theo Epstein talking about the offense is completely broken. That was in spring training of 2018. We've gone through a lot of suffering with not being able to pick up that clutch base hit. But not only did he get one in that inning, but then add the second and the third. I mean, Drew Smiley, he had some traffic there the first 3 innings. A couple of men on in both of those innings. He was able to make the pitch that he had to make. And I think the number one statistic that I take away from the game today, Taylor, 0 errors. Once again, outs were outs. An error today might have cost the Cubs a ball game. They have played outstanding defense since the All-Star break.
Yeah, just to build off the first inning, though, I thought as the game progressed, okay, we're going to have similar to what we saw last year, an offensive outburst, but it was really only the first inning. And from there, a lot of good pitching on both sides. Drew Smiley, though, the story of this game when it comes to pitching, that's going to be our BL Auto Group breakdown presented by the Bob Lacurcio Auto Group. What did you see out of Drew Smiley that made him so efficient and effective tonight?
I learned something about him in spring training that I didn't know. There's a lot of times where it looks like it's a changeup with the rotation that he has, but it's actually a curveball. So you almost have to slow it down to know what's going on. But what I loved was the fact that he was able to change the eye level. He threw some fastballs up in the zone, and then he went to the chase zone down. Look at the difference in the miles per hour. 12 miles per hour difference in that. That's why hitters are late. They're fouling balls off. When they're behind the fastball, they're out in front. Take a look at this right here. This is perfect, okay? It's not belt high. It's above that. It's right around the letters that you have to go to get them conscious of that. Then you can come back with a curveball for a strike that they might take. You can also come back with a curveball that they'll swing and miss. But to talk about Drew Smiley and what he's able to do, I got to do it from the right side, okay? He's left-handed, obviously. But when you throw a changeup, you stay inside of the ball, and it's going to have movement kind of from left to right. It's going to come down like that. When you throw a curveball, it's going to go just the opposite. It's going to come around like this. Drew Smiley has the ability to throw the curveball like that, and he can get his fingers out in front. His fingers are a little bit longer than most people, and he's able to get that curveball to look like a changeup. But what makes it so effective is that it's got a lot more spin to it, and it's got a late break to it. It's a swing and miss type pitch, more so than what a changeup would be. So it's kind of a unique type breaking ball. And I'll be honest with you, we're talking about, we will later on tonight, talk about building a rotation. I vote for Drew Smiley. I'd love to have him back next year.
And again, I talked about this at the beginning of the show. We'll sort of mentioned it. You just wonder if this rotation would have stayed healthy what the win-loss total would look like this time of year. You see Marcus Stroman get into a rhythm. You see Drew Smyly get into a rhythm. Wade Miley when he comes
Kyle
back.
Hendricks now, all of a sudden.
Kyle Hendricks.
But you know what David Ross said? He doesn't want to go there, right?
Right.
You know what it exposed to me? The fact that there was absolutely no starting pitching depth in AA or AAA. There was nowhere to go right there. That's why everything just all of a sudden went south on this ball club. Now all of a sudden they've started bringing some pieces up. We're loving what Keegan's doing. We're loving what Justin Steele's doing right now. We just got to get them to the finish line and then maybe add something over the winter.
Drew Smyly tonight, 5 innings pitched, 0 earned runs. Just 4 hits allowed, 9 punch-outs. Here's an inside to start. 0 for 8, 4 punch-outs with runners in scoring position. 18-plus pitches in the 4th and 5th innings. So great start for Drew Smyly. That's going to bring us to our moment of joy, presented by Michelob Ultra. I think the whole night was a moment of joy, but just the fact that the players could go out there, take in this historic event, sort of live in the movie for a second. Marcus Stroman certainly took advantage.
Oh, you know he had a good time.
Absolutely. Inside the clubhouse, that's pretty cool. What was your favorite thing you saw?
Just dads and sons and daughters. Just the smiles that were on their faces, and knowing Mike Santini and his son was there, knowing that a lot of our friends, I mean, you see all the Hall of Famers. All the Cubs Hall of Famers were there. They took their kids, their grandkids, and all of that. That's how big this ball game was tonight.
Yeah, it's super cool. And again, those are memories that will be talked about for years and years to come. And I loved Drew Smyly, his daughter, celebrating her birthday. And hopefully she remembers it. But if not, I'm sure they'll have pictures and be able to show her one day.
He continues to dominate the Cincinnati Reds. He beat them earlier this year. He's 5-0 in his career against that ball club.
Well, speaking of fathers, Tom Ricketts is a father, and he released a statement here today about the state of the Cubs. He said, "I'll be the first to acknowledge this is not the type of baseball Cub fans deserve. Our decision last year to move away from Cubs players who brought us a World Series title was tough, but we have a plan to return to championship contention by building the next great Cubs team around a young core of players augmented by free agent signings, and we're making progress. As Jed recently said, we've turned a corner when it comes to our pitching infrastructure. We started this season with a staff of pitchers who, if healthy, would have kept us more competitive this season. We're beginning to see results with our starting rotation and prospects coming up through the system and performing well, helping the team progress to a better than .500 record since the All-Star break. A great deal of credit goes to Jed and his team for building a solid pitching development program and culture. While our record is the ultimate judge of success, I think Rossi has done a great job of managing and inspiring the team to play hard all season. We've been involved in 34 one-run games, tied for 4th most in the National League, and 58 games decided by 2 runs or fewer, which is tied for 5th most in the majors. I like the fight, but we must do better because winning baseball is the expectation. Our moves over the past year at the trade deadline have put us in a position of strength in both player and financial currency. We plan to be very active again this offseason, competing in the free agent market. Our farm system is now ranked number 4 in the majors by Fangraphs because we acquired several young prospects who are either major league ready or project to be a part of our long-term future. We're looking forward to the Field of Dreams games. Cub fans are the best in the world, and this is a well-deserved experience for them, especially for our loyal Iowa fans. The Chicago Cubs are one of the original franchises in Major League Baseball's rich history. Suffice it to say, we plan on making championship history yet again." When you hear that statement, Sut, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
I think of the thing that fans ask us all the time. When are we going to be good again, right? I mean, my answer to that is, when are we going to have a starting rotation that's outstanding again? You go back to 2015 and 16, our starting rotation was as good as it was in baseball. You look right on down the line. You got a number 5 starter in Jason Hamill with 15 wins. You got a guy right there that could go out and pitch Game 1 of the World Series for any ball club. What happened? 2015 was good. 2017, 18, 19, and 20, the rotation was solid. You go back to David Ross's first year in 2020, what happened? I mean, that rotation was pretty good. Look at the top of that. Darvish finished 2nd in the Cy Young. You got Johnny Lester. Alec Mills, he's a guy that would throw a no-hitter every now and then. Look at Hendricks' ERA. They kept us in every game. The offense was non-existent the last 2 months of 2020. It was all about the pitching that gave them an opportunity to hold on to that division. The one thing I do know about the pitching infrastructure of the Cubs right now, over the past year compared to years past, it is much better than it's ever been. It's unbelievable how they're helping a lot of guys who have struggled all of a sudden become really good. I mean, you got Brandon Hughes, who was an outfielder. All of a sudden now he's a dominant left-handed back of the bullpen type guy. I know that the void that was in AA and AAA was David Ross doesn't want to go with the injuries. Okay, they're going to happen, but there was no depth to come up there and fill it up. This infrastructure that's in place right now. What do we have? 15, 16 pitchers that we drafted this year. All of the trades, everybody that went out of the bullpen just a month ago, we got pitching back. What happened with Javi Baez? And what happened when KB went to San Francisco? We got a guy that throws 98. Caleb Killian was outstanding last night. So what happened the last couple of years should not ever happen again here because of the infrastructure and the focus on the starting rotation.
Starting rotation, no doubt. It's super important. So this offseason, if they're going to be aggressive in the free agent market, which pitcher should they go after?
There's only one. There's only one. I know everybody's going to say DeGrom. No, he's been injured. He's been banged up a lot. You see what Justin Verlander's doing down there in Houston? Justin, come on over. You know, we made a film. We made a video. Kerry Wood and I think Ryan Dempster did, that we sent to John Lester to maybe help bring him over here. We need to make another video for Justin Verlander. Can I say that on the air? Is that illegal? Is that tampering or whatever?
I don't know.
I'm employed by Marquee.
I think you might do a lot of illegal things, Seth, but we'll get to that later, probably never. We have baseball to talk about and break down coming up later in the show. Nick Madrigal, who has been really good since coming off the IL, 8 for 20. In fact, he had 3 hits tonight. He's going to catch up with our own Cole Wright. We'll break down all the scenes of tonight's ball game down in Iowa. Plus, Rick Sutcliffe might tell you some things he did back in the day. Just kidding. Keep it here for baseball. We'll see you on the flip side of this break.
I'm looking to see if I got it.
Come on, Brian.
Dad, look.
Brian, come on.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Brian.
Ready, Brian? Summer won't last forever, but you can go out and make memories that will during Toyota's National Sales Event.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile maintenance plan and roadside assistance. See your local Toyota dealer or visit toyota.com to learn more.
Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
One out, top of the first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Hey, Steve, you just got a nice win on FanDuel, and it's just the top of the first. How do you feel?
All those nights of studying film really paid off.
You mean watching baseball?
That's correct.
Whether you want to bet a hit in the first or a homer in the ninth, every at-bat is a chance to win big on FanDuel. New customers get a no-sweat first bet and get up to $1,000 back in free bets if you don't win.
Everyone deserves to dream. But those who face disease, trauma, and isolation often find themselves without the resources and hope needed to keep their dreams alive. Field of Big Dreams supports organizations that provide life-changing and therapeutic programs serving children with cancer, veterans, and their families. With your help, we will fuel dreams of today to build a better tomorrow.
To learn more or to donate, visit fieldofbigdreams.org.
I'm Patrick Wisdom.
Oh, what a lead!
I'm Rowan Wick.
Here comes.
And you're watching Marquee Sports Network.
Back here as advertised on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. of Illinois. 4-2, the final down in Iowa. Drew Smiley was dealing here this evening. Cubs got the party started in the top of the first, collecting several of those 10 hits they would get throughout the ball game. Nick Madrigal had 3 of the 10 here this evening, and he's standing by with Cole Wright.
Here with Nick Madrigal, Field of Dreams game. This man had a whale of a game. 3 knocks, a steak, 2 swipes. At the end of the day, first question, how was this day and how cool was it for you, man?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. You know, from when we pulled up, I mean, it's been an awesome experience. You know, Major League Baseball's done a great job with this whole facility, and just the whole atmosphere of this game is unbelievable. You know, I'm lucky I got my family here to experience it with me as well. So overall, it's been a great day.
I know you've seen the movie more than a few times. What was it like when you finally got to emerge from that corn and got to see all the fans here in the stands, Nick?
Yeah, you know, I wasn't sure what to expect going through the corn for myself, you know, seeing it on the movie, but to be here in person is unbelievable. I got the chills walking out there for the first time, and I mean, it's a great game when we can come away with that win. You know, just overall a great day.
And how important is that at day's end, going out there and getting a victory over an NL Central opponent?
Yeah, it's big. I mean, even though we're in Iowa, you know, in a new place, you know, every game matters. You know, we're out there competing, and, you know, it was a great team effort today.
Favorite part from the movie for you?
Gosh, I just like seeing all the old school players and how they reenacted all the, you know, Shoeless Joe Jackson, all those guys. So I'd say something like that is my favorite.
Yep, there you have it. Well, if you build it, he will come. And Nick Madrigal, he came, he saw, he conquered. 3 knocks, 1 whale of a day. If I had to give out an MVP, I'm giving it to you. Nick Madrigal, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. No doubt. Appreciate it.
Well, if Cole said he's the MVP, we'll roll with that. All right, so the Cubs in the leadoff spot haven't been great. 21st in Major League Baseball, they rank from that spot. But Nick Madrigal has been getting some starts up here, and he has been really good since coming back off of that IL. 400 batting average, 478 OBP. I mean, the Cubs wanted to get him healthy, see what he's capable of doing, and right now he's proving, hey, maybe I could be this type of guy. He's hit at every level, and they want to see him really sustain that in the major leagues.
You nailed it when you talked about him being healthy. I saw him in spring training, even taking ground balls, being real cautious about that leg. I saw him hit balls in the gap where you thought he might try to take an extra base. He wasn't doing that. I asked him a couple of days ago, I said, tell me the truth. Were you in pain? With that hamstring, was it not healed? He goes, I wasn't in pain, but it would tighten up on me a lot. And so as we know, there's a difference between being worry-free and pain-free, okay? He was pain-free, but he wasn't worry-free about that leg. I mean, all of the numbers were just horrible. That right there was his first hit with runners in scoring position. He was 0 for 24 until that. And I really think when David Ross saw that, David Ross all of a sudden started thinking, hey, you know what? We haven't had a leadoff hitter since Dexter Fowler left. He remembered that when they were teammates. All of a sudden he goes, I need to find a guy that can put himself in scoring position. We know that Madrigal in yesterday's ball game, his first hit was a double. We know he's stealing bases. We know he's taking the extra base. He's just doing it. Look at that right there. I mean, he wouldn't have done that in spring training. He wasn't going to do that back in April and May. He didn't trust that hamstring that it was completely healed. I think he trusts it now, and we're going back to Taylor. Like you said, we're seeing the guy that we saw in high school, that we saw in college. He hit over 300 in the minors, and we know he hit great with the White Sox. We also know he hit 344 when he went down to AAA. He was 100% at that time, and he's bringing it here now. These last, 50 games, something like that? He might fill that hole that David Ross has had since he's been the manager here.
I think everybody always knew that he could hit, and we're hopeful that he could get back to that at the major league level. But defensively, there were questions tonight. Defensively, he was great.
Yeah. I didn't see much defensively when I saw him in spring training either. I'm not going, wait a minute. I mean, Nico Horner's been outstanding at second base. What are we doing here? Are we upgrading, or what's the plan here? All of a sudden, in the ball game yesterday, he was outstanding. He was moving left to right. He's got a strong arm. He's outstanding at turning the double play. I just think that combination you saw right there, turning that double play, 24, 25 years of age, it's going to be around here in Chicago for a while.
Rick Sutcliffe, you heard it here first. All right, Wilson Contreras, scary moment here this evening. So I said everything was happy, not so much. There was a save play presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards for all your home improvement needs. And it was Wilson Contreras. Goes to round second to third, decides he wants to go back to second, rolls that left ankle. You think, oh no, what could potentially come out of this? But look, we hear about his toughness all the time. He proved it here tonight.
My first thought was, what are you doing? It's a base hit. It's a solid base hit to left field. I know you're going to hustle, but you got to put on the brakes a little bit quicker than that. All of a sudden, he got a little too far out there. The next thing you know, he tried to get back. But we talked about it earlier. I mean, when he rolled that thing, when I saw it live, I thought, he's in trouble. That's it. His year is over with right now. But when they slowed it down, you could see that the ankle didn't go all the way over to where it stretched the tendons or possibly tore him or did something really bad. You saw he was able to get off of it just in time. I know he was in a lot of pain. I don't know if he'll be the off day tomorrow is going to be really nice. I don't know if he'll be able to play in Cincinnati, but you know one thing. I mean, he was going to play no matter where it was at. But I have a feeling that this game and the importance of this game, the team playing well, an opportunity to win the third straight series, he knows how important he is to this ball club. And, you know, once again, he proved it.
There's no doubt about it. All right, time for us to take a break here on Cubs Live. And when we return, more scenes from Iowa. Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras taking it all in, as well as the Hall of Famers. When we return, Circle of Trust. If you don't know what we're talking about, well, you'll have to find out. So keep it here on Marquee Sports Network.
Top of the first, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three.
Hey, Steve, you just got a nice win on FanDuel, and it's just the top of the first. How do you feel?
All those nights of studying film really paid off.
You mean watching baseball?
That's correct.
Whether you want to bet a hit in the first or a homer in the ninth, every at-bat is a chance to win big on FanDuel. New customers get a no-sweat first bet and get up to $1,000 back in free bets if you don't win.
Alta Equipment Company is a proud sponsor of Marquee Sports Network. Alta Equipment. Uptime matters. Visit altg.com to learn more.
When it's hot outside, your car is like a sauna, steaming up lingering odors. Febreze car vent clips stop hot car stench with up to 30 days of freshness. Get relief with Febreze.
Kids, one year they want all dinosaur stuff. The next, camels.
Llamas.
Llamas. So save money shopping back to school on Amazon. You sure that's not a camel?
Yep.
Whatever you say.
Everyone deserves to dream. But those who face disease, trauma, and isolation often find themselves without the resources and hope needed to keep their dreams alive. Field of Big Dreams supports organizations that provide life-changing and therapeutic programs serving children with cancer, veterans, and their families. With your help, we will fuel dreams of today to build a better tomorrow.
To learn more or to donate, visit fieldofbigdreams.org.
You're watching Marquee Sports Network.
Cubs take the Field of Dreams game from the Reds 4-2, and we're talking about it here on Marquee Sports Network. So, story of the season, we've seen some good hitting at times, some good pitching at times, but they've just never been able to put the two together until August. Again, small sample size, 10 games, but it feels like the rotation has been good, batting average, pretty good.
Yeah.
If you can marry those two together, airtight defense, timely hitting, and good starting pitching, usually pretty good recipe.
You know, the last time the Cubs had a winning month was a year ago in May. I mean, there's been a lot of losing going on. There's been a lot of close games that could have gone either way. It's always been one thing. It's either been the offense didn't score, or the starting pitching didn't go deep enough, or they kicked it around defensively. All of a sudden, it's all starting to come together, and there's numbers to back that up. The ERA is coming down. The starting rotation is giving a little bit of length. There's not enough in that bullpen right now like there was earlier in the year, but that circle of trust, it's starting to grow a little bit, and you get a little bit more confidence in holding those leads late in the game.
I like that you mentioned circle of trust. It's as if we're watching Meet the Parents.
Is that what it's all about?
Yep.
Is that like babysitters or something like that?
Yeah, it's something like that. No, we'll get to that later on. No, it's the bullpen. A lot of trust David Ross has in his bullpen, trading away some of the big guys at the deadline. You think younger guys get the chance to step up. Brandon Hughes has been one of them.
Yeah, he's been huge. I mean, he's just, from the very beginning, he came in with a lot of confidence. You know, the 4-2 win yesterday was Michael Rutger, Brandon Hughes, Rowan Wick. Once again, you saw that same combination going out there. Those are three guys that are there. Now, we gave up a lot. You just go back a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden it was Kimbrel, Chafin, and Tepera. Those three guys could have been all-stars a year ago. They were so good. The next thing you know, they're gone. You got to rebuild it. We got a guy named Cody Hoyer. We got Adbert going down to the bullpen. We got Keegan down there. Okay, that's going to be pretty good. Well, that doesn't exist anymore. Hoyer and Adbert haven't pitched at all. Keegan's in the rotation because of all of those injuries. So next thing you know, the middle of spring training, here comes David Robertson, here comes Drew Smiley, here comes Michael Gill. I mean, every day it was like a new guy coming in there. David Ross kind of sorted it out, started moving people around a little bit. The next thing you know, it was a lockdown bullpen. The next thing you know, they're gone, okay? We got a lot of young pitching back, but they have to rebuild that circle of trust once again.
There's no doubt about it, and that bullpen over the last couple of years has been pretty good. It's been a bright spot with a lot of big arms out there, some of which they've been able to move at the deadline for prospects. Speaking of prospects, we're going to check in on the minor leagues when we return. Time for us to take yet another break here on Cubs
really
Postgame Live, and Rick Sutcliffe is lying on air. Don't ever listen to a word he has to say.
Don't be talking about movies. I don't watch movies. That's for you and Boo.
We'll be right back.
With a new Toyota, you can practically make summer stand still. From making a splash in a Highlander to fitting in more fun in a Camry or tackling a trailhead in a RAV4 hybrid. Who's a good boy? Enjoy the last of summer in an exciting new Toyota during Toyota's national sales event.
Get 1.9% APR for 48 months on a new 2022 Toyota Corolla, Camry, RAV4, Highlander, or Tacoma. Visit Toyota.com to learn more.
Come in today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Leading off the top of the third. Oh, it's a bloop single to center.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Dave, who just got a nice win on FanDuel, and it's just the third inning. What are you feeling right now?
Lisa, I haven't been this happy since the second inning.
Well, enjoy your win. Well earned.
Whether you want to bet a hit in the first or a homer in the ninth, every at-bat is a chance to win big on FanDuel. New customers get a no-sweat first bet and get up to $1,000 back in free bets if you don't win.
Sorry, Mom. It's amazing what you can build on AWS. Imagine creating cool stuff that can make ordering tacos a breeze and let you watch every shot from every player anywhere you want. Learn about investing in the coolest companies and watch your favorite team from the other side of the world. Just imagine what they can do when I'm in charge. Whoa.
You know, it's always Bears season in Chicago, but now it really is.
This whole season is about Justin Fields' development. His confidence is through the roof.
Yeah.
The guys believe in him. People can rally around him. Now, can they set him up for success? That's the major question.
Right. Whatever they do to renovate Soldier Field, the Bears are headed to Arlington.
Right, it makes more sense for the Bears.
Of course, and the Bears, no matter what, will never own Soldier Field. The moment they own their own stadium, their overall value as a franchise is going to skyrocket.
As soon as they...
With the 7th pick, the Chicago Cubs select Cade Horton.
When he's locked in, he's dirty, man.
Yeah, he's absolutely filthy. His slider's unbelievable.
The athleticism stuck out to me.
He's topping out right around 97, 98.
I think a lot of people are like, whoa, okay, Cade Horton.
Although it doesn't look like it, I can kind of move around.
Cade Horton in the first round, Jackson Ferris in the round of 2.
Already 91 to 95 at only 18 years old.
My elementary school was the Cleveland Cubs, so I think it was just meant to be.
Welcome back, Cub fans. This summer, Marquee Sports Network has partnered with Miller Lite to host watch parties throughout the Chicagoland area for select Cubs road contest. Tonight, Marquee's watch party presented by Miller Lite was held at Deuce's Major League Bar in Wrigleyville. Earlier tonight, fans enjoyed drink and food specials, giveaways from Marquee and Miller Lite, and had a chance to win great prizes. These watch parties are a great way to connect with fellow Cub fans, follow the Cubs when they are on the road, and take home some sweet swag from Marquee and Miller Lite. To find future watch parties, visit marqueesportsnetwork.com/watch party. Thanks to Miller Lite for their partnership and to all the Cub fans who joined at Deuce's earlier this evening. Speaking of Miller Lite, it's time for our social scene presented by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Brian saying it doesn't have to be Chicago or Cincinnati, and Hap just kills the Reds everywhere. I think we've had a few comments about that already. And then Alyssa, hi Alyssa. Nick Madrigal haters are real quiet right now. Correct about that. 5 hits in his last 2 games, 3 of those coming here this evening. So he's been really good. Max saying Drew Smiley is out here carving up people on national television. I mean, true story. World Series champion Drew Smiley getting it done in the Field of Dreams game. I think that's a Braves fan, so clearly national audience. We're on to something. All right, Drew Smiley was a starter here this evening. Adrian Sampson will take the mound. The Cubs' next game comes Saturday. 3.83 ERA on this season. 2 of his last 3 starts have been quality starts. 6 innings pitched, 3 runs. It's always good when you have that. Graham Ashcraft, the opposite. Adrian Sampson proving that he belongs in this rotation.
You were there. Boog was there. You can go back and look it up. I said on Marquee Sports after his second start, I want to see more. This guy just has that pace, he has presence, and he has pitchability. He can throw any pitch for a strike at any time. He's been nicknamed in the past kind of a bulldog. And I think the #1 key to any manager is David Ross would like to go to the bullpen when he wants to. Not like it was the first half of the season where a lot of time he went there because he had to. And Sampson's one of those guys. He gives him an opportunity to get deep. He gives him a chance to pitch out of some jams early in the ball game. This guy has proven that he's got a chance to be a big league starter for a while.
There's no doubt, and he's fought through a lot this season. I mean, DFA by the Cubs and then the Mariners, and he's been everywhere. He's been in Iowa, and we're going to check in with Iowa. How about that transition? Caleb Killian, who's also been in the big leagues, is down in the minor leagues. Today, he was dealing 6 punch-outs for him this evening. So take a look. What do you see out of this guy that tells you he's going to be a good major leaguer?
Okay, I haven't gone back to watch his starts that he had when he came up to the big league, but I saw enough of him in spring training. I thought he was big league ready from the very beginning. Everything he threw was quality, and in spring training, whether it was live BPs, whether it was in the bullpen, I'm going to tell you 7, 8 out of every 10 pitches were in the strike zone. So he's just got to get back to being aggressive, and he'll do that.
And then this is David Bodie. Deep to left field, and that one's going to be out of here. A home run in his last 2 games, so good to see him having success down in AAA. And then top of the 9th we go. Luke Farrell on the mound for Iowa, but Spencer Steer would turn on this ball, and Louisville would go on to win 4-3. So Icon able to get it done, but I'll tell you who did get it done. Pete Crow Armstrong defensively. I mean, this guy is unreal. I've heard a lot of people say he is big league level defensively already. Could win a Gold Glove defensively right now.
We saw plays like that in spring training every day. I mean, that's routine for that guy right there. He said in spring training, I think I was born to play center field.
You know, and it's interesting, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, but you heard around the trade deadline that some teams were a little gun-shy to make moves with the Cubs because of what happened last year. The Mets trade away Pete Crow Armstrong for a rental of Javi Baez for about 2 months.
Yeah.
And this guy's going to be a problem when it comes to his defense and when it comes to his bat right here. Another home run for him. This was a couple nights ago. But, I mean, this guy, he's showing promise. Obviously, defensively and offensively, he's right there. So you understand why some people would say, all right, let's not do too many crazy things with the Cubs because they're taking away our top prospects.
I'm telling you what, there is a lot of outfield depth. There's a lot of infield depth. There's power at the corners. There's catchers that are on their way coming up. It's just about filling that rotation back in. And you know that's the #1 priority of the team. That's going to be their #1 priority over the winter. And I don't know if they have to go out and get Verlander or maybe just some of those prospects that we acquired. maybe you can make a deal for somebody's number one, because that's the only thing missing for the Cubs, in my opinion, to come back and win a weak National League Central a year from now.
Okay, well, go get on your phone and call Justin Verlander. Tell him to come to Chicago. It's time for us to wrap things up, but tomorrow, 7 p.m., Road to Wrigley, a very special night. We're going to check in on all the minor league affiliates. Elise, Lance, and Jim will be on that. Enjoy it.